Sri Hari Bhakti Vilasa. First Vilasa. Text 1. Invoking auspiciousness as, reflecting on what activities must be performed, and with the help of the devotees collecting many quotes from all the scriptures, I write this book for the devotees' pleasure. I take shelter of Lord Caitanya. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. I take shelter of Lord Caitanya, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who empowers Brahma and the demigods, who descended to this world to give his own devotional service, and whose mercy allows his devotees to conquer him and bring him under their control. This commentary, which bears the name Digdarsini Tika, a commentary that shows the direction, and which explains a small portion of the Hari Bhakti Vilasa, has been written as far as am able. As I begin the difficult task of writing this book, in order to attain a good result I first take shelter of my Paramaguru, my worshipable deity, Lord Caitanya. The name Caitanya means the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the form of pure knowledge, CIT, who is worshipped by all the universes, and who among all deities has the most perfect transcendental knowledge. Or, another meaning of the name Caitanya is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who stays in everyone's heart, Siddha. Or, another meaning of the name Caitanya is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who gives life, Cetana, to all living entities. I take shelter of him, Lord Caitanya, the master of my life. Why do I write this book? I write to describe the activities that should be performed by the saintly devotees of Lord Vinu. Why else do I write? I write to please them. Someone may ask, how can a fallen person like you be successful in such a task? I reply, I shall be successful because I take shelter of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who has all powers and opulences, who has a great host of virtues, beginning with his great mercy, and whose Srimad Bhagavatam 1.3.28 reveals is Lord Krishna. In this way 3 parts of this verse are explained. By taking shelter of Lord Caitanya Mahaprabhu I will be successful in this task. That is the meaning here. Furthermore, it is by his power, by his order, and by his glory that I am engaged in this task. I do not write by my own wish. I do not write to glorify myself. In my opinion the perfect name of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. By taking shelter of his mercy this book is not at all difficult to write. Indeed, everything is done very easily. That is the meaning. Here someone may object, all these things have already been described in the Vedas, Smriti, Puranas, Agamas, and other scriptures. Why should you write something more? To this I reply, I will gather quotes from all the scriptures and put each quote in its appropriate place. That is how I will write this book. Text 2 Srila Gopala Bhatta Goswami, who pleased Srila Ripa Goswami, Srila Sanatana Goswami, and Srila Raghunatha Dasa Goswami, and who was a disciple of Lord Caitanya's dear devotee, Srila Prabodhananda Sarasvati, first collected these pastimes of devotional service. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. The pastimes of devotional service are this book, Sri Hari Bhakti Vilasa. Text May 3 The devotees of the Lord carefully study this Hari Bhakti Vilasa, which has come from a person who enjoys splendid pastimes of love and devotion for the lotus feet of Madhura's master. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. The compound word Madhuranathapadabja Prema Bhakti Vilasata may mean either the book Hari Bhakti Vilasa has come from the playful happiness of Srila Gopala Bhatta Goswami, who is filled with love and devotion for Madhura's master, or the book Hari Bhakti Vilasa has come from Srila Gopala Bhatta Goswami, who enjoys splendid pastimes of love and devotion for the lotus feet of Madhura's master. The devotees here are like bumblebees at the lotus feet of Madhura's master. If the alternate reading Sabhayantu is accepted, then the text reads, the devotees of the Lord are glorious because they are faultless and because they always hear and chant the glories of the Lord. If the reading Aladikurvaniyu is accepted, then the text reads, the devotees of the Lord are decorated with all virtues, beginning with humbleness. Text for all glories to the great devotees. Here I'm Lord Krishna's forest within Madhura Mandala. May Kasisvara, Krishnadasa, and Lokanatha appear before me. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. Tasting the nectar of devotional service to the lotus feet of Mathura's master, the devotees happily live in the land of Mathura. In Sri Gopalatapani Upanishad, Vrindavana is called the forest of Lord Krishna. In that forest the devotees happily enjoy pastimes of hearing and chanting Lord Krishna's glories. The word Salokanatha, with Lokanatha, indicates the close friendship between Krishnadasa Kaviraja and Lokanatha Goswami. It was in the company of the devotees mentioned here that this book was written. Text 5. Table of contents in this book will be discussed. First, vilasa. 1. Taking shelter of a bona fide spiritual master. The qualities of a bona fide spiritual master. 3. The qualities of a bona fide disciple. 4. Tests presented to the spiritual master and disciple. 5. The qualities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. 6. The mantras glorifying the Supreme Personality of Godhead. 7. The qualities of a person eligible to chant these mantras. 8. The rites of purification, beginning with Siddhi. 9. The purification of mantras. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. Here will be described the spiritual master and his qualities. Then will be described the mantras of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the glories of these mantras. Text 6, Second Vilasa, 10. Initiation, 11. Rising every day at Brahma Muhurta, 12. Cleanliness. Text 7, Third Vilasa, 13. Remembering Lord Krishna and performing other devotional activities early in the morning, 14. Awakening the deity with music and other devotional activities, 15. Wearing garlands worn by the deity and accepting other remnants from the deity, 16. Matyalarati. Text 8:17. The proper way to pass urine and stool, 18. Cleaning the body. 19. Rinsing the mouth, 20. Cleaning the teeth, 21. Bathing, 22. Performing Tantrika Sandhya, chanting the Gayatri Mantra, 4th Vilasa, 23. Cleaning the temple of the Lord. Text 9:24. Offering gifts to Tulasi, 25. Cleaning one's house, 26. Bathing with warm water, 27. Garments, 28. Sitting place, 29. Tilaka, 30. Gopi Kandana. Text 10:31. The Kakramadra and other madras, 32. Garlands, 33. Performing sandhide at home, 34. Worshipping the spiritual toaster, 35. The glories of the spiritual master, 36. Worshipping Lord Krishna, 37. The glories of Lord Krishna, 5th Vilasa, 38. Worshipping when one enters the door of the house. Text 11:39. Sitting down to worship the Lord, 40. Argya and other offerings, 41. Removing obstacles, 42. Bowing down before the spiritual master and other superiors, 43. Bodhisuddhi, 44. Purifying the life breath. Text 12:45, the Nyasas, 46. The 5 kinds of madras, 47. Meditating on Lord Krishna, 48. Worshipping Lord Krishna in one's heart, 49. The deity of the Lord, 50. The Salagrama stone. Text 13:51. The Kakra stones manifested at Dvaraka, 6th Vilasa, 52. Cleaning the deity, 53. Worshipping the Lord's abode, 54. Worship of the deity, 55. Inviting the Lord to appear, 56. The mudrests for that purpose, 57. Offering the deity a throne and other gifts. Text 14:58. Bathing the deity, 51. Conch shells, bells, and musical instruments at the time of bathing the deity, 52. Chanting 1,000 names of the Lord, 53. Reciting the Puranas, 54. Offering garments, 55. Offering a sacred thread, 56. Offering ornaments. Text 1557. Offering scents, 58. Offering tulasi kandana, 7th vilasa, 59. Offering flowers, 60. Offering leaves, 61. Tulasi, 62. Worshipping the limbs of the Lord's transcendental form, 63. Worshipping the guards protecting the Lord's abode. Text 16, 8th vilasa, 64. Offering incense, 65. Offering a lamp, 66. Offering food, 67. Offering drink, 68. Offering homa, 69. Offering the Lord's remnants to the devotees, 70. Rinsing the mouth, 71. Making the mouth fragrant, 72. Again offering celestial fragrances. Text 1773. Offering regal gifts, 74. Singing and other things, 75. Offering mag for nirajana, 76. Sounding a conch shell and other musical instruments, 7/7. Offering Sankanarajana, /8. Offering prayers. Text 1879. Bowing down, 80. Circumambulating, 81. Offering one's work and other things to the Lord, 82. Chanting japa, 83. Offering prayers, 84. Begging forgiveness for offenses, 85. Various offenses, 86. Wearing garlands offered to the Lord. Text 19, 9th vilasa, 87. Conch shell water, 88. Water that has washed the Lord's feet, 89. Worship of tulasi, 90. The ground where tulasi grows, 91. The amalaki tree, 92. Times when bathing is forbidden, 93. Proper ways to earn one's livelihood. Text 2094. Midday duties, 95. The Vaigvedavas, 96. Sraddha, 97. What should not be offered, 98. The offense of eating without having first worshipped the Lord, 99. The sin of eating food not first offered to the Lord. Text 21-100. Eating food offered to the Lord, 10th vilasa, 101. The devotees of the Lord, 102. Associating with the devotees of the Lord, 103. Avoiding the association of non-devotees, 104. The result of associating with non-devotees, 105. The inauspicious result obtained by mocking or offending the devotees of the Lord. Text 22-106. Giving respect to the devotees, 107. The Vaisnava scriptures, 108. Srimad Bhagavatam, 109. Narrations of the Lord's pastimes, 110. The religion of devotional service to the Lord, 11th vilasa, 111. Evening duties. Text 23-112. Renunciation of materialism, 113. Worship at 3 times of the day, 114. Duties at night, 115. The final result obtained by worship, 116. Seeing the deity of the Lord. Text 24-117. Giving gifts to the Lord, 118. Various kinds of worship, 119. Fulfilling needs, 120. Sleep, 121. The wonderful glory of worshipping the Lord, 122. The wonderful glory of the Lord's holy name. Text 25-123. Offenses to the holy name, 124. Devotional service, 125. Devotional love, 126. Activities beginning with surrendering to the Lord, 12th and 13th vilasas, 127. Duties in relation to the Paksas, 128. Akdi, 129. 8 Mahadvadyas. Text 26, 14th, 15th, and 16th Vilasas, 130. Duties in the 12 months beginning with Margasirsa, 17th Vilasa 131. Paraskarana, 132. Characteristics of the Siddhamanta. Text 27, 18th Vilasa, 133. Manifestation of the deity of the Lord, 19th Vilasa, 134. Installing the deity of the Lord, 20th Vilasa, 135. The temple of Lord Krishna, 136. Repairing old temples, 137. The marriage of Sri Tulasi, and 138. The activities of the pure devotees. Text 28. The reason why one should take shelter of a genuine spiritual master by the mercy of Lord Krishnadeva. Hearing, in the company of the devotees, the glories of pure devotional service, and yearning to attain that service, one should take shelter of a bona fide spiritual master. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. It is by the mercy of Lord Krishnadeva that one attains the association of the devotees. Devotional service is more glorious than liberation. The word bhajet here means one should take shelter. Text 29. In this lifetime one experiences a succession of sufferings, and in the next life one is likely to experience another unbearable series of sufferings. Hearing this truth from the scriptures, an intelligent person will yearn to leave the world of birth and death. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. Here someone may ask, how can ordinary people, who are attached to material sense happiness, desire to attain devotional service? To this I reply, desiring to escape the ocean of material sufferings, one will desire to attain devotional service, and thus one will take shelter of a bona fide spiritual master. This action will be taken by an intelligent person. A person who cannot understand that material life means continued material sufferings is not intelligent. He is like an animal. It may be that such a person is like a hunter or other great sinner, and that is why he has lost his intelligence. Text 30. This fact is affirmed by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Dattatreya, in the following words, Srimad Bhagavatam 11.929. After many births and deaths one achieves the rare human form of life, which, although temporary, affords one the opportunity to attain the highest perfection. Thus, a sober human being should immediately endeavor for the ultimate perfection in life and not fall down into the cycle of repeated birth and death. After all, sense gratification is available even in the most abominable species of life, whereas Krishna consciousness is only possible for a human being. Asterisk. Text 31. The Supreme Personality of Godhead himself declares, Srimad Bhagavatam 11.2017. The human body, which can award all benefit in life, is automatically obtained by the laws of nature, although it is a very rare achievement. This human body can be compared to a perfectly constructed boat having the spiritual master as the captain and the instructions of the Supreme Personality of Godhead as favorable winds impelling it on its course. Considering all these advantages, a human being who does not utilize his human life to cross the ocean of material existence must be considered the killer of his own soul. Asterisk. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. This verse is spoken by Lord Krishna, who is the original Supreme Personality of Godhead, as is described in Srimad Bhagavatam 1.3. 28. The word adiyam here means the root of all auspicious results. The human life is attained after many pious deeds. Without many millions of struggles it is not possible to attain a human birth. Still, it seems to come of its own accord. Text 32. One should take shelter of a bona fide spiritual master. Sri Prabhupada, the great master of yoga, explained, Srimad Bhagavatam 11.321. Therefore any person who seriously desires real happiness must seek a bona fide spiritual master and take shelter of him by initiation. The qualification of the bona fide guru is that he has realized the conclusions of the scriptures by deliberation and is able to convince others of these conclusions. Such great personalities, who have taken shelter of the Supreme Godhead, leaving aside all material considerations, should be understood to be bona fide spiritual masters. Asterisk. Text 33. The Supreme Personality of Godhead himself affirms, Srimad Bhagavatam 11.1051, one should take shelter of a bona fide spiritual master, who is peaceful, who knows the truth about me, and whose heart and mind are fixed on me. Text 34. Sri Kramadipika explains, one should take shelter of a bona fide spiritual master, who is a qualified Brahmana, who has conquered lust and all other enemies, who is pure, exalted, devoted to the dust of Lord Krishna's lotus feet, fully aware of the pure path of the Vedas and Agamas, convinced of the conclusions reached by the great devotees, self-controlled, eager to learn about the Supreme Lord, and humble at heart. Text 35. In the Mundaka Upanishad, 1.212, it is said, to learn the transcendental subject matter one must approach a spiritual master. In doing so one should carry fuel to burn in sacrifice. The symptom of such a spiritual master is that he is expert in understanding the Vedic conclusion and therefore he constantly engages in the service of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Asterisk. In the Chandogya Upanishad, 6.142, it is said, one who approaches a bona fide spiritual master can understand everything about spiritual realization. Asterisk. Text 36. One should always remain in the shelter of the spiritual master. In Srimad Bhagavatam, 10.8733, the personified Vedas affirm, O unborn Supreme Personality of Godhead, they who leave the shelter of their spiritual master's lotus feet and, holding back the senses and breath, struggle to control the wild horse of the mind, meet with 100 calamities. They are like merchants trying to sail on the ocean in a boat without a captain. Text 37. In the Katha Upanishad, 1.29, it is said, O dear one, spiritual truth cannot be understood by material logic. LT is understood only hearing the explanations of the spiritual master. Text 38. The qualities of a genuine spiritual master. In Sri Mantramutta it is said, a genuine spiritual master is saintly, born in a pure family, diligent in performing his prescribed duties, a follower of Varnashrama, devoid of anger, learned in the Vedas and scriptures. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. Srimad Bhagavatam 11.3. 21, quoted in text 32, also describes the qualities of a genuine spiritual master. Text 39. Faithful, free of envy, a pleasing speaker, pleasing to the eye, pure, well-dressed, young, a person who works for the welfare of all living beings. Text 40. Intelligent, humble at heart, perfect, non-violent, thoughtful, virtuous, intent on worshipping the Lord, grateful, affectionate to his disciples. Text 41. Capable of both punishment and mercy, devoted to mantras and yajnas, examining all sides of an issue, pure at heart, and merciful. A genuine spiritual master has these and many other virtues. He is a treasure house of virtues. Text 42. In the Agasti Sasamhita it is said, a genuine spiritual master is a worshipper of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, peaceful, free of material desires, aware of the spiritual truth, a teacher of the spiritual truth, learned in the Vedas and scriptures. Text 43. Able to deliver others, able to surmount obstacles, the best of Brahmanas, expert in yantras and mantras, one who goes to the heart of the matter, aware of the secrets of spiritual philosophy. Text 44. A performer of Purskarana, expert at chanting mantras in yajnas, aware of what is needed, austere, and truthful. These are the qualities of a householder spiritual master. Text 45. In the Vinusamriti it is said, a person who is greedy to get worship, praise, and money from his disciple is not a true spiritual master. A true spiritual master is an ocean of mercy, perfect, a person who does good to everyone. Text 46. Free of all material desires, completely perfect, learned in all knowledge, able to cut apart all doubts, and not lazy. Texts 47 and 48. In Sti Narada Parikaratra the Supreme Personality of Godhead explains to Sri Narada, O best of Brahmanas, A spiritual master should be an exalted Brahmana who knows everything at all times and who is merciful to everyone. In the absence of such a highly qualified person, a spiritual master may be a Kshatriya who is peaceful at heart, devoted to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, pure in heart, all-knowing, learned in the scriptures, devoted to pious deeds, and endowed with three perfections. Texts 49 and 50. Such a Kshatriya spiritual master should be merciful to the Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Sadras. In the absence of such a Kshatriya spiritual master, one should accept a Vaishya spiritual master who is always merciful to the Vaishyas and Dalayudras. In the absence of such a Vaishya spiritual master, a Sudra may accept a Sudra as a spiritual master. Text 51. Furthermore, if a famous Brahmana spiritual master is present in one's own district, a person who desires auspiciousness will not travel somewhere else to accept initiation from someone other than him. Text 52. A person who accepts a spiritual master from a lower caste meets destruction in this life and the next. Therefore one should follow this instruction of the scriptures. A Kshatriya, Vaishya, or Dalayudra should not give initiation to a person of a higher caste. Text 53. In the Padma Purana it is said, a Brahmana who is a great devotee of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is the spiritual master of all human beings. Everyone should worship him as if he were Lord Krishna himself. Text 54. However, a person born in an aristocratic family, initiated in all Yahyas, and learned in 1,000 branches of the Vedas, but not a devotee of Lord Vishnu, cannot be a genuine spiritual master. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. In the Padakaratra it is said, by chanting a mantra given by a spiritual master who is not a devotee of Lord Vishnu, one goes to hell. Such a disciple should be initiated again, this time by a spiritual master who is a devotee of Lord Vishnu. Text 55. A person who has accepted initiation in the worship of Lord Vishnu and who is devoted to the worship of Lord Vishnu is called a devotee of Lord Vishnu by the wise. One who is not like him is not a devotee of Lord Vishnu. Text 56. The characteristics of a person who is not a genuine spiritual master. In the Tattvasagara it is said, a person who eats voraciously, wears opulent clothing, is greedy after sense pleasures, loves to argue, is a follower of the atheist philosophers, is wicked, speaks what should not be spoken, has many vices. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. The phrase speaks what should not be spoken means that such a person preaches that one should perform sinful deeds. Text 57. Has either a big beard or no beard, is a servant of wicked men, has black teeth, black lips, and bad breath, breathes heavily. Text 58. Bas a host of faults, and, although financially well situated, is greedy for more and bigger donations, is the kind of spiritual master that destroys the good fortune of his disciples. Text 59. The qualities of a genuine disciple. In the Mantramutta it is said, a genuine disciple is faithful, glorious, humble, pleasing to the eye, truthful, pious, intelligent, honest, not a hypocrite. Text 60. Free of lust and anger, devoted to his spiritual master's feet, with body, mind, and words devoted to the Supreme Personality of Godhead day and night. Text 61. Healthy, sinless, faithful, always devoted to the worship of the Devas, Brahmanas, and Pitas. Text 62. Young, in full control of his senses, and kind. A person who has these and other virtues is qualified for initiation. Text 63. In Srimad Bhagavatam 11.106, it is said, a genuine disciple is prideless, non-envious, diligent, free of false possessiveness, a sincere friend of his spiritual master, eager to learn the truth, not hostile to others, and averse to useless conversation. Text 64. Who should be rejected in the Agastya Sarita? It is said, they who are lazy, unclean, agitated, proud, miserly, wretched, diseased, angry, passionate, greedy for sense pleasures. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. The word agitated here means agitated for no good reason. Text 65. In the grip of envy and hostility, cheaters, filled with harsh words, greedy to accumulate wealth for no good reason, adulterers. Text 66 by foul means, harsh, insulting, wicked. Text 67 voracious eaters, cruel, wicked at heart, degraded, and sinful, the lowest of men who have these and a host of other faults. Text 68 who do not turn away from what should not be done, and who cannot bear to follow the spiritual master's teachings should be rejected. They are not fit to be disciples. Text 69 and 70 spiritual masters that accept disciples like these become the objects of the Supreme Personality of Godhead's anger. In this life they become poverty-stricken and are abandoned by wife and children, and at death they go to hell. Finally they are born as animals. Text 71 in the Hayasirsapadacharitra it is said, the 6 atheist philosophers are Jaimini, Shugita, Nastika, Nagna, Pseudo-Kapila, and Aksapada. Text 72 they who follow their ideas become the lowest of men. Although these followers may be called philosophers in this world, one should not give initiation to them. Text 73 the prospective spiritual master and disciple should live together for 1 year and, carefully examining each other's activities and character, test each other to see if they are qualified. Text 74 the test in the Mantramutta it is said, the prospective spiritual master and disciple should live together for 1 year. In this way they will come to understand each other's nature. Then it will be known whether the spiritual master is a genuine spiritual master and the disciple a genuine disciple. There is no other way to know this. Text 75 the Sruti Gastra explains, the spiritual master should not give initiation without first living for a year with his disciple. Text 76 in the Sarasangraha it is said, for 1 year the spiritual master should examine his prospective disciple. Text 77 the faults of a counselor fall on his king, and the sins of a wife fall on her husband. In the same way a spiritual master attains the sins of his disciple. That is certain. Text 78 in the Kramadipika it is said, his heart melting with sincere love and his thoughts fixed on the Supreme Personality of Godhead whose navel is like a lotus flower, the prospective disciple should, with his wealth, body, and pleasing words serve his spiritual master for 3 years. Then, when the spiritual master is satisfied, the disciple may ask for initiation in chanting the sacred mantras. Text 79 service to the spiritual master in the Karma Purana, Sri Vyasagita, it is said, the disciple should regularly fetch water, kusa grass, flowers, and fuel. He should regularly wash the spiritual master's clothing, anoint him with sandal paste, and massage his limbs. Text 80 never should the disciple sleep on the spiritual master's bed, wear his shoes, sit on his seat, cross his shadow, or eat from his plate. Text 81 the disciple should prepare his spiritual master's toothbrush, twig and other things like that, and he should ask what service he should perform. Text 82 the disciple should not leave without first asking permission. She should always try to please his spiritual master. He should never place his feet near his spiritual master. Text 83 in the company of the spiritual master the disciple should never yawn, laugh, snap his fingers, or do other impolite activities. Text 84 it is further said, to the spiritual master's children, wife, and relatives the disciple should offer the same kind of respectful treatment he offers to the spiritual master himself. Text 85 however, the disciple should not wash the feet of his spiritual master's son. Nor should he massage his limbs, eat the remnants of his meals, or arrange for his bath. Text 86 if the spiritual master's wife is of the same varna as he, then she should be honored as he is. If she is of a different varna she should be honored by rising from one seat and speaking salutations. Text 87 the spiritual master's wife should not anoint with sandal paste, bathe, or massage her husband's disciples. Nor should she comb their hair. Text 88 in the Devyagama, Lord Siva explains, never should the disciple sleep in the spiritual master's bed, sit on his seat, use his vehicle, wear his shoes, use his footstool, bathe in his bath water, or step on his shadow. Text 89 one should not allow oneself to be worshipped in the presence of his spiritual master, nor should one claim that one is as good as his spiritual master. In the presence of one's spiritual master one should not give initiation, give explanations, or assume the role of a master or a powerful person. Text 90 Sri Narada Muni explains, wherever one sees his spiritual master, one should offer obeisances to him with folded hands. One should fall like a stick to the ground. One should fall like a tree cut at its root. Text 91 Never should the disciple disobey his spiritual master's words, sit on his seat, use his vehicle, wear his shoes or clothing, or step on his shadow. Text 92 In Sri Manusamriti it is said, one should not speak the sacred name of his spiritual master, even if the spiritual master is not present. Neither should one imitate the style of his spiritual master's walking, talking, or way of doing things. Text 93 One should not imitate the way one's spiritual master acted in the presence of his spiritual master. Neither should one offer obeisances to his elder relatives without his spiritual master's permission. Text 04 In Sri Naradapadakaratra it is said, one should never, under any circumstances, speak the sacred name of his spiritual master. A self-controlled disciple will never speak the name of his spiritual master without respect and devotion. Text 95 When speaking his spiritual master's name one should fold one's hands, bow one's head, and preface his spiritual master's name with the words Orn Sri Vinupada. Text 96 It is further said, one should not become bewildered and give orders to his spiritual master. One should not disobey the order of his spiritual master. One should not eat anything without first taking permission from his spiritual master. Text 97 In another scripture it is said, when the spiritual master approaches, the disciple should go to meet him. When the spiritual master departs, the disciple should follow him. The disciple should not lie on his bed or sit on an forsana in the presence of his spiritual master. Text 98 Whatever food and drink the spiritual master likes, whatever pleases his heart, the disciple should offer to his spiritual master. When the spiritual master is finished eating, the disciple may eat the remnants of his meal. He should do this every day. Text 99 In the Sri Vinusamriti it is said, even if the spiritual master hits him or gives him trouble, the disciple should not act to displease him. The disciple should never disrespect his spiritual master's words. The disciple should never act to displease his spiritual master. Text 100 A disciple who with his life, wealth, actions, mind, and words pleases his spiritual master goes to the supreme destination. Text 101 A great fault on both sides in Sri Naradapadakaratra it is said, a spiritual master who speaks wrongly, without logic, and a disciple who hears wrongly, without logic, both go to a terrible hell for a long time that seems not to end. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami A disciple who does not properly examine his spiritual master before initiation, or who does not properly serve him, commits a great fault. This verse describes a situation where either the disciple or the spiritual master did not properly test the other before initiation. Text 102 The disciple's prayer in the Vaisnava Tantra it is said, O spiritual master, O master of the worlds, please rescue me, who am bitten by time and burned by the flames of repeated birth and death. I surrender to you and take shelter of you. Text 103 The wise should accept initiation, for in this way they are able to attain the lotus feet of Lord Krishna, who is the crest jewel of all deities, as the only treasure of their lives. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami After initiation the disciple should worship the lotus feet of Lord Krishna, surrender to them, and take shelter of them. To fail to do this is very foolish. Text 104 The glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead in Srimad Bhagavatam, 1.223, Ida said, the transcendental personality of Godhead is indirectly associated with the three modes of material nature, namely passion, goodness, and ignorance, and just for the material world's creation maintenance, and destruction he accepts the qualitative forms of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. Of these three, all human beings can derive ultimate benefit from Vishnu, the form of the quality of goodness. Asterisk. Text 105 It is further said, Srimad Bhagavatam 1.1821 Who can be worthy of the name of the Supreme Lord but the personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna? Brahmaji collected the water emanating from the nails of his feet in order to award it to Lord Shiva as a worshipful welcome. This very water, the Ganges, is purifying the whole universe, including Lord Shiva. Asterisk. Text 106 In the 10th canto it is said, Srimad Bhagavatam 10.89-14 Hearing these words, the sages became free of doubts. Now they had faith that Lord Vishnu is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, that from him comes auspiciousness, that from him comes fearlessness. Text 107 In the Padma Purana, Vaisakha Mahatmya, in the conversation of Yama and a Brahmana, it is said, in order to fool the moving and unmoving beings in the universe, the Puranas and Agamas pretended to spend an entire kalpa debating the true identity of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. At the end they came to this conclusion, Lord Vishnu is the Supreme. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami The debate of the scriptures here was only a joke on their part. They all knew what the conclusion would be. Text 108 In the Nrsimha Purana it is said, throwing my arms in the air, I proclaim, it is true. It is true. It is true. No scripture is better than the Vedas. No deity is above Lord Krishna. Text 109 In the Padma Purana it is said, when Lord Krishna is pleased enemies can become friends, poison can become healthy food, sin can become saintliness. Everything can become its opposite. Text 110 In the Padma Purana the Supreme Personality of Godhead said, if one sins for my sake his sins become pious deeds. If one refuses to worship me, then by my power his pious deeds become sins. Text 111 In the Skanda Purana, in a conversation of Brahma and Narada it is said, one who rejects Lord Krishna and worships another deity rejects his own mother and worships a dojatar woman. Text 112 In another place in the Skanda Purana it is said, one who rejects Lord Krishna and worships another deity rejects nectar and drinks poison. Text 113 In the Mahabharata it is said, one who out of bewilderment rejects Lord Krishna and worships someone else rejects a heap of gold and embraces a heap of stool. Text 114 One who, refusing to worship Lord Vishnu, takes shelter of a demigod is a person tortured with thirst who leaves the Ganga's waters and runs after a mirage. Text 115 In the Padakaratra it is said, to be an outcast. Text 116 In the Vaisnava Tantra it is said, even though they may meditate with single-pointed attention, the stunted fools who think Lord Krishna and the many demigods are equals will not attain pure devotion to Lord Krishna. Text 117 In another place it is said, a person who considers demigods like Brahma and Shiva to be on an equal level with Lord Narayana is to be considered an offender and an atheist. Asterisk. Text 118 In the Sahasranama and other prayers there is a great flood of verses like these, verses affirming that they who are in the mode of pure goodness should worship Lord Vishnu and no one else. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami These 1,000 names should not be given to one who is not a devotee of Lord Vishnu, to one whose heart is destroyed by mental speculation, to one who has no faith in devotional service, or to one who thinks the demigods are equal O Lord Vishnu. At the end of those prayers Goddess Durga also affirms, Lord Vishnu is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the master of all the demigods, the first spiritual master of the universe. Only fools think the demigods are his equals. Lord Shiva again affirms, they who do not wholeheartedly take shelter of Lord Vishnu, the master of all the demigods, the ancient Supreme Personality of Godhead, do not attain the most auspicious condition of life. With great austerities I worship him always. I glorify him. I meditate on him. O Parvati, it is only because I always chant his peerless glories that I am worshipped in this world. In the description of the Lord's holy names it is said, Lord Vishnu is the shelter of all the demigods. He is the master of all the demigods. He is more splendid than many millions of suns. He is more invincible than many millions of yamas. He is the creator of many millions of Brahmas and universes. He is stronger than many millions of Vayus. His happinesses are greater than those of many millions of Indras. He is more powerful than many millions of Shivas. At the end of the Brat Sahasranama, Goddess Durga says, "Ah! How sad it is! Even though Lord Krishna, who is the controller of all, and who yearns to give happiness to everyone, is personally present, the fools insist that they must continue to suffer in this world of birth and death. It is to attain Lord Vishnu that the demigod Shiva performs austerities, his hair matted and his naked body covered with ashes. That is why the people see Lord Shiva in that way. What demigod is superior to Lord Krishna, the husband of the goddess of fortune, the killer of the demon Madhu?" In the beginning of the Lagu Sahasranama 2 is said, Lord Vishnu is the most powerful. He is the most glorious. He is the supreme Brahman. Attaining him is the supreme goal of life. He is the purest of the pure. He is the most auspicious of the auspicious. He is the master of the demigods. He is the eternal father of all that live. At the end of the Lagu Sahasranama it is said, it is by the power of Lord Vasudeva that the sky, sun, moon, stars, ether, directions, earth, and the great oceans are established in their places. Text 119 in the Harivarnsa, Lord Shiva says, "O Brahmanas in the mode of pure goodness, please always worship Lord Krishna. Please always chant the mantras of Lord Krishna. Please always meditate on Lord Krishna." Text 120 Here there is a problem. The problem is that very many books have been written describing the Lord's glories in this way. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. Many suitable passages could be quoted here. Unfortunately, I cannot quote them all. Text 121 The glories of the mantras of Lord Vishnu. In the Agamasastra it is said, they who, by the mercy of the spiritual master, chant the mantras of Lord Vishnu, which are the kings of all mantras, attain all glory and opulence and go to the supreme abode of Lord Vishnu. Text 122 They who chant the mantras of Lord Vishnu attain the pious results of 1,000 years of austerities. They become the purifiers of the worlds. Text 123 In the Vaisnavasastra it is said, a person who, chanting the mantras of Lord Vishnu, sees or touches the Lord, becomes freed from very terrible fears. Text 124 Now I will write explaining the glories of some specific mantras of Lord Vishnu. I will begin by glorifying the Sri Gopala mantra. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. Here someone may ask, why do you begin by describing the worship of the 18-syllable Gopala mantra? Why do you not begin with some other mantra? To this I reply. Lord Gopala is the original Supreme Personality of Godhead, the source of all incarnations. Srimad Bhagavatam 1.3. 28 explains, Christias tu Bhagavan Svayam Lord Sri Krishna is the original personality of Godhead. Asterisk. The various incarnations of the Lord are very glorious, but the original form of the Lord, the source of the incarnations, is the most glorious. Texts 125 to 127 in the Padma Purana. In the conversation of Devadita and Vaikundala, it is said, they who with Atigas, Madras, Nyasas, RSI, Shanda, Devata, initiation, meditation, and yantra, chant the 12-syllable and 8-syllable mantras are the best of men. Seeing them, a killer of Brahmanas becomes purified. Holding conch shells and discs, wearing forest garlands, and manifesting spiritual forms like Lord Vishnu's, they reside in Lord Vishnu's transcendental abode. Text 128 The 12-syllable mantra The 12-syllable mantra is described in Srimad Bhagavatam, 4.853, where Sri Narada Muni tells Dhruva Maharaja, O son of the king, now I will speak unto you the mantra which is to be chanted with this process of meditation. One who carefully chants this mantra for 7 nights can see the perfect human beings flying in the sky. Asterisk. Text 129 In Sri Vishnu Purana it is said, the sun, moon, and other planets leave and return again and again. They who meditate on the 12-syllable mantra never return to this world of birth and death. Text 130 The 8-syllable mantra in the Naradapathakartra it is said, the 3 Vedas, 6 Vedatikas, poetry, demigods, words, and everything else, are all situated in the 8-syllable mantra. Text 131. The 8-syllable mantra is the essence of all Vedanta philosophy. It is a boat to cross the ocean of repeated birth and death. It is the path followed by they who wish never to be born again. Text 132. A country that honors a person perfect in chanting the 8-syllable mantra will not be touched by disease, poverty, or theft. Text 133. The demigods, demons, Gandharvas, Siddhas, Vidyadharas, and others respectfully bow before a person exalted with knowledge of the 8-syllable mantra. Text 134. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Narayana, personally appears in the mouth as the 8-syllable mantra. Text 135. In the Padma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, the glorious and beautiful 8-syllable mantra fulfills all desires and removes all sufferings. It is the heart of all mantras. Text 136. In the Liga Parama it is said, what is the use of other mantras? What is the use of other vows? The mantra Namo Narayanaya, obeisances to Lord Narayana, fulfills all desires. Text 137. Therefore, O King of Brahmanas, one who always chants Namo Narayanaya goes with his kinsmen to the abode of Lord Vinu. Text 138. In the Bhavijya Purana it is said, the great 8-syllable mantra removes all sins. Of all Vinu mantras it is said to be the king. Text 139. In a conversation of Sti Sukha and Sri Narada it is said, O son, the mantra Namo Narayanaya fulfills all desires and gives all kinds of liberation to they who chant it with devotion. Text 140. This mantra is said to be final liberation. It is said to be residence in Svargaloka. It is said to be the greatest secret in the Vedas. Text 141. In ancient times Lord Vinu gave this mantra to benefit his devotees. Manu declared that this mantra destroys all sins and fulfills all desires. Text 142. It is also said, to counteract the terrible poison of repeated birth and death, austere, intelligent, pure-hearted men should always chant the mantra Namo Narayanaya. Raising my arms, I loudly declare this. Text 143. It is also said, O sons and disciples, raising my arms, I will declare to you the truth, no mantra is better than the 8-syllable mantra. Text 144. In the Garuda Purana it is said, standing, sitting, or reclining, wherever one is, one should take shelter of the mantra Namo Narayanaya. Text 145. The glory of the regal Enrasarnha mantra in the meter Anastubha. In the Enrasarnhatapani Upanishad it is said, the demigods approached Lord Brahma and said, please describe to us the result of chanting the regal Enrasatana mantra in the meter Anastubha. Lord Brahma replied, one who regularly chants the regal Enrasatha mantra in the meter Anastubha becomes pure like the demigods. He becomes pure like fire. He becomes pure like the wind. He becomes pure like the sun. He becomes pure like the moon. He becomes pure like the truth. He becomes pure like Brahma. He becomes pure like Vinu. He becomes pure like Siva. He becomes purified of all sins. Text 146. At the end of the Enrasiddhyatapani Upanishad it is said, one Brahmana is equal to 100 non-Brahmanas. One Brahmana householder is equal to 100 other Brahmanas. One Vanaprastha is equal to 100 householders. One Sanny4Si is equal to 100 Vanaprasthas. One chanter of Siva mantras is equal to 100 Sannyasis. One teacher of the Atharvangarasa Eka is equal to 100 chanters of Siva mantras. One teacher of the regal Enrasarnha mantra is equal to 100 teachers of the Atharvangarasika. A teacher of the regal Enrasarnha mantra goes to a realm where there are no sufferings, where the sun does not shine, where the wind does not blow, where the moon and the stars do not shine, where fire does not burn, where death cannot enter, where there are no faults, where there is eternal bliss, eternal peace, and eternal auspiciousness, a place worshipped by Brahma and the demigods, a place meditated on by the yogis, a place where the yogi go and never return, a place glorified in the RG Veda. With the words, just as the sun's rays in the sky are extended to the mundane vision, so in the same way the wise and limbed devotees always see the supreme abode of Lord Vishnu. Because those highly praiseworthy and spiritually awake Brahmanas are able to see the spiritual world, they are also able to reveal the supreme abode of Lord Vishnu. Asterisk. Text 147. The glories of the Sri Rama mantra. In the Agastya Samhita it is said, of all mantras the mantras glorifying Lord Vishnu are said to be the best. Vishnu mantras fulfill desires better than the mantras glorifying Ganesha, Siva, Durga, or Surya. Text 148. Of all Vishnu mantras the Rama mantra gives the best results. It gives results many millions of times better than the mantras of Ganesha and the other demigods. Text 149. O King of Brahmanas, without initiation, without paraskarana, and without nyasa, simply by chanting the Rama mantra one attains perfection. Text 150. The six-syllable Rama mantra quickly fulfills all desires. The six-syllable Rama mantra destroys a flood of sins. Texts 151 and 152. The Rama mantra is the king of mantras. It is the best of all. As a flame quickly burns up a mountain of cotton swabs, so does the Rama mantra burn away the sins committed in all one's days, fortnights, months, seasons, and years. It burns away 1,000 murders of Brahmanas and a host of sins committed consciously or unconsciously. Text 153. By chanting the Rama mantra the sins of stealing gold, drinking liquor, committing adultery with the spiritual master's wife, and many thousands of millions of other sins are all destroyed. Text 154. In the Ramatapani Upanishad it is said, a Brahmana who regularly chants the Rama mantra crosses beyond sin. He crosses beyond death. He crosses beyond the sin of performing an abortion. He crosses beyond the sins of mass murder and genocide. He crosses beyond the world of repeated birth and death. He crosses beyond all that is inauspicious. He becomes liberated. Text 155. The glories of the Gopala mantra. The mantra of Lord Krishna, who is the original Supreme Personality of Godhead, the seed of all incarnations, is the most powerful. Text 156. In the Gautamiya Tantra it is said, of all mantras the Vishnu mantras are said to be the best. Of these the Krishna mantras, which are the abode of happiness and liberation, are the best of all. Text 157. Whatever the mantra and whoever the deity, the mantra and its deity are said to be non-different. Text 158. Lord Krishna is the original Supreme Personality of Godhead, and his form is eternal and full of knowledge and bliss. Simply by remembering him, one attains both material happiness and liberation. Text 159. In his original form he enjoys pastimes as a cowherd boy. The mantras glorifying him are the best of mantras. Among them the 18-syllable mantra is especially to be noted. Text 160, a. The glories of the 15-syllable mantra in Sri Gopalatani Upanishad, 1.2, the 18-syllable mantra is described in the following words, Orn. Some sages said to the demigod Brahma, who is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Whom does death fear? By knowing whom does everything else become known? Who created this world? Text 160, b. Brahma replied to them, Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Death fears Govinda. By understanding Gopi Hanane Vallabha everything becomes known. By pronouncing the word Svaha the Personality of Godhead created the world. Text 160, c. They then said, who is Krishna? Who is Govinda? Who is Gopi Hanane Vallabha? What is Svaha? Text 160, d. To them Brahma said, Krishna means he who delivers from sin, Govinda means he who is famous on the earth, in the Vedas, and among the Surabhi cows, Gopi Hanane Vallabha means he who enchants the gopis, and Svaha means the potency of the Supreme. All these names refer to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 160, e. One who meditates on this Supreme Personality of Godhead, glorifies him, and worships him, becomes liberated. he becomes liberated. Text 160, f. They said, what is his form? What is his glorification? How does one worship him? Please describe this to us. Text 160, g. Brahma said, he appears like a cowherd boy. His complexion is like a monsoon cloud. Text 161, a. Sri Gopaladapani Upanishad, 1.14-16, continues, devotional service to Lord Krishna is performed when the heart no longer desires any material benefit to be obtained in this life or the next. This is freedom from the bonds of karma. Text 161, b. Many Brahmanas worship Krishna. Many worship eternal Govinda. Gopi Hanavalabha maintains the worlds. Powerful Svaha moves the universe. Text 162. Although originally one, air becomes the 5 life airs in the bodies of all living entities. In the same way, for the benefit of the world Lord Krishna appears as these 5 words. Text 163. The method of worship is then described in the following words of Sri Gopaladapani Upanishad, 1.20-25. Lord Krishna is the worshipable, all-pervading supreme controller, and although he is one, he manifests in many forms. They who are intelligent worship him as he stands on his altar. They, and not others, attain eternal happiness. Text 164. The Brahmanas, who worship, as he stands on his altar, the one greatest among the eternals and greatest among conscious persons, the one who fulfills the desires of the many, they, and not others, attain eternal perfection. Text 165. To they who always diligently worship Lord Vinu's transcendental form, the Lord, in his original form as a cowherd boy, shows his lotus feet. Text 166. It was Krishna who in the beginning instructed Brahma in Vedic knowledge and who disseminated Vedic knowledge in the past. They who desire liberation surrender to him, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who grants transcendental knowledge to his devotees. Text 167. To they who chant the 5-word mantra with Ori and Govinda, or Krishnaya Govindaya Gopi Hanavalabhaya Svaha, the Lord reveals his own form. Therefore, to attain transcendental peace, they who desire liberation should regularly chant this mantra. Text 168. From this 5-word mantra have come all other Govinda mantras in human society, including the 10-syllable Govinda mantra chanted by Indra's followers and by they who desire opulences. Text 169, a. Sri Gopaladapani Upanishad, 1.27-30, continues, Brahma said, I continually glorified the Lord and meditated upon him for millions of years, and at last I was able to understand the transcendental form of the Lord as Sri Krishna, in the dress of a cowherd boy. With devotion in my heart I bowed down before him. He gave me the 18-syllable mantra to be used for the activity of creation, and then he disappeared. Text 169, b. When I desired to create the universe he again appeared before me, showing me in these syllables the universe that was to be. Text 169, c. From the letter K, I created water, from the letter I, earth, from the letter I, fire, from the letter Th, the moon, and from the entire word Klin, the sun. From the word Krishnaya, I created ether, from Govindaya, air, from Gopi Hanavalabhaya, knowledge, and the Surabhi cows, and from Svaha, men, women, and everything else. Everything else. Text 170. In the Gautamiya Tantra it is said, the head of the Vedas said, from the world Klur he created the universe. From the letter I, earth was born. From the letter K, water was born. Text 171, a. From the letter I, fire was born. From the sound of these letters together, air was born. From the letter Th, the sky was born. In this way the material elements were born from this mantra. Text 171, b. From the syllable Sva, the knower of the field of activities is manifested. From the syllable Ha, spiritual knowledge is manifested. When these syllables meet in the mouth they become the word Svaha. It is with this word that the material universe is destroyed. Text 172 in the Gopalatapan Upanishad, 1.31-33, it is said, by worshipping Lord Krishna, Siva became free from illusion, and by chanting this mantra in a solitary place, attained the Lord. He attained the Lord's transcendental abode, which is like a sun in the sky, thy Lord's abode on which the demigods gaze. Texts 173 and 174 in the Gopalatapani Upanishad, 1.35-38, it is also said, about this are the following verses, one shall chant this mantra, of which from the first word the element earth came, from the second word water, from the third fire, from the fourth air, and from the fifth ether. By chanting this mantra Lord Siva entered Lord Vishnu's eternal spiritual abode. Text 175 that spiritual world, completely pure, uncontaminated, free from suffering, free from greed and all other vices, and identical with this five-word mantra, is manifested from Lord Vasudeva. It is not separate from him. Text 176 with eloquent prayers I and the Maruts please Lord Govinda, whose form is eternal and full of knowledge and bliss, who stays under a desire tree in Vrindavana, and who is this five-word mantra. Text 177 in the Gopalatapan Upanishad, 1.52-53, it is also said, one who chants this five-word mantra easily attains the transcendental abode of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Although fixed in his abode, the personality of Godhead is swifter than the mind and can overcome all others running. Even the powerful demigods cannot approach him. Text 178 Therefore, Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. One should meditate upon him, glorify him, serve him, and worship him. Oritat Saturday. Text 179 in the Trailokya Samahanatantra Lord Siva, speaking to Goddess Durga, glorifies the 18-syllable mantra in the following words, Lord Krishna is the master of the universes and the master of religion, economic development, sense gratification, and liberation. From him many thousands of very glorious incarnations of Godhead have come. Text 180 in all these incarnations, the Lord's childhood pastimes, where he performs many superhuman activities, is very rarely seen. Text 181 Lord Krishna has the power to curse or to show mercy. He created all that is. Now one will tell you his mantra with all its parts, a mantra that has no superior. Text 182 Simply by knowing this mantra one attains all knowledge. By knowing this mantra a person who desires a son attains asan, and a person who desires wealth attains wealth. Text 183 One becomes learned in all scriptures. Of this there is no doubt. One brings the three worlds under his control. One makes the universe tremble in fear of him. Text 184 One fools everyone. One kills all his enemies. One who desires liberation attains liberation. What more need be said? Text 185 As Sintamani is the best of jewels, Kamadhanu is the best of cows, a chaste and saintly woman is the best of women, a Brahmana is the best of men, and the Ganga is the best of rivers, so this mantra is the best of mantras. Text 186. As the Vaisnavasastras are the best of scriptures, and as eloquent words are the best of words, so this mantra is the best of mantras. Text 187 Lord Siva further said, that is why, O goddess, I chant this mantra every day. In this world of moving and unmoving beings there is nothing else like this mantra. Text 188 in the Sri Sanat Kumarakalpa it is said, 33 different mantras glorify Lord Gopala. Now please hear the mantra that is the king of them all. Text 189 This best of mantras in very clearly described in the Samohana Tantra. O best of sages, please protect this mantra very carefully. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami The best of sages here is Narada Muni. Text 190 With this king of mantras Purandara attained the post of Indra. Lord Vishnu gave him the post very easily. Text 191 Once Indra was cursed by Durvasa Muni. Tormented with many troubles, Indra chanted this mantra and again attained an auspicious condition of life. Text 192. What more need I say? Even without performing Paraskarana, simply by chanting the words of the mantra, one attains all that one desires. Text 193. I offer my respectful obeisances to Lord Sri Krishna Caitanya, the best of spiritual masters. By taking shelter of him even a materialist can become the best of devotees. Text 194. The qualifications: chaste and saintly women, and saintly-hearted Sudras are qualified to be initiated in the chanting of mantras from the Tantras. Text 195. In the Smrty Arthasara, as well as in the Padma Purana, Vaisakha Mahatmya, in a conversation of Sri Narada and Sri Ambarisa it is said, following the path described in the Agamas, women and Siddhas may faithfully worship Lord Vishnu and meditate on him as the Lord in the heart. Text 196. Following the path of the Agamas, which themselves follow the path of the Vedas, women and Sadras may worship the Supreme Lord by chanting his holy names. Text 197. Women who desire the welfare of their husbands are also entitled to worship Lord Vishnu. That is the conclusion of the eternal Vedas. Text 198. In the Agastya Samhita, in relation to the regal Rama mantra, it is said, religious and pure Siddhas, who are servants of the Brahmanas, as well as chaste women, those born in Pratiloma and Anuloma families, and everyone else, down even to the Kandalas, are qualified to worship Lord Vishnu in this way. Texts 199 and 200. In giving the mantra and performing siddhasadhyaya and other rituals, the spiritual master should consider whether the disciple is from his family or another family, is young or old, or is man, woman, or eunuch. The spiritual master should also consider where the stars are in the razi, whether it is time of wakefulness or sleep, and whether the disciple is wealthy or in debt. Text 201. The purification of the siddhasadhyaya in the Saradatilaka it is said, 5 lines, one after another, should be drawn in the east, west, south, and north. In this way a 4-sided figure should be made. Text 202. Then, on the 1st, 3rd, 11th, 9th, 2nd, 4th, 12th, 10th, 6th, 8th, 16th, 14th, 5th, 7th, 15th, 3rd, and 1st parts of the 4-sided figure, the intelligent spiritual master should write the letters of the alphabet, one after another. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. In the 1st part he should write the Sanskrit letter A, in the 3rd part the letter I, in the 11th I, and so forth. Completing the vowels, he should continue with the consonants, beginning in the 1st place with the letter K. Text 203. Seeing the birth star, he should write the letters of the mantra. With 4 lines there is a 4-sided figure. Text 204. Then, to the left of the letters of the birth star, one after the other, the wise one should know Siddha, Sadhya, Susiddha, and Ari. Text 205. Siddha is that in time one attains perfection. Sadhya is attained by japa and yajna. Susiddha is simply by accepting. Ari is cutting at the root. Text 206. Siddha is said. Then Siddha Sadhaka is twice. Siddha Susiddha is from saying half. Siddhari ends bondage. Text 207. Sadhya Siddha is twice. Sadhya is without artha. Tatsu Siddha is 3 times. Sadhyari destroys the gotra. Text 208. Siddha Susiddha is from chanting half. Tat Sadhya is more. Tat Susiddha is from accepting. Susiddhari destroys the gotra. Text 209. Ari Siddha kills sons. Ari Sadhya kills daughters. Tat Susiddha kills the wife. Tat Ari kills the means. Text 210. In the Tantra is given the following exception to this mantra: he should not purify the Siddha and other mantras when they begin with Om, come from the Vedas, or glorify Nrsimha, Surya, or Varaha. Text 211. He should not purify the Siddha and other mantras when they are obtained in a dream, given by a woman, are mala mantras, have 3 letters, or have 1 letter. Text 212. Fearing that I may insert many unnecessary details, I will not quote here from other agamas the description of one's own family or another's. Text 213 in the mantras of all-powerful, all-glorious, and all-opulent Lord Gopaladeva, mantras that contain his potencies, this process of purification is not to be considered. Text 214 in the Krimadipika it is said, the Gopala mantra immediately gives the desired results to everyone, to all varnas and ashramas, to women, and to everyone born under every birth star. Text 215 in the Trailokya Samahana Tantra, Lord Shiva describes the 18-syllable mantra, O beloved, in the 18-syllable mantra there is no consideration of the fault of Satrava. Nor is there consideration of the birth star of the chanter or whether he is wealthy or a debtor. Text 216 sometimes the pronunciation of this mantra may be broken, sometimes stopped, sometimes contaminated, sometimes stuttered, sometimes impaled, and sometimes wrongly done. Still, these faults do not touch this mantra. For this reason this is the best mantra in the three worlds. Text 217 in the Gautamiya Tantra it is said in a general way, now I will tell you of the Krishna mantras, which give benefits seen and not seen. Learning of these mantras, the great sages easily attained liberation. Text 218 householders, vanaprasthas, sannyasas, brahmacharis, women, sidras, and all others are qualified to chant these mantras. Text 219 in chanting the Krishna mantras there is no consideration of the problems beginning with Arisutta, nor is there consideration of the problems beginning with friends and enemies, nor is a great effort required to chant this mantra, nor need one become exhausted by chanting. Text 220 the Krishna mantras are a great fire that burns up a great heap of the cotton of ignorance. In chanting them there is no consideration of siddha, sadhya, susiddha, Ari, or other problems. Text 221 of all Siddha mantras, the Krishna mantras are the best. By chanting them Brahma became the first of the demigods, Indra attained a demigod kingdom, the demigods attained Svargaloka, and Brahaspati became a master of words. Texts 22 and 223 at the end, the Gautamiya Tantra explains, O sage, who on this earth, does not become perfect by worshipping Lord Krishna with devotion? By attaining Lord Krishna's mercy, all living entities, from the demigod Brahma down to the insects, become the abodes of all good fortune. They become free of all fears. O kings of the sages, in this way I have told you a small part of the glories of this mantra. Text 224 the glories of the Krishna mantras are numberless like the stars in the sky or the grains of sand by the ocean's shore. By understanding these mantras one attains the four kinds of liberation. Text 225 itis other mantras that have problems. That is why for them the tantras prescribe 10 kinds of purification. Text 226 purification of mantras in the Saradatilaka it is said, the 10 purificatory rituals for mantras are, 1 Janana, 2 Jivana, 3 Tadana, 4 Radhana, 5 Abhiska, 6 Vimalakarana, 7 Apyayana, 8 Tarpana, 9 Dipana, and 10 Gupti. Text 227 when the mantra is brought from the midst of a marika, it is called Janana. When an intelligent person chants the letters of the mantra with the sacred syllable Om, the learned scholars of mantras and tantras call it Jivana. Texts 228 to 233 when one writes the letters of the mantra and strikes it many times with sandal water and air, it is called Tadana. When one writes the letters of the mantra with Karavira flowers, that is called Radhana. When one writes the mantra with Asvatha leaves, that is Abhiska. When one 3 times meditates on the mantra as effulgent syllables, that is called Vimalakarana. When one meditates on the mantra as effulgent syllables, touches water and kusa grass, and chants the mantra many times, that is called Apyayana. When one places the mantra in a water yantra, that is called Tarpana. Text 234 when one chants the mantra with the syllables of Tara, Maya, and Rama, that is called Dipana. When one secretly chants the mantra that is called Gupti. Text 235 because the Krisaya mantras are so powerful they should not be purified in this way. Thus, in a general way, the purification of mantras has been described. 8th Vilasa Text 1 Arikatanya Prabham to Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu, Vand I bow down, Yatpadarayavir Yata by the power of taking shelter of whose feet, Sangranadi collects, a Karavratad from the oceans, Ratika wretched person, Ramavali Imam jewels. I bow down before Sri Caitanya Mahaprabhu. By the power of the shelter of his lotus feet this fallen person collects many jewels from the ocean of the scriptures. Text 2 Offering incense. One should place the incense below and offer it with a mudra as one rings the bell with his left hand and chants the Lord's glories. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. One should offer the incense with the mantra, Esa Dapo Nama, here is some incense I offer my obeisances to you. One should place the incense on the ground before the Lord and raise it to the Lord's navel. In the same way one should offer a fragrant and unbroken flower and chant the mantra Gantath Ca Svaha, Astrayafat. Text 3 In the Bhavar Ca Parasista it is said, at every arati one should wave incense before Lord Vinu's form and chant his holy names. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. One should wave the incense so the fragrance is spread everywhere. Text 4 One should chant Jaya mantras, glorify the Lord's mercy, and recite auspicious prayers glorifying the Lord Hoy the seed of all universes. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. The liberation of Putand is the first of many examples of the Lord's mercy. The prayers here are the prayers of Lord Brahma and other great souls. Text 5 In another place it is said, after worshipping the incense dish with the left forefinger, one should offer the incense to Lord Hari as one rings the bell and chants Jaya mantras. Text 6 A mantra for offering incense. Please accept this very fragrant incense made from the nectar of trees, incense that all the demigods like to smell. Text 7 Kinds of incense. In the Vamana Purana it is said, Ruika, Kana, Daru, Sileka, Aguru, Siddha, Sanka, and Jaitifala are kinds of incense that are liked by Lord Hari, the master of the goddess of fortune. Text 8 In the Malagama it is said, Gugula, Aguru, Sura, Siddha, Ajya, Madhu, and Sandal are excellent incense placed on heated coals. Text 9 In the Vinudharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, O King of the Danavas, they who know the truths of religion should offer sweet incense to Lord Vasudeva, the master of the universe. Text 10 Kinds of incense that are forbidden. One should not make incense from animal products. Text 11 An exception to this except for musk, one should not make incense from animal products. Text 12 In the Kalika Purana it is said, one should never offer to Lord Krishna incense made from the sala tree. Text 13 In the Agni Purana it is said, an intelligent person should not offer to Lord Krishna's transcendental limbs incense made from salaki, grass, or salkaraza. Texts 14 and 15 The glories of offering incense. In the Nrasitunha Purana, in a conversation of Sri Markandeya and Sri Satanika, it is said, O King of Kings, a devotee who offers Manasagagula incense, made with ghee and sugar, to Lord Nrasitha, makes all the directions fragrant. He becomes free of all sins. Accompanied by a host of apsaras, he flies in a splendid airplane to Vayuloka. He is praised in Visnyaloka. Text 16 In the Skanda Purana it is said, in Kali Yuga they who offer Krishna Guru incense to Lord Krishna attain spiritual forms like Lord Krishna's. Text 17 A person who offers Gagula incense with ghee to Lord Krishna goes to the Lord's eternally auspicious abode. Text 18 A person who with devotion regularly offers to Lord Krishna Guru incense, mixed with camphor and splendid sandal, delivers 100 generations of his relatives. Text 19 In the Vinudharma Purana, in the third, or Uttarakanda, it is said, offering incense to the Lord fulfills all desires. A person who offers to Ruskaka incense to the Lord attains the result of performing an agnistikamajjhya. Text 20 A person who offers incense to the Lord attains all desires. A person who offers fragrant incense to the Lord attains the result of a gozavayahya. Text 21 A person who offers camphor to the Lord attains the result of an agvamthayahya. A person who in the spring offers Gagula incense to the Lord attains the result of an agnistikamajjhya. Text 22. A person who in the summer offers sandal paste to the Lord attains the result of Arajastya. A person who in the monsoon season offers Turuska incense to the Lord becomes exalted. Text 23. A person who in the autumn offers camphor to the Lord attains the result of Arajastya. Text 24. A person who in the first part of winter offers musk to the Lord attains the result of an asvamdhaya. A person who in the second part of winter offers a guru incense to the Lord attains the result of all yajvas. Text 25. A person who offers incense to the Lord attains prosperity in this world and at the end attains the spiritual abode. A person who offers incense to the Lord is always exalted. A person who offers incense to the Lord is always exalted. Text 26. In the Prahlada Samhita it is said, are giving 10,000 cows in charity. Text 27. A devotee should make the Lord's temple pleasant with the scent of incense. Thus, with devotion, he may smell the incense that has been offered to the Lord. Text 28. In the Brahma Purana, Gautama Muni posed the following question to King Ambarisa, O king, why do you devotedly smell the remnants of incense offered to the Lord? Why do you offer arati to Lord Vishnu and then bow your head before him? Text 29. The glories of making the Lord's temple fragrant with incense. A devotee who makes the Lord's temple fragrant with Krishna Guru incense is rescued from the ocean of hellish life. Text 30. The glories of smelling the remnants of incense offered to the Lord. In the Padma Purana, in a conversation of Sri Gautama and Sri Ambarisa, it is said, by one smelling the remnants of incense offered to the Lord, a person attains the purity of hundreds and millions of pilgrimages. Text 31. A person whose body is scented with the remnants of incense offered to Lord Krishna need have no fears on earth, in Devaloka or in Rasatala-loka. Text 32. A person whose body is always fragrant with the remnants of incense offered to the Lord never meets with any troubles or any calamities. Text 33. A person who smells the remnants of incense offered to Lord Vishnu, whose deeds are all filled with wonder, is never unhappy or afraid. He never suffers from anxiety or diseases. Text 34. A person who has honored the incense offered to Lord Krishna or the water that has washed his feet need never fear cruel persons or thieves. Text 35. In the Hari Bhakti Sudhodaya it is said, by smelling the remnants of incense offered to Lord Hari, they who are bitten by the serpent of repeated birth and death can become from that serpent's poison of karmic reactions. Text 36. They who do not directly offer incense to the Lord, but only watch the offering, attain the result of offering it directly. Text 37. Offering a lamp. Ringing the bell as before, one should with a mudra offer a lamp to the Lord, beginning with his lotus feet and going up to his lotus eyes. Text 38. A mantra for offering a lamp. In the Gautamiya Tantra it is said, please accept this brilliant lamp, which removes all darkness, both within and without. Text 39. The lamp. As far as one is able, one should offer a lamp burning with ghee or with camphor. If one cannot obtain ghee, one should offer a lamp of scented oil. Text 40. In the Narada Kalpa it is said, with faith one should offer to Lord Hari and all his associates incense of gugula and ghee, and a lamp burning with ghee. Text 41. In the Bhavijya Purana, Uttarakanda it is said, O king, one should offer to Lord Hari a lamp burning with ghee or with oil. Text 42. In the Mahabharata it is said, best is a lamp burning with ghee. Second best is a lamp burning with oil. Text 43. Lamps that are forbidden. In the Bhavijya Purana, Uttarakanda it is said, one should never offer to Lord Hari a lamp burning with animal fat or other forbidden things. Text 44. In the Mahabharata it is said, a person who desires happiness and prosperity should never offer to Lord Hari a lamp burning with animal fat. Text 45. In the Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda, Third Kanda, it is said, one should take care to avoid offering a lamp that is blue or red. Text 46. In the Kalika Purana it is said, O Bhairava, one should make a lamp out of metal or other suitable materials. One may place a lamp in a tea, but one should never place a lamp on the ground. Text 47. The glories of offering a lamp. In the Skanda Purana, in a conversation of Brahma and Narada, it is said, a person who offers a camphor lamp to Lord Krishna, the master of the demigods, attains the result of offering an Asvamadhyaya. he delivers everyone in his family. Text 48. In another passage of the Skanda Purana it is said, O protector of the earth, a person who offers a lamp to Lord Krishna is saved from hell. He attains an effulgent spiritual form. Text 49. In the Varaha Purana it is said, O beautiful goddess, a person who offers me a lamp with love and devotion will spend 7 births immune to the danger of becoming blind. Text 50. A person who faithfully offers me a lamp enters the effulgent spiritual worlds. Text 51. In the Hari Bhakti Sudhodaya it is said, when offered to the effulgent Supreme Person, a lamp enlightens the giver and removes all his sins. Text 52. In the Nrsimha Purana it is said, please hear the pious result attained by a person who properly and with devotion offers to Lord Vishnu a lamp burning either with ghee or oil. Text 53. Free of all sins, he becomes glorious like 1,000 suns. Traveling in a splendid airplane, he goes to Visnuyaloka, where he is honored. Text 54. In the Prahlada Samhita it is said, O son of a demon, by offering to Lord Hari a lamp bumming with tulasi wood, a person attains the pious result of offering 100 million lamps. Text 55. After offering a lamp, a Vaisnava should bow his head with devotion. By seeing someone offer incense to the Lord, others attain the same result as he who did the offering. Text 56. Some Vaisnavas meditate on offer a lamp to the Lord. In their meditation they offer an elaborate arati to the Lord. Text 57. In the Ramarkana Kandrika, in the description of offering a lamp after the offering of incense is completed, it is said, one should worship Lord Ramakandra by offering arati to him. In that arati one should offer each article an odd number of times. Text 58. One should say, obeisances to the master of the lamps. Thus worshipping the Lord with offerings of flowers, incense, and music, in meditation one should offer arati to the Lord. Text 59. After this one should bow down, extending both hands. This ceremony is called arati, where offerings are made a plural, odd number of times. Text 60. Now will be written the glory of offering a lamp in the temple of the Supreme Lord. This is different from the offering of a lamp during the month of Kartika. Text 61. The glory of offering a lamp in the Lord's temple. In the Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda, Part 1, it is said, when a person makes a great tree of lamps that makes the temple of Lord Krishna gloriously shine like the sun planet itself, that is a very great offering. There never was, nor will there ever be an offering better than that. Text 62. They who offer a row of lamps in Lord Krishna's temple go to Svargaloka where they are splendid like the moon. Text 63. A person who, filling Lord Krishna's temple with lamps, makes it seem like a rooftop apartment in the moonlight, himself shines like a King Indra in this world. Text 64. O descendant of Yadu, a person who makes a lamp shine in the Lord's temple himself shines forever in the spiritual sky. Text 65. The eyes of they who see the Lord's temple lit with lamps become glorious and perfect. The eyes of they who light a lamp in the Lord's temple become glorious and perfect. Text 66. Please hear the pious result attained by a person who on every Ekadasi and Dvadasi offers a lamp to Lord Krishna. Text 67. Such a person leaves this world in a celestial airplane shining with lamps of gold, jewels, and pearls. Text 68. A person who offers to the Lord a lamp burning with scented oil and with a wick made from lotus fiber, becomes fortunate, handsome, and free from disease. Text 69. Even when offered to other deities the gift of a lamp is very pious. What can be said, then, of the piety attained when a lamp is offered to Lord Vasudeva, the Supreme Personality of Godhead? Text 70. In the Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda, Part 3, it is said, as the flame in a lamp reaches up, so a person who offers a lamp to the Lord travels up to the spiritual world. Text 71. When he offers a lamp in the Lord's temple, a person earns 1,000 years in Devaloka for each second a lamp burns. Text 72. In the Narada Purana, Yahyayadvaha, in the course of describing his previous birth, tells Vaitihatra, O best of Brahmanas, even though did it only to help my lust, when lit that lamp in the Lord's temple, all my sins became destroyed. Text 73. In the Vinodharma Purana it is said, If one offers a lamp that is somehow is placed in one's hand in the Lord's temple, that act bears a great result. A person who will not offer a lamp to the Lord is destined to go to hell. Text 74 in the Narada Purana, Sri Rukmangada tells Sri Mahini, O beautiful one, by giving great wealth in charity one only troubles his heart, but by giving a lamp to the Lord one quickly goes to Devaloka. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. The word Devaloka here may mean either Svargaloka or Vaikunthaloka. Text 75 O beautiful one, if one cannot personally offer a lamp to the Lord, then he should devotedly light the lamp that someone else offers. That action is better than giving everything in charity. Text 76 Now will be written a description of the glory of regularly, at a specific time, offering with devotion a great lamp in the Lord's temple. Text 77 to 79 The glories of offering a great lamp in the Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda, Part 1, it is said, O king, by offering an oil lamp to the Lord on his right side, during the Krishna Paksha Dvadasi, the Amavasya, or specifically the Krishna Paksha Dvadasi and Amavasya of the month of Asvina, one attains a great result. Text 80 Fasting and controlling the senses one should offer to the Lord a lamp burning with palastaka oil. Texts 81 to 83 O noble-hearted one, a person who once offers the Lord a great lamp burning with 2 wicks enjoys for a very long time on Svargaloka, and when he is again born on the earth he becomes a wealthy man. In his country, province, city, and family he is splendid and glorious like a brilliant lamp. O tiger of kings, in battle, or in a quarrel he is brilliant and glorious. Text 84 A person who offers a lamp of 1 wick to Lord becomes famous in this world as a person possessing all the virtues of the great souls. Text 85 O sinless one, he attains everything good that exists in the world of men. In Svargaloka he attains all enjoyments. Text 86 Even one who offers an ordinary lamp to the Lord attains a great result. What, then, can be said of one who offers a great lamp? Text 87 One should not offer a lamp with a wick made from cloth that is red, dirty, or otherwise defective. One should not make a lamp wick from red cotton cloth, or from cloth that is dirty, torn, or has already been used for other things. Text 88 A person who desires auspiciousness should never remove, extinguish, or trouble any lamps that he or anyone else has offered to Lord Hari. Text 89 The fault of extinguishing lamps in the Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda, Part 1, it is said, a person who knows the truth of the laws of karma should never remove a lamp as it burns before Lord Hari. Such a lamp should never be extinguished or troubled. Text 90 A person who troubles such a lamp contracts a disease in his eyes. A person who removes such a lamp while it still burns becomes blind. A person who extinguishes such a lamp becomes one-eyed. Text 91 In the Vinodharma Purana Sri Yamaraja tells the residents of hell, filled with youthful folly, you removed from Lord Govinda's temple a still burning lamp. Text 92 That is why, tortured by hunger and thirst, and torn apart by freezing winds, you are now suffering in this terrible hell. Text 93 In the Vinodharma Purana Sri Pulastya Muni explains, O best of Brahmanas, that is why one should offer lamps in the temple of Lord Vinu. While the lamp's oil has not yet burned away one should not trouble them. Text 94 A person who extinguishes a lamp as it burns before Lord Krishna becomes blind and dumb, and when he dies he burns in a hell he cannot escape. Text 95 One should not place a lamp on the ground in the Kalika Purana. It is said, O Bhairava, one may place a lamp on a tree, but never on the ground. Text 96 Offering food after offering a flower, a sitting place, water for washing the feet, and ekamana water, one should offer to Lord Krishna appropriate food in many plates and cups. Text 97 How to offer food One should chant the mantra Astraya Fat, sprinkle water before the offering of food, show the Kakramadra, chant the mantra Yarn, and also sprinkle water. Text 98 In this way the faults of the offering wither away. Then one should place the syllable Rari in the right palm and on the back. Text 99 By the fire of that syllable the faults of the offering are dried away. Then, meditating with the mind, one should place the syllable Dharn in the left palm. Text 100. Then one should place the right palm on the back of the left hand. In this way one sprinkles nectar on the offering. Text 101. Then by chanting the Mala mantra one should meditate on sprinkling nectar on the offering. Then one should touch the offering and chant the Mala mantra 8 times. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. One should touch the offering with the right hand. Text 102. After transforming the offering into nectar with the Dhanumudra, water, and other things, one should worship Lord Krishna, take a handful of flowers. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. In the phrase water, and other things, the other things are a cup of water with fragrant flowers. One should worship Lord Krishna with the mantra Krishnaya Nama. Text 103. Offer prayers to Lord Krishna, meditate on splendor emanating from the Lord's mouth, offer the dish of food, touching the dish with the left hand. Text 104. With the right hand take water with fragrant flowers, recite the Mala mantra that ends with the word Svaha, and then let the water fall to the ground. Text 105. Then with both hands one should pick up the offering of food mixed with tulasi leaves and offer it to the Lord with the proper mantra. Text 106. The mantra for offering food. I offer this to you, O Lord Hari, please accept this offering. Text 107. Reciting the mantra, you are sprinkling nectar. Svaha, one should offer a handful of water with the left hand showing the Grasa Mudra, which is like a blossoming lotus flower. Text 108. Then with the right hand one should show the Prana Mudra and other mudras. Then one should chant mantras with various names, mantras with Ath in the beginning, and with Svat at the end. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. The 5 mudras beginning with Prama Mudra are described in the following words of Krimadipika. In the first mudra the little finger and the ring finger touch the thumb. In the second mudra the thumb touches the middle finger and the forefinger. In the third mudra the thumb touches the middle finger and the ring finger. In the fourth mudra the thumb touches the ring finger and the forefinger. In the fifth mudra the little finger touches the ring finger and the forefinger. These are the mudras beginning with the Prana Mudra. The corresponding mantras begin with Orn Pranaya Svaha. The other mantras are, Orn Apanaya Svaha, Ori Vayanaya Svaha, Orn Udinaya Svaha, and Ath Samanaya Svaha. Text 109. Touching the thumbs of both hands with the ring fingers of both hands, one should show the Nivdaya Mudra. Then one should chant the Nivdaya mantra. Text 110. This mantra is given in the Krimadipika. The mantra here is, Thou Nama Paraya Avatmain Niradaya Nivdayath Kal Payami, obeisances to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who cannot be thwarted from anything he wishes to do. I offer this to him. Text 111. In a secluded place they chant the Avesta mantra as the Nivdaya mantra. Then they show the Grasa Mudra. Text 112. They do not meditate on splendor emerging from Lord Krishna's mouth. In this way, with graceful actions, they happily feed Lord Krishna. Text 113. In another scripture it is said, O Lord, please enjoy this delicious cooked rice, this sweet rice placed in the cooling moonlight, these cakes, soups, foods to be licked, drunk, and sucked, nectar fruits, very delicious foods cooked in ghee, foods pleasing to the eye, foods delicious with ghee and black pepper, and vegetables delicious like nectar. Text 114. In the Garuda Purana it is said, with great devotion an wise person should offer food to Lord Krishna. He should offer Lord Krishna a seat, a lamp, and a roti. There should be Jaya mantras and the sounding of bells and other musical instruments. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. The word wise here means a person who is learned and whose activities are saintly. Text 115. The plates on which food may be offered in the Skanda Purana, in a conversation of Brahma and Narada, it is said, Now I will tell you of the plates on which food may be offered to Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Plates of gold, silver, copper, bell metal, clay, palasa leaf, and lotus leaf are Lord Krishna's favorites. Text 116. In the Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda it is said, a person who gives to the Lord a gift of many plates will not go to hell. Text 117. Measurements of the plates in the Devi Purana it is said, A large plate should be 36 fingers, a middle-sized plate 1/3 smaller, 24 fingers, and a small plate 12 fingers. One should not make a plate smaller than 8 fingers. Text 118 Foods that should be offered in Srimad Bhagavatam, 11.2734, Lord Krishna says, within his means, the devotee should arrange to offer me sugar candy, sweet rice, ghee, saskolai, rice flour cakes, appa, various sweet cakes, modaka, steamed rice flour dumplings filled with sweet coconut and sugar, samayava, wheat cakes made with ghee and milk and covered with sugar and spices, yogurt, vegetable soups, and other palatable foods. Text 119 Lord Krishna also says, a person who offers to me whatever is most precious in the world, or whatever is most dear to his heart, attains in return a benefit that has no end. Text 120 In Srimad Bhagavatam, 8.1652, it is said, with great attention one must prepare an oblation of grains boiled in ghee and milk and must chant the Purasasikta mantra. The offerings of foods should be of varieties of tastes. In this way one should worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Asterisk. Text 121 In the Bodhayanusmriti it is said, one should offer to Lord Vishnu many kinds of delicious foods and drinks. In the absence of such variety one should at least offer sweet rice prepared with ghee. Text 122 In the Vamana Purana it is said, barley, wheat, rice, sesame, mudga beans, masa beans, and other foods like them, all cooked in ghee, are dear to Lord Krishna. Text 123 In the Garuda Purana it is said, at home one should prepare 4 kinds of pure foods, delicious like nectar, and with faith one should offer them to Lord Hari. Texts 124 to 126 In the Bhavijya Purana it is said, O king, with devotion one should properly offer to the Lord flowers, incense, lamps, and delicious foods, such as Kandaladu, Srivesta, Kesiru, Sevaladu, Svastika, Pulasika, Dugdavesta, Tilavesta, Kilatika, oranges and other ripe fruits, and many other kinds of delicious foods. Text 127 In the Varaha Purana Te Supreme Personality of Godhead says, O Goddess Madhavi, a person who with an offering of food pleases me is happy for many births. Text 128 With a mantra one should offer to me pure and delicious rice. One should not taste it before it is offered. Text 129 One should offer to me ingudi and bilva fruits, badara, amalaka, karjara, karabijia, coconut, pardsaka. Text 130 Allah, udambarika, plaxa fruits, pipala, kantakiya, tumbaru, prayadagu. Text 131 Marika, cernsapaka, balata, karamardaka, grapes, pomegranates, pindakarjara. Text 132 Savara, kalika, auspicious fruits, pandarika fruits, pannaga fruits. Text 133 Sami, kavara, great karjarika fruits, lotus fruits, vahidaka fruits. Text 134 Iya, karkotaka, tala fruits, kadamba, kalmuda, 2 kinds of sthalakaja fruits. Text 135 Pindai root, varganipa, mudda root, maisa root. Text 136 Karamardaka root, nilatpala root, puskara fruit, salyaka fruit. Text 137 These and many other roots and fruits may be offered to me. Text 138 One may also offer to me vegetables and herbs such as radish, nalisaka, kalayasaka, mustard. Text 139 Varasakasaka, kalambidasaka, ardrakasaka, palanikasaka. Text 140 Ambiladakasaka, kamarakasaka, sukamandalapatra, taru, vanika. Text 141 Karasaka, Madhukadambarasaka, and many hundreds and thousands of other vegetables and herbs. Text 142 O Madhavi, now I will speak about rice. O beautiful one, please listen carefully. Text 143 Different kinds of fragrant rice, such as Dharmarakta, Adharmarakta, Durgasukha, Mahayali, Varakunkuma Patrika. Text 144 Gramasala, Madriga, Risa, and Kusasala, as well as the 2 kinds of barley, may be offered to me. Text 145 O Conqueror of the worlds, sesame, wheat, Krishna, Kulateka, mudga beans, Mahamudga beans, and 8 kinds of mudga beans may be offered to me. Text 146 One may also offer to me many kinds of delicious condiments and spices. I accept these offerings from my dear devotees. Text 147 The Lord also says, one may offer to me milk products, like milk, yogurt, and ghee. Text 148 In the Skanda Purana, in a conversation of Brahma and Narada, it is said, one should offer to Lord Krishna foods cooked with rice, ghee, sugar, and barley, and also sweet rice. Text 149 In the absence of these things one may offer fruits. In the absence of fruits one may offer the edible parts of trees, grass, and other plants. Text 150 In the absence of plants one may offer water. In the absence of water one may meditate on offering foods to the Lord. Text 151 In the Skanda Purana, Sri Narada tells King Indra, they who offer Tulasi Saka to Lord Madhava live with their ancestors in Visnuyaloka until the end of the Kalpa. Text 152 What is forbidden to offer the Lord in the Haradasamriti it is said, one may not offer to the Lord what is inedible. One also may not offer goat milk, buffalo milk, fish, or the flesh of 5-clawed beasts or other beasts. Text 153 In the Dvaraka Mahamaya it is said, they who offer to the Lord the foods Nilextra or radish are not rescued from hell for hundreds and millions of kalpas. Text 154 In the Varaha Purana it is said, one should not offer buffalo ghee or goat ghee in Ayashvya. Text 155 The Lord himself says, one should not offer to me milk, yogurt, or ghee that have come from a buffalo. Text 156 In the Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda, Part 3, it is said, food into which a hare, an insect, or a worm has entered should not be offered to the Lord. Text 157 One should never offer to the Supreme Personality of Godhead food that has been touched by a rat's tail, food that is rejected by others, or food that has been sneezed on, nor should one ever offer Adambara, Kapitha, or Dantasatha. Text 158 What is inedible, for the purpose of offering to the Lord, in the Karma Purana it is said, one should avoid eggplant, plantain, safflower, asmantaka, onion, garlic, sour cereal, and the sap of trees. Text 159 A Brahmana who eats Griyajana, Kurnguka, Kukunda, Udambara, or Alavya falls down from his exalted position. Text 160 In the Vinu Purana it is said, O king, one should never eat Udradasara. Text 161 In the Skanda Purana it is said, Lord Krishna stays far away from anyone who eats eggplant. Text 162 In another scripture it is said, Lord Krishna stays far away from anyone who places eggplant, burned food, or maziara dal in his stomach. Text 163 It is also said, how can Ashamilas person who eats alavua, kalambika, and burned food, say the words, O worship Lord Hari? Text 164 In the Yamala it is said, only a person without genuine devotion for the Lord will offer him wine, meat, eggplant, or radish. Text 165 The glories of offering food to the Lord in the Skanda Purana it is said, by offering many delicious foods to Lord Krishna, a person makes his ancestors happy until the end of the Kalpa. Text 166 O king, by offering many delicious foods to Lord Krishna, a person attains all his desires until the end of the Kalpa. Text 16 and 168 In the Enrasarha Purana it is said, by offering to Lord Hari sweet rice with sugar and ghee, a person enjoys for 1 year with the Vaisnavas in Visnuyaloka for each grain of rice he offered. Text 169 In the Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, a person who offers food to Lord Hari goes to Svargaloka and becomes happy. By diligently offering food to the Lord, a person becomes very pious. He pleases the 3 worlds. Text 170. A person who offers to the Lord rice and kuddy goes to Svargaloka where, in the company of the Pitas, he enjoys imperishable food and drink. Text 171. A person who offers sweet rice to Lord Krishna attains eternal happiness, delivers his relatives, and goes to Visanyaloka. Text 172. By offering to the Lord rice and ghee one attains long life. By offering rice and yogurt one attains peerless wealth. Text 173. By offering rice and milk one attains long life. By offering sugar cane one attains great good fortune. Text 1/4. Such a person goes to Svargaloka and becomes wealthy with many jewels. By offering raw sugar to the Lord one attains the result of offering a yajna. Text 175. By offering molasses to the Lord one attains his desire. Text 176. By offering sugar cane juice to the Lord one attains great good fortune. By offering honey to the Lord one attains all his desires. Text 177. By offering cold honey to the Lord one attains the result of a Rajasthiya yajna. By offering barley to the Lord one attains the result of an Agnistikama yajna. By offering cakes to the Lord one attains the result of an Atiratriyajvya. Text 178. By offering dal to the Lord one attains his desire. By offering Gridapara candy to the Lord one attains a long life. Text 179. By offering Modaka candy to the Lord one attains his desires. Text 180. By offering many kinds of food to the Lord one attains Svargaloka. By offering delicious foods to the Lord one attains peerless happiness. Text 181. By offering to the Lord delicious drinks one attains good fortune. By offering foods that are sucked one attains power and glory. Text 182. By offering cool mesa and ulasika one attains the result of an Agni-adhana yajna. By offering krisara to the Lord one attains the result of an Agnistikama yajna. Text 183. A person who offers fried barley with honey and other fried grains and barley meal attains the result of an Agnistikama yajna. Text 184. A person who offers vegetables to the Lord attains the pious result of following the vow of Vanaprastha. A person who offers haritaka to the Lord also attains that same result. Text 185. A person who offers delicious spiced vegetables to the Lord becomes free of grief. Text 186. O Brahmanas, a person who offers to the Lord roots, herbs, lotus roots, and lotus seeds takes birth in a good family. Text 187. A person who offers to the Lord varika, cucumbers, and lotus fruits attains the auspicious result of following the Vanaprastha vow. Text 188. A person who with devotion offers to Lord Krishna, the master of the demigods, Karkandhu, Vadara, Paravita, Kala, Parusaka, Abhitra, Panasa, coconut. Text 189. Bhavya, Mocha, Coca, Karjira, pomegranate, mango, sruva, amlata, phalamana, priyalaka. Text 190. Jambu, bilva, amala, jaitya, vinataka, oranges, vijapara, vija, falguphala. Text 191. And other splendid fruits and roots. Text 192. Attains the result of many pious deeds. He goes to Svargaloka. A person who offers grapes to the Lord attains freedom from disease. Text 193. He attains sweet happiness. He attains great good fortune. A person who offers mangoes to Lord Krishna, the master of the demigods, attains the result of an Asvamadhyayasya. Text 194. It is also said, one should offer to the Supreme Personality of Godhead Mokaka, Panasa, Jambuletan, Kumhalifala, Prasanamalaka, Madhukadambara, and other excellent, perfectly ripe fruits. Text 195. In the Haribhaktisudhodaya it is said, when he enjoys even a very small offering that his devotees have showered with the nectar of love and devotion, then Lord Krishna, the master of the goddess of fortune gives his own happiness to them. Text 196. As one offers food to the Lord so one should also offer many kinds of delicious nectar drinks and one should also offer clear, cool, scented water. Text 197 Drinks. The glory of offering drinks to the Lord. In the Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, a person who offers cool, scented, delicious drinks to the Lord attains the result of an Asvamadhyaya. Text 198 A person who offers to the Lord nectar drinks made with tivajila, naga flowers, camphor, yogurt, sugar, honey, molasses, fragrances. Text 199 Vijapurika, orange and mango, attains the result of a Rajastiyaya. Text 200 A person who offers coconut juice to the Lord attains the result of an Agnistikamaya. A person who offers nectar drinks to the Lord goes to the spiritual world, where beautiful flowing rivers fulfill all desires, and where many beautiful and virtuous goddesses of fortune reside. Text 201 After thus making the offering to the Lord, one should go to the other side of the curtain, and then chant the mantras and meditate on the Lord as far as one is able. Text 202 Meditation. Smiling as he enjoys transcendental pastimes, surrounded by Brahma, Shiva, the demigods, and the sages, and fanned by the goddess of fortune as her bracelets tinkle, the Supreme Personality of Godhead enjoys eating 6 kinds of delicious food from a golden plate. Text 203 In this way the pure devotees meditate on Lord Krishna, who is accompanied by his friends, and who is showered with love Mother Yasoda as he enjoys his meal in Gokula. Text 204 Homa. As far as one is able, one should perform Homa daily. If unable to perform Homa, one should chant the 4 kinds of mantras. Text 205 Some think that one must always perform daily Homa. However, if unable to perform Paraskarana and Homa, one may chant mantras instead. Text 206 How many rules are there for performing Homa? They who wish to know may study the various scriptures that describe this in elaborate detail. Text 207 When one meditates on the Lord finishing his meal, one should offer the Lord a mouthful of water and one should chant the mantra, Amritapadhaname si Svaha, you are sprinkling nectar. Text 208 Then one should show the Samhara Mudra. One should meditate on effulgence emanating from the Lord's mouth and again returning there. Text 209 Offering gifts the Lord's meal. Text 210 In the Padakaratra, Sri Narada explains, one should offer a 100th part of the remnants of Lord Vishnu's meal and the water that has washed his feet to Visvaksana and also to the linga of Lord Shiva. Texts 211 to 213. The proper method to do this: facing north, one should offer part of the remnants of the Lord's meal by chanting the mantra, O Visvaksana, O Master of the demigods, O Master engaged in Lord Krishna's service, obeisances to you. After reciting this mantra, one should on the left offer a 100th or a 1000th portion of the water that washed Lord Hari's feet. Otherwise everything is useless. Text 214 Then, reciting 2 verses, the devotee should offer 100th part of the Lord's remnants to all the Vaisnavas. Text 215 These 2 verses follow, Maybali, Vibhisana, Bhisma, Kapila, Narada, Arjuna, Prahlada, Ambarisa, Vasu, Hanuman, Shiva, Visvaksana, Uddhava, Akrira, the 4 Kumaras headed by Sanaka, and the sages headed by Sukadeva accept these remnants, which are the mercy of Lord Sri Krishna. Text 217 After offering the Lord a mirror, one should offer the remnants of his meal to the devotees. There is no fault in this because Lord Krishna loves his devotees. Text 218 The glories of offering the remnants of the Lord's meal to the devotees. In the Nrsimha Purana it is said, one who offers to the devotees the remnants of Lord Krishna's meal and the remnants of the flowers offered to him, pleases the demigods in the higher worlds. The demigods then give to him peacefulness, handsomeness, wealth, and freedom from disease. Text 220 Offering a mouthful of water, then one should wipe the ground. Then one should 3 times offer a mouthful of water to Lord Krishna. Then one should offer him a toothbrush twig. Text 221 One should again offer water for rinsing the mouth, akamana. One should offer a cloth for wiping the mouth and hands, then one should clean all the limbs of the Lord. Text 222 Then one should dress the Lord in another set of garments, again place him on his throne, and again offer him pudiya and akamana as before. Text 223 Then one should offer the Lord sandal paste, aguru paste, and other fragrances as karamarjana. Then one should offer camphor and other similar things to scent the Lord's mouth. Then one should offer betel nuts and tulasi. Texts 224 and 225 The glory of scenting the Lord's mouth In the Vinudharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, a person who offers to the Lord betel nuts, jatphala, jatipatra, lavangaphala, kakolaphala, malaphala, kataphala, and tumbulikigaya attains svargaloka. He attains peerless handsomeness and good fortune in this world. Text 226 In the Skanda Purana it is said, O King, Lord Krishna is always pleased with a person who affectionately offers him betel nuts and camphor. Text 227 Again offering fragrances to the Lord One should again offer fragrance to the Lord. To one's heart's content one should anoint the Lord with splendidly fragrant ointments. Text 228 Then one should anoint the Lord with splendid, beautiful, and fragrant tilaka. Text 229 In the Agamasastra it is said, the Lord is decorated with splendid golden tilaka on his forehead, chest, abdomen, neck, arms, and sides. Text 231 should dress Lord Krishna in a splendid upper garment, crown, or turban, belt, and other wonderful and colorful garments. Text 231 Then one should gracefully decorate the Lord with a splendid crown, other ornaments, and wonderful flower garlands. Text 232 Worshipping the Lord with royal opulence One should worship the Lord with royal opulence, serving him with camara, parasol, and other signs of royalty. One should show him a mirror. Text 233 In the Vinudharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, a person who, according to time and place, worships Lord Krishna, treating him like a king in the temple, himself becomes a king. Of this there is no doubt. Text 234 The glory of worshipping the Lord with a camara in the Vinudharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, a person who fans the Lord with a camara becomes glorious, handsome, and wealthy in this world. He becomes free of sins. He goes to Svargaloka. Texts 235 and 236 The glory of worshipping the Lord with a parasol in the Vinudharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, a person who offers to Lord Krishna a parasol with a golden handle, many wooden ribs, and a covering of splendid and glorious cloth, is himself served with 100,000 parasols. All the demigods offer prayers to him. He enjoys with the Pitas. Text 237 In the Vinudharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, O best of the Brahmanas, a person who offers a parasol to Lord Krishna becomes a king in this world. Enemies will never trouble him. He will never need to fear that an enemy will defeat him in battle. Text 238 A person who offers sandals or shoes to Lord Krishna flies in an airplane to any planet he desires. He becomes splendid like a demigod. Text 239 The glory of offering the Lord a flag in the Vinudharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, a person who offers a flag to Lord Vinu becomes like a flag himself, famous in all the worlds. He goes to Indraloka, where he stays for many years. Text 240 It is also said, O best of Brahmanas, a person who offers Lord Krishna a Garuda flag and many yellow flags is praised in all the worlds. Text 241 The glories of raising a flag over the Lord's temple have already been completely described in this book. Still, one quote Text 242 In the Bhavijya Purana it is said, an intelligent person should raise Lord Vinu's flag on a golden staff. The flag should be yellow and bear the picture of Garuda. Text 243 The glory of giving a fan in the Vinudharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, a person who serves the Lord with a palm frond fan becomes happy. Text 244 The glory of giving a canopy in the Vinudharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, a person who gives a canopy to the Lord becomes free from all sins. Wherever he takes birth he becomes very happy. Text 245. The glory of giving a sword or a similar gift. A person who gives an excellent sword to Lord Vishnu is never defeated by enemies. A person who gives many excellent swords attains the result of an agnosticamajvya. Text 246. It is also said, a person who gives the Lord a spittoon becomes happy. A person who gives the Lord a footstool finds that he has a home everywhere. Text 247. By giving the Lord a mirror one becomes handsome and glorious. By cleaning the Lord's mirror one becomes happy. Text 248. Whatever one gives to the Lord with devotion, one receives back as an eternal gift. One who gives gifts to the Lord goes to Svargaloka. Text 249. In the Vamana Purana, Sri Prahlada tells Sri Bali, the wise know that whatever the faithful devotees give to Lord Krishna they receive back as eternal gifts. Text 250. They who desire in this way should, when they offer gifts to the Lord, offer 3 handsful of flowers and show the previously described 10 mudras that begin with the Sankha mudra. Text 251. Singing, music, and dancing. One should please Lord Krishna with singing, music, and dancing, performed either by oneself or by others. Text 252. Prohibitions. One should not passively sit down and look while the devotees are singing and dancing. Nor should one enter among them but act badly and become an obstacle to their activities. Text 253. It is said, O king, a person who sits down and passively watches the happily dancing devotees becomes lame for many births. Text 254. It is also said, a non-devotee who troubles the singing and dancing devotees of Lord Krishna becomes an animal in his next birth. Text 255. The glories of singing, music, and dancing described, at first, in a general way in the Nrsimha Purana. It is said, a person who arranges that at all times, or especially at sunrise, noon, and sunset, there be in the Lord's temple singing, dancing, and music with the sounds of conch shells and drums, attains his desires. He attains the power to assume any form he wishes. Text 256. Served by gracefully singing apsaras, he travels among the heavenly planets in a splendid and glorious airplane. He is glorified in Visnuyaloka. Text 257. In the Skanda Purana, Lord Vishnu tells Narada Muni, O sage, a person who arranges for singing, music, dancing, and drama glorifying Lord Vishnu is very saintly and pure at heart. His home is above the 3 worlds. Text 258. In the Narada Purana, Sri Yama tells King Bhagarata, O king, please hear the pious result attained by a person who with devotion sings or dances in the Lord's temple. Text 259. By singing he becomes king of the Gandharvas. By dancing he becomes king of the Rudras. With 8 generations of his family he attains liberation. Texts 260 and 261. In the Linga Purana, Sri Markandeya tells King Ambarisa, a wise devotee who arranges that in the Lord's temple there be singing, dancing, the chanting of Lord Vishnu's holy names, the description of Lord Vishnu's glories, and other activities glorifying Lord Vishnu attains good birth, memory, intelligence, and the supreme destination. He goes to the realm of Lord Vishnu. O king, that is the truth. Text 262. In another scripture the Supreme Personality of Godhead declares, a person who, throwing away all shyness, glorifies me by singing, dancing, or study, goes to my abode with 10 million of his relatives. Text 263. It is also said, Saunaka Muni explains that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is pleased when one glorifies him with song and dance following the Bharata Sastra. Text 264. In the Narada Purana it is said, O great Brahmana, they who are Brahmanas should always glorify Lord Vishnu with song, dance, and theatre. Text 265. In the Samriti Sastra it is said, one should sing and dance for the pleasure of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the master of the demigods and Brahmanas. A Brahmana will never sing and dance to earn his livelihood. He fears that will be a sin. Text 266. Thus, to please Lord Krishna the perfect souls should glorify him with song, dance, and theatre every day and especially on Ekadasi. Text 267. It is therefore said, will a person not be burned when fire touches him? Will a person not go to hell when he does not sing and dance before Lord Kesava on the Ekadasi day? Text 268. The glories of singing in the Dvaraka Mahatmya, Markandeya Muni tells King Indradyumna, a person who with sweet singing pleases Lord Krishna attains the result of studying all the Vedas. Of this there is no doubt. Text 269. In the Skanda Purana, Lord Shiva explains, the wise know that chanting mantras is equal to 10 million Vedic studies, yajnas are equal to 10 million mantra chantings, and songs glorifying Lord Vishnu are equal to 10 million yajnas. Text 270. In the Kasi Kanda, in a conversation between the Visnudatas and Sivagarma, it is said, a person will attain liberation if he sings songs glorifying Lord Hari. He will attain Lord Hari's association. Text 271. The Supreme Personality of Godhead explains to Visnugarma, O Gandharva, if your heart is attracted to music, then place your intelligence in me and sing about my glories. Text 272. In the Hari Bhakti Sudhodaya it is said, a devotee who always sings aloud of Lord Krishna's glories has the power to purify the sins of every person in the world. Even when all candles are extinguished, how can darkness devour any home once the sun has risen in the sky? Text 273. A person who rains tears of love as he sings blissful songs of Lord Krishna's glories washes away all his sins with those tears as if he had bathed in all holy rivers and lakes. Texts 274 to 276. In the Varaha Purana, the Supreme Personality of Godhead says, a Brahmana who with graceful rhythms always sings songs to please Lord Krishna enjoys in Kavera's abode for 9,900 years, and when he falls down from there he may go wherever he wishes. O girl with the beautiful thighs, a person who is devoted to serving me attains the greatest benefit. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. The greatest benefit here means that he attains the spiritual world of Vaikuntha. Text 277. Of the different ways one may serve Lord Narayana, singing his glories is the best. Pleased with someone who sings his glories, Lord Narayana gives him residence in the spiritual world, as he did to Kausika Vipra. Text 278. It is also said, O tigers of the sages, in our presence Narada has sung Lord Krishna's glories again and again. Text 279. A person who is devoted to singing Lord Krishna's glories goes to the realm where Lord Krishna stays. A person who with mind, words, and deeds is devoted to Lord Krishna and who glorifies him with songs and dances, attains him. That is why the wise say that singing about the Lord's glories is the best of all spiritual deeds. Text 280. In Srimad Bhagavatam, 1.633, Sri Narada explains, the Supreme Lord Sri Krishna, whose glories and activities are pleasing to hear, at once appears on the seat of my heart, as if called for, as soon as I begin to chant his holy activities. Text 281. In Srimad Bhagavatam, 12.1249-50, Sri Siddha Goswami explains, words that do not describe the transcendental Supreme Personality of Godhead but instead deal with temporary matters are simply false and useless. Only those words that manifest the transcendental qualities of the Supreme Lord are actually truthful, auspicious, and pious. Text 282. Those words describing the glories of the all-famous Supreme Personality of Godhead are attractive, relishable, and ever fresh. Indeed, such words are a perpetual festival for the mind, and they dry up the ocean of misery. Text 283. In the Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, O knower of religion, the Supreme Lord enjoys pastimes with the Gandharvas, who glorify him with song. A person who worships him by glorifying him in song becomes a personal companion of the Lord. Text 284. In the Padma Purana, in a conversation of Krishna and Satyabhama, in the Kartika Mahatmya, in a conversation of Parthu and Narada, the Supreme Personality of Godhead explains, O Narada, I am not in Vaikuntha, nor in the hearts of the yogis. I remain where my devotees engage in glorifying my activities. Text 285 When the people, with fragrances, pudya and other underscore things, worship my devotees, who are always singing my glories, I become very pleased. 1a Am not pleased in the same way when the people worship me directly. Text 286 It is also said, whether a person is a Brahmana or is not a Brahmana is determined by his actions. The scriptures declare that a Brahmana is very happy to sing the glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 287 The glory of dancing in the Dvaraka Mahatmya It is said, a person who with a happy heart and with great love and devotion, dances to please the Lord burns to ashes the sins of 100 births. Text 288 In the Haribhakti Sudhodaya it is said, striking the ground, the feet of a blissfully dancing devotee of Lord Vinu chase away all inauspiciousness. So also do his moving arms and eyes turning to every direction. Text 289 In the Varaha Purana the Supreme Personality of Godhead explains, O girl with the beautiful thighs, in the Paramas it is said that a person who dances to please me goes to Puskaradvipa, where he enjoys as he likes for 33,000 years. Text 290 When he finally falls from Puskaradvipa, he is free to go wherever he wishes. O girl with the beautiful thighs, that is the great benefit attained by my devoted servant. Text 291 In the Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, a person who dances to please the Lord goes to Rudraloka. Of this there is no doubt. A person who with his dancing worships the Lord becomes a personal associate of the Lord. Text 292 In another scripture Narada Muni explains, when music plays, drums sound, and the devotees dance before the Supreme Personality of Godhead, all the birds of past sins fly far away. Text 293 The glory of instrumental music in the Sattajita Sastra it is said, a veena player expert in melody and rhythm who glorifies the Lord with music easily walks on the path to liberation. Text 294 In the Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, a Brahmana who glorifies the Lord with music goes to Indraloka. A person who worships the Lord with music becomes a personal associate of the Lord. Text 295 The Lord is especially fond of the music of string instruments. A person who worships the Lord with the music of a string instrument goes to Gainzaloka. Text 296 Worshipping the Lord according to one's ability If one is able, one should worship Lord Krishna and his associates by offering arghya and the 5 items beginning with sweet fragrances. Text 297 Arati After chanting the Mala mantras and offering 3 handsful of flowers one should offer a great arati accompanied by great instrumental music and the chanting of Jaya mantras. Text 298 During 4 Rati one should offer to the Lord a lamp burning with ghee or camphor on an uneven plural number of wicks in a beautiful dish. Text 299 The glory of Arati in the Skanda Purana, in a conversation of Brahma and Narada, it is said, a person who offers to Lord Kesava a lamp burning with many wicks resides in Devaloka for 10 million kalpas. Text 300 O best of sages, a person who with devotion offers a camphor lamp to Lord Kesava enters the eternal world of Lord Vinu. Text 301 In another verse of the Skanda Purana it is said, O king, a person who offers a camphor lamp to the Lord resides in Lord Krishna's realm for 7 kalpas. Text 302 In another verse of the Skanda Purana, Lord Shiva tells Uma, O beautiful one, even if it is performed without the proper mantras or the proper actions, a person who offers 4 Rati to Lord Krishna attains all perfection. Text 303 In the Haribhakti Sudhodaya it is said, by offering arati with many beautiful lamps to Lord Vinu, a person defeats all darkness. How can the cycle of birth and death survive that defeat? Text 304 In another place it is said, simply by seeing Lord Vinu's face during arati, a person burns away the sinful reactions of 10 million adulteries and 10 million Brahmana murders. Text 305 The glories of offering a lamp, glories that have already been described in this book, apply in all situations. There is not a difference because of different situations. Text 306 The arati ceremony, where a lamp is offered to the Lord, should be seen and honored by all. Text 307 in the Vinodharma Purana, Pulastya Muni explains, a person who see the Arati ceremony, where incense and a lamp are offered to the Lord, and then bows down with both hands, goes to Lord Vishnu's supreme abode and takes 10 million of his kinsmen with him. Text 308 in the Malagama it is said, a person who sees an Arati ceremony offered to Lord Vishnu, who holds the Sudargana Chakra and who is the master of the demigods, becomes a Brahmana for 7 births, and at the end goes to the Lord's supreme abode. Text 309 The glories of sounding the conch shell and other musical instruments. O king, a person who sounds a conch shell in Lord Kesava's temple becomes free of all sins. He goes to Brahmaloka where he enjoys with Lord Brahma. Text 310 They who clap their hands in Lord Kegava's temple become free from all sins. For 2 yugas they travel in their own celestial airplanes. Text 311 O king, please listen and I will tell you the benefit attained by a person who plays karatalas in Lord Vishnu's temple. Text 312 He becomes free of all sins. Glorified by the Gandharvas, he leaves this world in a fleet of 100 celestial airplanes. He enjoys with Lord Vishnu. Text 313 Please hear the benefit attained by a person who pleases Lord Vishnu with the music of Bharas, Merdanjas, Patahas, Nisanas, and Dindamas. Text 314 He goes to Syargaloka where, surrounded by 100 demigoddesses, and his every desire fulfilled, he enjoys for 5 kalpas. Text 315 Offering a conch shell filled with water One should offer a conch shell filled with water, circling it 3 times over the head of the Supreme Lord. Text 316 The glory of offering a conch shell filled with water. In the Dvaraka Mahatmya it is said, a person who before Lord Kesava circles a conch shell filled with water stays with the Lord in the ocean of milk until the end of the kalpa. Text 317 There are 2 kinds of arati. In one betel nuts are offered. In another one may preter to offer a mirror. Text 318 In the Padakaratra it is said, one should perform the arati ceremony, offering to the Lord akamana and betel nuts mixed with camphor. Text 319 A wise devotee should offer the Lord a crown, many ornaments, a parasol, and a camara. Then the devotee should place a mirror there so the Lord may see himself. Text 320 In the Garuda Purana it is said, when the Lord has finished his meal, the devotee should offer him akamana water scented with camphor so the Lord may rinse his mouth. Then the devotee should offer betel nuts, and then water scented with sandal paste so the Lord may wash his hands. Text 321 O glorious and saintly girl, then the devotee should with devotion offer a handful of flowers, a mirror, and again camphor. Text 322 In the Vayu Purana it is said, if a devotee offers the Lord a lamp that has neither ghee nor oil in it, the devotee will not earn the Lord's love and mercy. If the lamp becomes extinguished, the worship should be done again. Text 323 In the Dvaraka Mahamaya it is said, a person who offers a shining lamp, placing it before Lord Krishna's face, enjoys in Lord Krishna's company. Text 324 When the arati is completed, some devotees wish to offer obeisances, then circumambulate, then recite prayers, and then glorify the Lord with singing, dancing, and other activities. Text 325 Each following his own sampradaya, the devotees engage in devotional service to the Lord in different ways. All these services are glorious. Text 326 Then the devotee should offer 3 handsful of flowers to the Lord, and then he should glorify the Lord with many sweet and wonderful prayers. Text 327 Offering prayers to the Lord in the Mahabharata it is said, I desire to worship the Lord with my words. I pray that Lord Krishna will be pleased with these prayers, where much is said with few words. Text 328 A devotee who wishes to offer prayers should begin his prayers with this verse. At the end of his prayers he should recite the following verse, text 329 With these words I have glorified Lord Vishnu, who, although he never takes birth, is the parent from whom knowledge and austerity are born. I pray that Lord Vishnu, who has been worshipped with the Ijva of these words, and who rescues his devotees from distress, will be pleased with me. Text 330 Prayers in Sri Gopalatapani Upanishad. The following prayers are given, or Nama. To Lord Govinda, who is the form of the universe, the creator, maintainer, and destroyer of the universe, the master of the universe, and the universe itself, I offer my respectful obeisances. Text 331 Obeisances to Lord Govinda, whose form is full of knowledge, whose form is full of supreme bliss, who is all-attractive, and who is the master of the gopis. Text 332 Obeisances to him, his eyes lotus flowers. Obeisances to him, garlanded with lotuses. Obeisances to him, his navel a lotus. Obeisances to him, the husband of the goddesses of fortune. Text 333 Obeisances to Lord Govinda, handsome with a peacock feather crown, identical with Balarama, his intelligence sharp, and he the swan in the Manasa lake of the goddess of fortune's thoughts. Text 344 Obeisances to him, the death of Karnsa and his allies, the killer of Kesi and Kanura, the object of worship for Siva, and the chariot driver of Arjuna. Text 335 Obeisances to him, the cowherd boy fond of playing the flute, the crusher of Kalia, the person who walks on the Yamuna's shore and whose earrings gracefully swing to and fro. Text 336 Obeisances to Sri Krishna, the protector of the surrendered souls. Obeisances to him, the expert dancer garlanded with the gopis' lotus glances. Text 337 Obeisances to him, the death of sin, the lifter of Govardhana hill, the end of Patana's life, the thief of Tmavarta's life. Text 338 Obeisances to Sri Krishna, decorated with a golden necklace, charming, pure, the enemy of impurity, one without a second, the greatest. Text 339 Be kind, O blissful one. Be kind, O Supreme Lord. O Lord, please rescue me, who am bitten by the snake of physical and mental pain. Text 340 O Krishna, O husband of Rukmini, O enchanter of the gopis, O master of the universe, please rescue me, drowning in the ocean of repeated birth and death. Text 341 O Kagava, O Narayana, O Govinda, O Janardana, O source of all transcendental bliss, O Lord who rescues the devotees from distress, O Madhava, please rescue me. Text 342 Prayers specifically suitable for the Kali Yuga in Srimad Bhagavatam, 11.533 and 34, the following prayers are given, we offer our respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of him, the Lord, upon whom we should always meditate. He destroys insults to his devotees. He removes the distresses of his devotees and satisfies their desires. He, the abode of all holy places and the shelter of all sages, is worshipable by Lord Siva and Lord Brahma. He is the boat of the demigods for crossing the ocean of birth and death. I text 343 We offer our respectful obeisances unto the lotus feet of the Lord, upon whom one should always meditate. He left his householder life, leaving aside his eternal consort, whom even the denizens of heaven adore. He went into the forest to deliver the fallen souls, who are put into illusion by material energy. Text 344 In this way there are many prayers to Lord Krishna, prayers from the Vedas, Puranas, Tantras, and recent authors also. Text 345 In the Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda, Harasapita, it is said, O tigers of the Brahmanas, they who compose eloquent prayers glorifying Lord Krishna attain what they desire. Text 346 The glories of offering prayers in the Vinodharma Purana It is said, by reciting prayers glorifying to Lord Krishna one attains the pious result of praying to all the demigods. Text 347 In the Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, O best of Brahmana, Lord Krishna is not as pleased with very generous charity as he is with hearing eloquent prayers. Text 348 In the Nrsimha Purana it is said, a person who chants japa and recites prayers before Lord Hari becomes free of all sins and goes to Visnuyaloka. Text 349. In the Hari Bhakti Sudhodaya it is said, a person who with eloquent words praises the limitless glories of the Supreme Personality of Godhead attains the Lord's mercy, which even Brahma and the demigods find difficult to attain. Text 350. When Lord Krishna, the Father of the universes, hears the prayers of a sincere devotee, he is pleased as a father is pleased to hear the broken words of his small son. The Lord is not as pleased when he hears the elegant prayers of the very intelligent demigods. Text 351. When, wishing to drink from her breast, an infant son clutches his mother's foot, the kind mother picks him up. In the same way, when a sincere devotee, although not expert with words, yearns to speak many words of praise, the Supreme Lord picks him up. Text 352. In the Skanda Purana, Amritasaradhara, it is said, they whose tongues are decorated with jewel prayers glorifying Lord Krishna are praised by the residents of Devaloka. The great Munis and Siddhas bow down before them. Text 353. In the Skanda Purana, Kartika Mahatmya, Sri Brahma tells Sri Narada, of all prayers the 1,000 names of Lord Vishnu is the best. O great sage, put aside the other prayers and recite the Lord's 1,000 names. Text 354. When a person once recites these 1,000 names, Lord Hari, the master of the demigods, becomes very pleased. That pleasure stays with him for hundreds and millions of yugas. Text 355. The glories of chanting this prayer as one bathes have already been described in this book. In this place the glories of reciting the Lord's 1,000 names as one offers prayers is described. Text 356. One should always chant the Lord's glories. In the Vinodharma Purana it is said, a tongue that will not chant Lord Hari's glories will be attacked by a disease. Text 357. Bowing down. One should bow down with all 8 parts of the body and also show the appropriate mudra. Each time one bows down, one should recite, Praisata Bhagavan, O Lord, please be merciful to me. Text 358. In Srimad Bhagavatam, 11.2745, the Supreme Personality of Godhead explains, the devotee should offer homage to the Lord with all kinds of hymns and prayers, both from the Puranas and other ancient scriptures, and also from ordinary Vedicians. Praying, O Lord, please be merciful to me, he should fall down flat like a rod and offer obeisances. Text 359. The way to bow down. Indiana Srimad Bhagavatam, 11.2745, the Supreme Personality of Godhead again explains, placing his head at the feet of the deity, he should then stand with folded hands before the Lord and pray, O my Lord, please protect me, who am surrendered unto you. I am most fearful of this ocean of material existence, standing as am in the mouth of death. Text 360. In the Agamasastra it is said, one should bow down with both arms, both feet, both knees, the chest, head, eyes, heart, and words. This is called bowing down with 8 parts of the body. Text 361. One should bow down with both arms, both knees, the head, words, and intelligence. This is called bowing down with 5 parts of the body. These 2 kinds of bowing down are excellent when one worships the Lord. Text 362. A wise devotee should bow down, keeping Garuda on one's right. One should bow down 3 times. If one is able, he should bow down many times. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. Garuda stands facing the Lord, so if Garuda is at one's right, then the Lord is at one's left. One should not bow down keeping the Lord at one's right. One also should not bow down directly facing the Lord. As one is forbidden to circumambulate only once, so also one is forbidden to bow down only once. One should bow down 3 times. If one is able, he should bow down many times, 6 times, 8 times, or 108 times. The more times the better. Text 363. In the Naradapada Charitra it is said, at an appropriate time one should bow down before the original Supreme Personality of Godhead, the many spiritual masters, and one's own spiritual master. One should bow down 48 times, or 36 times, or 18 times, or 9 times. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. The original Supreme Personality of Godhead is Lord Krishna. The many spiritual masters are described in the Karma Purana. The 5 spiritual masters are a person's father, mother, teacher, elder brother, and husband. Text 364 in the Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, a person who sees the worship ceremony of the Lord and then bows down before Lord Krishna does not need to bathe in sacred rivers. O best of Brahmanas, simply by seeing the worship of the Lord he has become completely purified. Text 365 The glories of bowing down in the Nrsimha Purana. It is said, the yahya of bowing down before the Lord is the best of all yajnas. By bowing down only once a person becomes purified and goes to Lord Krishna. Text 366 in the Skanda Purana. It is said, a person who with love and devotion bows down like a stick, Dandavat, before Lord Vishnu resides in Svargaloka for a period of time equal to 100 manvantaras multiplied by the number of particles of dust he touches as he bows down. Text 367 in the Skanda Purana, in a conversation of Sri Brahma and Sri Narada, it is said, a person who worships Lord Hari by bowing down like a stick falling to the ground, Dandavat, attains a destination not to be attained by performing 100 yajnas. By bowing down only once a person becomes purified and goes to Lord Krishna. Text 368 in the Skanda Purana, in a conversation of Sri Siva and Sri Uma, it is said, a person who, his head and knees touching the ground, bows down before Lord Krishna, the master of the demigods, attains the result of an asvamdhayajvya. Text 369 in the Skanda Purana, in another passage, it is also said, hundreds and thousands and millions of pilgrimages are not equal to even a 16th part of bowing down before Lord Narayana. Text 370 A hypocrite who makes a show of bowing down before Lord Krishna, who holds the saranga bow, becomes purified of hundreds of sins. His sins are destroyed in a moment. Text 371 A person who bows down before Lord Vishnu is glorified on Visnuloka for a period of time equal to 1,000 years multiplied by the number of particles of dust that decorated his body as he bowed down. Text 372 in the Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, a person who bows down before Lord Krishna, the master of the universes, becomes all successful and all perfect. By bowing down he becomes free of all sins. Text 373 O wise devotee who with his head, both hands, and both knees bows down before Lord Krishna attains all his desires. Text 374 in the Vina Purana it is said, they who again and again bow down before Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead who has neither beginning nor end, and who crushes the demons, never see Yamaraja. Text 375 O Brahmanas, they who again and again bow down before Lord Narayana, the Master of the universes, go to the Lord's transcendental abode. They do not go to any other place. Text 376 in the Narada Purana it is said, Tenas Vamadhayajanas and Abhavayardas are not equal to once bowing down before Lord Krishna. A person who performs Tenas Vamadhayajanas must still take birth again, but a person who bows down before Lord Krishna will never take birth again. Text 377 in the Haribhakti Sudhodaya it is said, a devotee who falls down to the ground to offer Dandavat obeisances to Lord Vishnu drops all his sins at that spot. They will never rise from there again. Text 378 in the Padma Purana, in a conversation of Devadita and Vaikundila, it is said, a person who bows down before Lord Krishna, whose flag is marked with the picture of Garuda, attains the same result earned by an ascetic who performs terrible austerities in the forest. Text 379 A very sinful fool who bows down to Lord Hari, who removes all sins, will not go to hell. Text 380 in the Padma Purana, in the prayers of Vedanihai, it is said, is it possible that a person who has bowed down before Lord Hari will be held guilty of sin? As leeches cannot see the sun, so the servants of Yamaraja cannot find any sins on such a person. Text 381 in the Vina Purana, Sri Yamaraja teaches his soldiers, they who bow down before Lord Hari, whose lotus feet are worshipped by all the demigods, have no sins. Avoid them as you would avoid jumping into a fire burning with ghee. Text 382. In the Brahmavaivarta Purana it is said, they who bow down before Lord Hari, who is always eager to protect the surrendered souls, never fall into the ocean of repeated birth and death. If somehow they do fall, Lord Hari delivers them. Text 383. In Srimad Bhagavatam, 8.232, Bali Maharaja explains, what a wonderful effect there is in even attempting to offer respectful obeisances to you. I merely endeavored to offer you obeisances, but nonetheless the attempt was as successful as those of pure devotees. The causeless mercy you have shown to me, a fallen demon, was never achieved even by the demigods or the leaders of the various planets. Text 384. In the Narayana Vyahastava it is said, how fortunate! How fortunate! How fortunate are they who place their heads before Lord Hari's lotus feet. Text 385. In the Nrasitanha Purana, Yamardaja declares, text 386. In the Bhavijya Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, again and again I bow down before the devotees who themselves bow down before Lord Vinu, who is the master of the universes, the creator of the universes and the demigods, and the protector who rescues his devotees from dangers and sufferings. Text 387. One should regularly bow down before the Lord. In the Narada Purana, in the beginning of the hunter's story, it is said, he is like a living corpse who has never, not even a single time, bowed down before Lord Vinu, who brings happiness and good fortune. A devotee should know that and never even speak to such a sinner. Text 388. In the Padma Purana, Vaisakha Mahatmya, in a conversation of Yamaraja and a Brahmana, it is said, they who see the Sudarsana-marked entrance to Lord Vinu's temple but do not bow down to offer respects, make for themselves a home in hell. Text 389. Prohibitions in offering obeisances. In the Vinusamriti it is said, a person who since his birth has carefully followed the principles of religion, but who nevertheless bows with only one hand before the Lord, negates all that he has done. Text 390. In the Varaha Purana, the Supreme Personality of Godhead declares, O beautiful one, a fool who bows down before me when his entire body is completely covered with cloth becomes a leper for 7 births. Text 391. In another scripture it is said, in Lord Krishna's temple one should not perform japa, yahiya, or obeisances directly facing the altar, very close to the altar, or with the altar at the right or back. Text 392. It is also said, one should not fall to the ground to offer obeisances only once. If one is able, one should offer obeisances in this way again and again. One should stand up, fall down like a stick, and stand up again. Thus one should offer obeisances. Text 393. Circumambulation by again and again bowing down with 8 parts of the body. Text 394. The number of circumambulations in the Nrsimha Purana. It is said, one should circumambulate Durga 1 time, the sun god 7 times, Ganesa 3 times, Lord Krishna 4 times, and Siva half a time. Text 395. The glories of circumambulation in the Varaha Purana. It is said, they who, their hearts filled with devotion, circumambulate the Lord do not enter Yamaraja's city. They go to the place where the saintly devotees go. Text 396. A person who, bowing down again and again with 8 parts of his body, performs circumambulation, attains the result of tenis vamadhyayachas. Of this there is no doubt. Text 397. In the Skanda Purana, in a conversation of Brahma and Narada, it is said, a person who with devotion once circumambulates the temple or chariot of Lord Vinu attains the result of 1,000 Vamadhyayas. Text 398. In the Skanda Purana, Katarmasya Mahatmya, it is said, O best of Brahmanas, a person who 4 times circumambulates the Lord attains the result of circumambulating the entire universe filled with moving and unmoving beings. He attains a result better than going on all pilgrimages. Text 399. In the Katarmasya Mahatmya it is also said, A person who with devotion circumambulates Lord Hari flies on Aswan to Lord Vinu's world. Text 400 in the Nrsimha Purana it is said, O Prince, please hear the result attained by a person who once circumambulates Lord Hari in his temple. Such a person attains the result of circumambulating the earth. He goes to Lord Hari. Text 401 in another place it is said, a person who, as he chants the holy names of Lord Krishna or the 1,000 names of the Lord, twice circumambulates Lord Krishna attains the result of circumambulating the earth or giving the earth in charity. Text 402 in the Hari Bhakti Sudhodaya it is said, a person who walks around Lord Vinu and then returns to the place where he began guarantees that he will not return to the world of birth and death. Text 403 in the Narada Purana, Yamaraja tells King Bhagarata, O king, a person who 3 times circumambulates Lord Vinu become free of all sins. He enjoys the post of King Indra. Text 404 in the Narada Purana, Pradaksina Mahatmaya, in the beginning of Sudharma's story, it is said, they who with devotion circumambulate Lord Vinu go to the supreme abode above all the worlds. Text 405 because in his previous life as a vulture he had circumambulated Lord Krishna, Sudharma attained perfection. Text 406 prohibitions in circumambulation in the Vinusamriti it is said, offering obeisances with only one hand, circumambulating only once, and seeing the deity of Lord Vinu at the wrong time kill the pious merit earned before. Text 407 it is also said, a person who does not perform circumambulation before Lord Krishna, the supreme deity of the sun, is not allowed to appear before the Lord. Text 408 it is also said, during circumambulation one should not place one's back to the Lord. Text 409 giving the results of work and other offerings to the Lord thinking oneself a servant of Lord Krishna's lotus feet, and chanting 3 mantras, one should offer all the results of one's work to the Lord. One should also offer oneself to the Lord. Text 410 the mantra my life, intelligence, pious deeds, whatever in waking, dreaming, or dreamless sleep I have done with my mind, words, actions, hands, feet, stomach, and genitals, and everything I have remembered, spoken, and done is now offered to Lord Krishna. Svaha. I now offer myself and everything I possess to Lord Hari. Orn Tat Saturday. Text 411 offering the results of one's work in the Narada Purana it is said, even if a person is renounced and does not engage in fruitive work, he may still offer what he does to the Lord and pray, may Lord Krishna have mercy on me. Rn Text 412 in the Karma Purdna it is said, may the Supreme Personality of Godhead always be pleased with my work. Because he gives intelligence it is he who does everything. This work is therefore offered to him. Text 413. In this way one should renounce the fruits of one's work, offering them to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The sages say this is the best offering to the Supremate. Text 414 the way to offer the results of one's work in one's right hand one should take a palmful of water, place it near Lord Krishna's lotus feet, and recite the following prayer. Text 415 O Lord Kesava, O Master of the 3 worlds, O Lord who traversed the universe in 3 steps, O Lord who rescues the devotees from dangers and sufferings, by your mercy may this water be accepted to wash your feet. Text 416 the glories of offering the results of one's work to the Lord in the Narada Purana it is said, a person who desires to attain the spiritual world should work tirelessly on the Lord's behalf. He should offer everything to the Lord and everything will bring an eternal result. Text 417 in the Narayana Vithastava it is said, I offer my respectful obeisances to they who, desiring to attain pure devotion to Lord Krishna, worship him by following their own religious duties and offering all the results of their work to him. Text 418 the way to offer oneself to the Lord I am part and parcel of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Am his servant eternally. Am always dependent on his mercy. Saying this, one should offer oneself to the Lord. Text 419 Sriputa Sadakarakarya explains, O Lord, when we meet will be your property, but you will not be my property. A wave is part of the ocean, but the ocean is not part of the wave. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. Living in the material world, one is separated from the Supreme Lord. When a person becomes enlightened with spiritual knowledge, he is not longer separated from the Lord. This verse gives a good example to describe the truth that the living entities are simultaneously one and different from the Lord. Text 420. The glories of offering oneself to the Lord. In Srimad Bhagavatam, 7.626, Prahlada Maharaja explains, religion, economic development, and sense gratification, these are described in the Vedas as Trivarga, or three ways to salvation. Within these three categories are education and self-realization, ritualistic ceremonies performed according to Vedic injunction, logic, the science of law and order, and the various means of earning one's livelihood. These are the external subject matters of study in the Vedas, and therefore consider them material. However, consider surrender to the lotus feet of Lord Vishnu to be transcendental. Text 421. In Srimad Bhagavatam, 11.2934, the Supreme Personality of Godhead tells Uddhava, the living entity who is subjected to birth and death attains immortality when he gives up all material activities, dedicates his life to the execution of my order, and acts according to my directions. In this way he becomes fit to enjoy the spiritual bliss derived from exchanging loving mellows with me. Text 422. Japa. After performing 3 pranidhamas and remembering the purpose of the mantra, one should, following the regulations written in scripture, chant one's japa mantra 108 times regularly. Text 423. If one is able, one should chant the japa mantra 1008 times. After performing 3 pranayamas, one should offer water to Lord Krishna's hand. Text 424. That mantra: O Lord, you are the protector of the most confidential secrets. Please accept my offering of japa. O Lord, by your mercy may attain spiritual perfection. Text 425. The method one should adopt for chanting japa will be described later in this book. Text 426. When one has offered his chanting of japa and one thinks the Lord has accepted it all, then, as far as one is able, one should bow down and recite prayers. Text 427. Prayers. In the Agamasastra it is said, O Lord Krishna, may my worship become perfect, even though it is offered without proper actions, proper mantras, or real devotion. Text 428. It is also said, O Lord, please accept this fruit, leaf, flower, and water that have offered with love. Text 429. Please forgive all that I have done without proper mantras or proper actions. Text 430. It is also said, please forgive whatever wrong have done, either knowingly or unknowingly. Please accept me as your servant. Text 431. My place, service, goal, travel, memory, thought, prayers, words, and everything I do, O Lord Vishnu, I offer to you with all my heart. Text 432. It is also said, O Krishna, O Rama, O Mukunda, O Vamana, O Vasudeva, O Master of the worlds, O Matsya, O Karma, O Nrsimha, O Varaha, O Ramachandra, please protect me. Text 433. O Lord worshipped by the Devas and Danavas headed by Narada, O Ocean of Mercy, O Son of Devaki, please give me unwavering devotion for your feet. Text 434. In the Vishnu Purana it is said, O infallible Lord, in whatever thousands of births I will take in this world, may I always have unflinching devotion for you. Text 435. O Lord, as the fools love material sense objects, let me always love and remember you. May love for you never leave my heart. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. O husband of the goddess of fortune, the fools love material sense objects. Please let me always remember you. May the love for material sense objects leave my heart. Text 436. In the Pandava Gita it is said, O Lord Kagava, wherever I take birth, whether as a worm, an insect, a beast, a snake, a demon, a witch, or a human being, may I, by your mercy, always have unflinching devotion to you. Text 437. In the Padma Purana it is said, O my Lord, I know that young girls have natural affection for young boys, and that young boys have natural affection for young girls. Am praying at your lotus feet that my mind may become attracted unto you in the same spontaneous way. Text 438. The forgiveness of offenses then, glorifying him with peerless prayers handed down in the disciplic succession, with words filled with emotion one shall. Text 439. It is said, day and night commit thousands of offenses. O Lord Mudhus Adana, please think of me as your servant and forgive me. Text 440. It is also said, my devotee will never perish. O Lord Govinda, that was your promise. I remember that promise again and again. That is how stay alive. Text 441. Offenses in the Agama Istra. It is said, 1. One should not enter the temple of the deity in a car or palanquin or with shoes on the feet. 2. One should not fail to observe the various festivals for the pleasure of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, such as Janmashtami and Rathayatra. 3. One should not avoid bowing down before the deity. Text 442. 4. One should not enter the temple to worship the Lord without having washed one's hands and feet after eating. 5. One should not enter the temple in a contaminated state. According to Vedic scripture, if someone dies in the family, the whole family becomes contaminated for some time, according to its status. For example, if the family is Brahmana, their contamination period is 12 days, for the Kshatriyas and Vaishyas it is 15 days, and for the Sudras 30 days. 6. One should not bow down on one hand. 7. One should not circumambulate in front of Sri Krishna. The process of circumambulating the temple is that one should begin circumambulating from the deity's right-hand side of the temple and come round. Such circumambulation should be performed outside the temple structure at least 3 times daily. Text 443. 8. One should not spread his legs before the deity. 9. One should not sit before the deity holding the ankles, elbows, or knees with one's hands. 10. One should not lie down before the deity of Krishna. 11. One should not accept prasada before the deity. 12. One should never speak a lie before the deity. Text 444. 13. One should not talk very loudly before the deity. 14. One should not talk with others before the deity. 15. One should not cry or howl before the deity. 16. One should not quarrel or fight before the deity. 17. One should not chastise anyone before the deity. 18. One should not be charitable to beggars before the deity. 19. One should not speak very harshly to others before the deity. Text 445. 20. One should not wear a fur blanket before the deity. 21. One should not eulogize or praise anyone before the deity. 22. One should not speak any ill names before the deity. 23. One should not pass air before the deity. Text 446. 24. One should not fail to worship the deity according to one's means. In the Bhagavad Gita it is stated that the Lord is satisfied if some devotee offers him a leaf or a little water. This formula prescribed by the Lord is universally applicable, even for the poorest man. But that does not mean that one who has sufficient means to worship the Lord very nicely should also adopt this method and try to satisfy the Lord simply by offering water and a leaf. If he has sufficient means, he should offer nice decorations, nice flowers, and nice foodstuffs and observe all ceremonies. It is not that one should try to satisfy the Supreme Lord with a little water and a leaf, and for himself spend all his money in sense gratification. 25. One should not eat anything that is not offered first to Krishna. 26. One should not fail to offer fresh fruit and grains to Krishna, according to the season. Text 447. 27. After food has been cooked, no one should be offered any foodstuff unless it is first offered to the deity. 28. One should not sit with his back toward the deity. Text 448. 29. One should not offer obeisances silently to the spiritual master, or in other words, One should recite aloud the prayers to the spiritual master while offering obeisances. 30. One should not fail to offer some praise in the presence of the spiritual master. 31. One should not praise himself before the spiritual master. 32. One should not deride the demigods before the deity. These are 32 offenses to Lord Vishnu. Text 449 in the Varaha Purana. The Supreme Personality of Godhead says, O Earth Goddess, now I will describe to you 32 offenses that the Vaisnavas should avoid with care. Text 450 They who do not avoid these offenses I will describe will burn in hell for a long time. Texts 451 to 469 1. One should not touch the deity in a dark room. 2. One should not fail to strictly follow the rules and regulations in worshipping the deity. 3. One should not enter the temple of the deity without first making some sound. 4. One should not offer any foodstuff to the deity which has been seen by dogs or other lower animals. 5. One should not break silence while worshipping. 6. One should not pass urine or evacuate while engaged in worshipping. 7. One should not offer incense without offering some flower. 8. Useless flowers without any fragrance should not be offered. 9. One should not fail to wash his teeth very carefully every day. 10. One should not enter the temple directly after sexual intercourse. 11. One should not touch a woman during her menstrual period. 12. One should not enter the temple after touching a dead body. 13. One should not enter the temple wearing garments of red or blue color or garments that are unwashed. 14. One should not enter the temple after seeing a dead body. 15. One should not pass air within the temple. 16. One should not be angry within the temple. 17. One should not enter the temple after visiting a crematorium. 18. One should not belch before the deity. So, until one has fully digested his food, he should not enter the temple. 19. One should not smoke marijuana, or ganja. 20. One should not take opium or similar intoxicants. 21. One should never enter the deity room or touch the body of the deity after having smeared oil over his body. 22. One should not show disrespect to a scripture teaching about the supremacy of the Lord. 23. One should not introduce any opposing scripture. 24. One should not chew betel before the deity. 25. One should not offer a flower that was kept in an unclean pot. 26. One should not worship the Lord while sitting on the bare floor. One must have a sitting place or carpet. 27. One should not touch the deity before one has completed taking bath. 28. One should not decorate his forehead with 3-line tilaka. 29. One should not enter the temple without having washed his hands and feet. 30. One should not offer foodstuff which is cooked by a non-Vaisnava. 31. One should not worship the deity before a non-devotee. 32. One should begin the worship of the demigod Ganapati, who drives away all impediments in the execution of devotional service. In the Brahmacari Gita it is stated that Ganapati worships the lotus feet of Lord Nrsimhadeva and in that way has become auspicious for the devotees in clearing out all impediments. Therefore all devotees should worship Ganapati. Also, the deities should not be bathed in water that has been touched by the nails or fingers. When a devotee is perspiring, he should not engage himself in worshipping the deity. Text 470 The scriptures and the Vaisnavas explain that there are also many other prohibitions. For example, one should not cross or step over the flowers offered to the deities. Text 471 In the Nrsimha Purana, Narada Muni tells King Santanu, O king, one should not cross or step over the flowers offered to Lord Nrsimha or any other deity. Text 472 One should not take a vow in the name of God. One should not accept the remnants of flowers offered to the various demigods. Text 473 In the Vinudharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, O Brahmana, a person who, even in danger or calamity, does not take a vow in the name of God, pleases Lord Kagava. Text 474. O Brahmana, a person who does not accept the remnants of food or flowers offered to any demigod pleases Lord Kesava. Text 475. Becoming free of offenses. The Supreme Personality of Godhead explains, a person who stays at Sakaratirtha for 1 year, fasts for my sake, and bathes in the Ganga, is purified of his offenses. Text 476. A person who stays at Mathura for 1 year, fasts for my sake, and bathes in the Yamuna, is also purified of his offenses. Text 477. Anyone who stays in either of these holy places and engages in my devotional service becomes free from the offenses of 1,000 births. Text 478. In the Skanda Purana it is said, a person who every day reads Bhagavad Gita is every day freed of the 32 offenses. Text 479. In the Skanda Purana, Kartika Mahatmya, it is said, Lord Kegava forgives the 32 offenses committed by a devotee who worships the Salagrama Ila and Tulasi. Text 480. In another passage of the Skanda Purana it is said, Lord Kesava forgives the 32 offences committed by a devotee who on Dvadasi keeps an all-night vigil and recites prayers to Tulasi Devi. Text 481. Lord Kesava again and again removes many thousands of offences committed by a devotee who, marked with the Lord's Kakra, worships Lord Hari. Text 482. Accepting the remnants. Thinking, this is the great mercy of the merciful Supreme Lord, one should place on one's head the remnants of flowers offered to Lord Krishna. Text 483. One should always accept the remnants of flowers offered to the Lord. In the Padma Purana, Gautama Muni tells King Ambarisag, O King Ambarisa, a person who does not place on his head the remnants of flowers, water, or sandal paste offered to Lord Hari is lower than a dojader. Text 484. The glories of the remnants of flowers offered to the Lord. In the Skanda Purana, Brahm tells Narada, O sage Narada, a person whose body touches the remnants of flowers offered to Lord Krishna is never touched by sins or diseases. Text 485. Sins die and, broken into pieces, diseases flee, when a person touches to his body flowers offered to Lord Vinu. Text 486. O tiger of the sages, Kali Yuga cannot touch a person who places to his head, mouth, and limbs, tulasi leaves offered to Lord Vinu. Text 487. It is also said, a person who places to his head a flower offered to Lord Vinu becomes free from the sins of 4 yugas. Text 488. O best of Brahmanas, why should a person who regularly places on his head tulasi leaves offered to Lord Vinu be very interested to bathe in the Ganga? Text 489. A person who day and night places on his head tulasi leaves offered to Lord Vinu's lotus feet attains piety that has no end. Text 490. As a lotus leaf is never touched by water, so a person who day and night places on his head tulasi leaves offered to Lord Vinu's lotus feet is never touched by sin. Text 491. It is also said, a person who with devotion places a tulasi leaf to his head attains success in all his plans and endeavors. Text 492. O Brahmana, when a devotee touches a tulasi leaf his body at once becomes the home of all holy places. Text 493. In the Garuda Purana it is said, a person who accepts a tulasiwood pasta sandal pasta flower offered to the deity of Lord Hari attains the result of 10 trillion pilgrimages. Text 494. In the Naradapata Charitra it is said, by honoring food and a tulasi leaf offered to Lord Vinu, a person becomes more free of sins than if he had followed 100 Chandrayana fasts. Text 495. It is also said, O goddess, please hear from me something very wonderful. The act of touching a flower offered to Lord Vinu is a fire that burns away a host of sins, beginning with the murder of a Brahmana. Text 496. In Srimad Bhagavatam, 11.646, Uddhava tells the Supreme Personality of Godhead, my dear Lord, the garlands, scented substances, garments, ornaments, and other such things that have been offered to you may later be used by your servants. By partaking of these things and eating the remnants of food you have left, we will be able to conquer the illusory energy. Text 497. In the Skanda Purana, Yamaraja teaches his messengers, stay far away from the Lord Venu's devotees, who touch water that has washed the Lord's feet and hold flowers offered to the Lord. Text 498. Then one should open his heart and, showing the Visarjani Mudra, invite the Lord to enter there. Text 499. Then one should say, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, O husband of the Goddess of Fortune, I have worshipped you with devotion. Now, taking with you the Goddess of Fortune, please enter my heart and take rest there. Text 500. Then one should say, O Supreme Personality of Godhead, O husband of the Goddess of Fortune, I have worshipped you with devotion. Now, taking with you the Goddess of Fortune, please enter my heart and take rest there. Text 501. The rules of worship. The rules of worship we have described and the chanting of mantras we have described should be performed. However, they who have faith that the deity in the temple is identical with the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself need not perform nyasa and other rituals. Text 502. The worship of the Lord should regularly be performed in the temple. The Lord may also be worshipped to attain a specific desire. The Lord may also be regularly worshipped at home. Text 503. The rules of worship should be followed in the temple. However, at home one may follow less strictly. Text 504. In the Vinudharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, one should bathe the deity with ghee, anoint him with sandal paste, worship him with white jasmine flowers. Text 505. Offer him white garments, beautiful pearls, camphor, incense, milk, and sweet rice. Text 506. And carefully worship him with a ghee lamp bumming with a lotus fiber wick. This worship fulfills all desires. Text 507. By worshipping in this way a diseased person is quickly freed from disease, a person afflicted with sufferings is quickly freed from his sufferings, a prisoner is quickly freed from prison. Text 508. A criminal caught by the king is quickly freed from the king's wrath, and person troubled by calamity is quickly made happy and free from troubles. 9th Vilasa text. May first Lord Caitanya be merciful to me. Even though I am fallen, may he be merciful to me. Text 2. One should offer to the Lord water in a conch shell. When by Lord Krishna's glance the water is transformed into nectar, one should sprinkle it on the vase navas, offer obeisances to it, and sprinkle it on one's own head. Text 3. The glories of water offered in a conch shell. In the Skanda Purana, in a conversation of Brahma and Narada, it is said, devotion to Lord Hari and the remnants of offerings to Lord Hari of water offered in a conch shell, flowers, water offered at his feet, sandal paste, and incense, all remove the sin of murdering a Brahmana. Text 4. In the Skanda Purana, Saika Mahatmya, it is said, why should a person who regularly bows his head before the conch shell water circled over Lord Kesava be very interested to bathe in the Ganga? Text 5. A person who places on his head the conch shell water seen by Lord Krishna does not experience fever, fatigue, suffering, or the fear of hellfire. Text 6. Ghosts, demons, witches, snakes, and cannibals do not trouble him. Seeing the Lord's conch shell water on his head, they flee in the 10 directions. Text 7. A person who places on his head the conch shell water circled over Lord Krishna attains liberation by the Lord's mercy. Text 8. Nothing inauspicious will happen in the home of a Vaisnava who circles conch shell water over Lord Hari's head and then sprinkles it in the temple. Text 9. O tiger of sages, prosperity and good fortune will stay in any place where there is water that has washed Lord Hari's feet or water offered to Lord Hari during Arati. Text 10. In the Skanda Purana it is also said, whoever touches to his limbs the Arati water of Lord Venu attains the result of an Abhavayarta bath. Text 11. In the Skanda Purana, Lord Siva explains, even a sinner who has committed 10,000 murders will become purified by touching the Lord's conch shell water or the water that has washed the Lord's feet. Of this there is no doubt. Text 12. In the Vinu Purana it is said, the water seen by Lord Krishna is a more purifying than 100 yajnas and a host of pilgrimages. The water, mixed with tulasi leaves, that has washed the Salagrama Sila cuts apart all sins. Text 13. The water that has washed the Lord's feet one should give to the devotees the water that has washed the Lord's feet. With devotion one should offer obeisances to that water, drink it, and sprinkle it on one's head. Text 14. How much can be written about drinking this water that has washed the Lord's feet? Now I will give the mantra for honoring the water of the Lord's early morning bath. Text 15. The mantra Orn. The sacred water that has washed the Lord's feet and that is famous from ancient times washes away all sins. Purified by that sacred water, we will escape the hostile world of birth and death, the home of sins. Text 16. The splendid and sacred stream of nectar that has washed the Lord's feet is the door to the spiritual world. Running in many swelling streams, it floods the world with nectar. Text 17. Reciting this mantra, one should drink the water that has washed the Lord's feet, sprinkle it on his body, and sprinkle it on his wife, children, family, and friends. Text 18. It is also said, by drinking the water that has washed Lord Vishnu's feet one atones for 10 million murders and other sins. Sprinkling that water is even more effective than drinking it. Sprinkling it destroys sins 8 times more than drinking it. Text 19. The glory of drinking the water that has washed the Lord's feet. In the Padma Purana, Gautama Muni tells King Ambarisa, O King Ambarisa, please bow down before a person who places in his stomach the water that has washed the Lord's feet. You should touch the dust from that devotee's feet. Text 20. In the Padma Purana, in a conversation of Devadetta and Vaikundala, it is said, why should they who regularly drink the water that has washed the Salagrama Sila think drinking 1,000 Padakagavyas is very important? Text 21. Why should they who regularly drink the water that has washed the Salagrama Sila think 10 million pilgrimages are very important? Text 22. A devotee who drinks even a single drop of water that has washed the Salagrama Sila will never again drink a mother's milk. Text 23. It is also said, by regularly drinking water that has washed the Salagramadala one burns away that chance that in the future he live in hell or enter the horrible prison of a mother's womb. Text 24. In the Padma Purana, in a conversation of Sri Yama and Sri Dhimrakhu, it is said, a person who drinks a single drop of the water that has washed the Salagrama Sila become free from all sins. He becomes advanced on the path of devotional service. Text 25. In the Padma Purana, Pulastya Muni tells King Bhagirata, O King Bhagirata, I will tell you the glories of the water that has washed Lord Hari's feet. That water is more purifying than all holy places. That water kills the sinful reactions of 10 million murders. Text 26. In Kali Yuga the water that has washed Lord Hari's feet is the atonement for all sins. When a person drinks that water or places it on his head, all the demigods become pleased with him. Texts 27 and 28. It is also said, by simply seeing the Yamuna, or by seeing, glorifying, and bathing in all these sacred rivers, is attained in Kali Yuga by simply remembering the water that has washed the Lord Hari's feet. Text 29. It is also said, by once drinking the water that has washed the feet of Lord Hari one attains 100,000 times the pious benefit of daily worshipping 10 million Sivalitigas. Text 30. Whether impure, or ill-behaved, or a great sinner, anyone who once touches the water that has washed Lord Vishnu's feet becomes eternally purified. Text 31. Ater that has washed Lord Vishnu's feet will not go to Yama's abode. Text 32. They who, even though they never gave any charity, performed any yajnas, studied the Vedas, or worshipped the demigods, have one drunk the water that has washed Lord Hari's feet, will go to the Lord's supreme abode. Text 33. Why would a person who has once drunk the water that has washed Lord Hari's feet be very interested to stay at Puskaratirtha during the month of Kartika, when the star Kritika is prominent? Text 34. Why would a person who has once drunk the water that has washed Lord Hari's feet be very interested to stay at Bandarakatirtha during the month of Vaisakha, when the star Visakha is prominent? Text 35. Why would a person who has once drunk the water that has washed Lord Hari's feet be very interested to bathe at Prayaga during the month of Magha? Text 36. Why would a person who has once drunk the water that has washed Lord Hari's feet be very interested to bathe in the Yamuna at Mathura during the Prabodhini Ekadasi? Text 37. Why would a person who has once drunk the water that has washed Lord Hari's feet be very interested to have his dead body placed in the most sacred Ganga at Varanasi? Text 38. It is also said, A person who leaves behind the water that has washed Lord Vishnu's feet and goes on pilgrimage to many holy places is a fool who has left behind a priceless gem to search for clumps of earth. Text 39. Any place where a drop of the water that has washed Lord Vishnu's feet falls is sacred like Kurukshetra. Text 40. Any home where there is always water that has washed Lord Vishnu's feet falls is sacred always. The sons born in that home will always offer pinda at Gaya. Text 41. A person who offers Pitratarpana with water that has washed Lord Hari's feet need never fear demons, ghosts, or cannibals. Text 42. He need never fear diseases, obstacles, nightmares, or wicked men with fearful eyes. Text 43. Ghosts will not trouble him. Thieves that try to rob him will perish. What to him are pilgrimages or the audience of demigods and sages? Text 44. With him Brahma is pleased with him. Surya is pleased with him. Text 45. A person who before the deity of Lord Krishna chants the glories of the water that has washed the Lord's feet goes to the spiritual world where Lord Krishna always stays. Text 46. In the Brahmanda Purana, in a conversation of Lord Brahma and Narada Muni, it is said, a person who drinks the water that has washed Lord Hari's feet at once becomes pure. He has performed severe penance. He has crushed all his sins. Text 47. A person who at the time of birth and the time of death drinks the water that has washed Lord Hari's feet and places that water on his head becomes completely pure. Text 48. A person who at the moment of death receives the water that has washed Lord Hari's feet goes to the spiritual world even if he lived far away from any pious deeds. Text 49. Even they who drink what should not be drunk, eat what should not be eaten, approach women who should not be approached, and commit a host of sinful deeds, become at once worshipable if they honor the water that has washed Lord Hari's feet. Text 50. It is also said, sinners who eat and drink impure things become purified by drinking the water that has washed Lord Hari's feet. Text 51. O saintly one, drinking the water that has washed Lord Hari's feet is more purifying than performing Padikagavya, Taptakrekra, Kondrayana, Parakrekra, or Parakavrata. By drinking the water that has washed Lord Hari's feet one's body becomes completely pure. Text 52. Touched by the water that has washed Lord Vishnu's feet, aguru, kudikuma, camphor, and sandal paste become supremely purifying. Text 53. My son, water that all-powerful Lord Vishnu has glanced upon has the power to remove all sins. What, then, can be said of the water that has washed his feet? Text 54. My son, that is why I, who am a devotee of Lord Vishnu, drink that water and place it on my head. Now you have learned from me about the glories of the water that has washed Lord Vishnu's feet. Text 55. You are my first son and you are very dear to me. That is why I have told you the secret knowledge. Please do not repeat it to anyone who is unworthy. Text 56. An old age. Texts 57 and 58. In the Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, the beautiful water that has washed Lord Vishnu's feet quickly brings great auspiciousness and the benefits of pious deeds, destroys all sins, nightmares, obstacles, diseases, and sufferings. Text 59. Stops all calamities, removes all sins, brings all auspicious happiness, fulfills all desires. Text 60. Brings all perfections, glories, piety, and pleasures, and quiets all enemies. Text 61. A person who places on his head the water that has washed Lord Hari's feet attains the benefit of all pilgrimages. A person who sips some of the water that has washed Lord Hari's feet attains the benefit of going on pilgrimage to Prayaga, Prabhasa, and Puskara. Text 62. By placing on one's head the water that has washed Lord Hari's feet one attains the benefit of going on pilgrimage to Kakratirtha and Gaya, and bathing in the Sarasvati. Text 63. In the Skanda Purana it is said, Lord Siva, who carries on his head the Ganga, which flows from Lord Vishnu's feet, well knows the glory of the water that has washed Lord Vishnu's feet. That is why sin can never touch him. Texts 64 and 65. When a person places on his head and in his stomach the water that has washed Lord Vishnu's feet, and when he places in his stomach the remnants of food offered to Lord Vishnu, sin cannot make its home in him. Even if he is haunted by many great sins, and even if he is tormented by hundreds of diseases, all his sins perish. Text 66 and 67. A person who drinks the water that has washed Lord Hari's feet becomes liberated. Of this there is no doubt. Why would they who place on their heads the water that has washed Lord Hari's feet be very interested to go on millions of pilgrimages? To drink the water that has washed Lord Vishnu's feet is the greatest pilgrimage, the greatest pious act, the greatest austerity. Text 68. In the Skanda Purana, Lord Shiva tells Goddess Uma, when a person drinks the water that has washed Lord Han's feet, all his sins perish. What, then, can be said when a person drinks the water that has washed the Salagrama Sila? Text 69. O beloved, the act of drinking the water that has washed Lord Vishnu's feet removes all sins, beginning with the sin of killing a Brahmana. When a person who has drunk this water dies, he defeats Yama's soldiers and goes to the world of Lord Vishnu. Text 70. In the Skanda Purana, in the Sri Salagrama Sila Mahatmya, Lord Shiva tells Kartikeya, O great general, they who regularly drink the water that has washed the Salagrama Sila are rescued from having again to enter a mother's womb. Text 71. Afikagavyas. Text 72. What need is there for charity, fasting, Kendrayanavrata, and pilgrimages for a person who already atoned for his sins by drinking the sacred water that has washed Lord Vishnu's feet? Text 73. In the Narada Purana, in the beginning of the hunter's story, it is said, a person who for a single moment places on his head the water that has washed Lord Hari's feet has bathed all holy rivers. He is very dear to Lord Vishnu. Text 74. The sacred water that has washed Lord Hari's feet stops untimely death, all diseases, and all sufferings. Text 75. In the Narada Purana, at the end of the hunter's story, it is said, by touching the water that had washed Lord Hari's feet, the hunter became at once free of all sins. Entering the celestial airplane, he said to the sage, text 76. O sage, it is because you sprinkled on me the water that washed Lord Hari's feet that I am now about to enter Lord Vishnu's supreme abode. Text 77. In the Hari Bhakti Sudhodaya it is said, in ancient times the Ganga touched Lord Vishnu's foot. The Ganga gives liberation to they who think of her. Why should the water that has washed Lord Vishnu's feet be glorified in this way? Why should it be thought more purifying than the Gataiga? Text 78. The fire of the threefold material miseries, a fire all the oceans in the world cannot extinguish, is extinguished at once by a single drop of the water that has washed Lord Vishnu's feet. Text 79. One should always place on all his limbs the water that has washed Lord Hari's feet, water that is an armor invincible to all weapons, water that is a medicine to cure the fever of repeated birth and death. Text 80. Every month the demigods drink nectar, but still they do not become immortal. It is they who regularly drink the water that has washed Lord Vishnu's feet who attain immortality. Text 81. A person who glorifies the water that has washed Lord Vishnu's feet becomes fearless. A person who tries to set a limit on the value of the priceless gem of that water commits a sin. Text 82. In another place it is said, a person who places the water that has washed Lord Vishnu's feet on his head, on his body, and in his mouth is always pure. He is a Brahmachari. He is a follower of vows. He is a follower of Varnashrama. Text 83. If a person wishes to become free from all the sins committed since the time of his birth, he should honor the water that has washed the Salagrama Sila, water that removes all sins. Text 84. In the Tijadravana Parikaratra, Sri Brahma explains, my son, a person should take the water that has washed Lord Hari's feet and sprinkle it over the Vaishyavas' heads. That water contains within it all holy places. Text 85. The glories of the water that has washed Lord Vishnu's feet are described in all the scriptures. What person, even if he has the power to count all the waves in the ocean, has the power to write about them all? Text 86. One should offer to Lord Hari water mixed with tulasi leaves in a conch shell. One should then offer the remnants of this water to the Vaisnavas and one should then also drink it himself. Text 87. The glories of water offered in a conch shell in the Skanda Purana, in a conversation of Sri Brahma and Sri Narada, it is said, a person who offers to Lord Hari water mixed with tulasi leaves in a conch shell, and then offers the remnants of this water to the saintly-hearted Vaisnavas, attains the pious benefit of 100 Chandrayanas. Text 88. A Vaisnava who regularly places on his head the water offered in a conch shell to Lord Krishna is the most austere of saintly sages. Text 89. In the Padma Purana, in a conversation of Devadetta and Vaikundila, it is said, a person who drinks the water that has washed the Salagrama Sila destroys the sinful reactions of 10 million murders. Of this there is no doubt. Text 90. In the Agastya Sarhita, a person who drinks the water mixed the tulasi leaves that has washed the Salagrama Sila will never again drink from a mother's breast. Text 91. A person who drinks the water that has washed the feet of Lord Vishnu and the Vaisnavas, supremely purifying water that contains within it all sacred rivers, need never drink any other sacred water to become purified. Text 92. In the Skanda Purana, Lord Shiva explains, a person who after drinking the water that has washed Lord Vishnu's feet worries that he is still impure is a sinner. He is the killer of a Brahmana. Text 93. The Sruti Sastra explains, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is supremely purifying. The feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead are supremely purifying. The water that has washed the feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead is supremely purifying. One should not drink that water and then spit it out. 'Tis purifying like soma. Text 94. In the Garuda Purana it is said, a person who first sips and then foolishly spits out the water that has washed the feet of Lord Vishnu or the Vaisnavas is sinful like the killer of a Brahmana. Text 95. Then one should offer to the lips of the deity a conch shell filled with pure water in which are scents, flowers, and unbroken grains of rice. Text 96. In the Skanda Purana, Sankha Mahatmya, in a conversation of Brahma and Narada, it is said, for a person who looks on as a conch shell filled with water in which are scents, flowers, and unbroken grains of rice, is offered to the deity, opulence and prosperity are not difficult to obtain. Text 97. At every turn opulence and prosperity rush to meet a person who offers to the deity of Lord Krishna a conch shell filled with water in which are darved grass, flowers, and unbroken grains of rice. Text 98. A devotee should go to a glorious Tulasi forest and worship Tulasi Devi, who is dear to Lord Krishna's feet. Text 99. The worship of the beautiful Tulasi forest. As before, one should offer arghya with scents, flowers, unbroken grains of rice, and other things. Then one should glorify Tulasi Devi, bow down like a stick, Dandavat, before her, and make some request. Text 100. The mantra for offering arghya. O goddess, O glory of the goddess of fortune, O home of the goddess of fortune, O object of worship for the goddess of fortune's husband, please accept this arghya I offer to you with devotion. I offer my respectful obeisances to you. Text 101. The mantra for worshipping Tulasi Devi. In ancient times you were planted by the demigods. You are worshipped by the Suras and Asuras. O Tulasi, please remove my sins. Please accept the worship I offer you. I offer my respectful obeisances to you. Text 102. A prayer chanting the glories of Tulasi Devi. You are the mother of great mercy. You grant all good fortune. You remove diseases and anxieties. O Tulasi Devi, again and again I offer my respectful obeisances to you. Text 103. A prayer filled with requests. Please give me wealth. Please give me fame, glory, long life, happiness, strength, prosperity, and piety. O Tulasi Devi, please be merciful to me. Text 104. Words to recite while offering obeisances to Tulasi Devi. In the Avanti Kanda it is said, I offer my respectful obeisances to Tulasi Devi. When someone sees her, she destroys all his sins. When someone touches her, she purifies his body. When someone offers obeisances to her, she cures his diseases. When someone waters her, she makes Yamaraja afraid of him. When someone plants her, she brings him near to Lord Krishna. When someone places her at Lord Krishna's feet, she gives him liberation. Text 105. Even though I am only a tiny creature, I still yearn to dive into the nectar ocean of Goddess Tulasi's glories. O Goddess, please forgive me. Text 106. The glories of worshipping the Tulasi forest. In the Skanda Purana it is said, by worshipping Tulasi Devi one attains the same result that is obtained by worshipping the Salagrama Sila on Sravana Dayadi. Text 107. In the Garuda Purana it is said, O King of birds, by worshipping Tulasi Devi one attains the same result as one attains by honoring the datri fruit or by fasting on Janmastami. Text 108. O King of birds, the demigods say that by worshipping Tulasi Devi one attains the same result as one attains by bathing at Prayaga or dying at Varanasi. Text 109. In the Agastya Samhita it is said, when she is properly worshipped, Tulasi Devi fulfills the desires of the men and women of the four Varnas and Astamas. Text 110. When she is planted, watered, seen, or touched, Tulasi Devi brings purification. When she is worshipped she fulfills all desires. Text 111. It is also said, they who regularly circumambulate Tulasi Devi and bow down before her become free from sin. Text 112. In the Narada Purana, at the end of Yajvayadvaha story, it is said, a person who worships Tulasi Devi in his home finds that his good fortune increases day by day. Text 113. In the Padma Purana, in a conversation of Devadita and Vaikundala, it is said, O best of Vaishyas, Dvadasi after Dvadasi, the demigods headed by Brahma worship the Tulasi forest. Text 114. The glories of offering prayers praising Tulasi. A person who with an unwavering heart glorifies Tulasi with prayers becomes very dear to the devas, pitas, and human beings. Text 115. The glory of the Tulasi forest. In the Skanda Purana it is said, in the age of Kali, Lord Hari, the master of the universes and demigods, is especially pleased by a Tulasi forest and by nothing else. Text 116. Avoiding 1,000 holy places and the chains of sacred mountains, in Kali Yuga Lord Krishna stays always in a Tulasi forest. Text 117. They who see or plant a Tulasi forest attain the Lord's supreme abode. Text 118. Any place where there is no deity of Lord Vishnu, no fruit-bearing datri tree, no Tulasi forest, or no Vaisnavas is like a cremation ground. Text 119. Even if they are displeased with him, what can Yamaraja and his servants do to a person who in this world has planted a Tulasi forest for Lord Krishna's sake? Texts 120 and 121. One should plant Tulasi at the time of the star Sravana. The Supreme Personality of Godhead forgives 1,000 offenses for one who plants Tulasi in holy places and temples. Wherever Tulasi is planted, that place becomes sacred to Lord Vishnu. Text 122. O King of Brahmanas, he pleases the three worlds who, with streams of water from pitchers and other watering devices, waters a Tulasi forest. Text 123. In the Skanda Purana, in a conversation of Brahma and Narada, it is said, there all become purified. Text 124. O Brahmana, offerings of Sraddha to please the Pitas should be given in the shade of a Tulasi forest. Text 125. O Narada, to be perfectly successful, Pinda offerings to the Pitas should be presented in a place where Tulasi seeds have fallen. Text 126. In the Skanda Purana it is also said, when she is regularly seen, touched, remembered, glorified, bowed before, heard about, planted, served, or worshipped, Tulasi Devi brings great auspiciousness. Text 127. They who daily worship Tulasi Devi in these 9 ways reside in Lord Hari's spiritual realm for 10 billion yugas. Text 128. As each new root appears on Tulasi Devi, the person in Kali Yuga who planted her earns 10 billion pious deeds. Text 129. As each new branch, twig, seed, flower, and fruit appears on Tulasi Devi, the human being who planted her gains a host of pious descendants. Text 130. All who were born in his family and all who will be born in his family, beginning with the start of the Kalpa and extending 1,000 yugas into the future, will reside in Lord Hari's transcendental abode. Text 131. In the Avanti Kandya it is said, they are very fortunate who in Kali Yuga plant Tulasi, pick her leaves, and offer them to Lord Krishna. Text 132 In Kali Yuga, when she is planted, glorified, bathed, given in charity, remembered, offered to Lord Krishna, and when the remnants of her offered leaves are eaten, Tulasi Devi bears away all sins. Text 133 In the Kasi Kanda, Yamaraja teaches his messengers, O my soldiers, you should stay far away from anyone who has been decorated with Tulasi, who has chanted Tulasi's names, or who has protected a Tulasi forest. Text 134 In the Kasi Kanda, Dhruva Karita, it is said, Yama's servants will never enter a home where Tulasi is worshipped every day. Text 135 In the Padma Purana, in a conversation of Devadita and Vaikundila, it is said, O noble Vajya, they who plant a Tulasi forest will not see Yamaraja. A Tulasi forest removes all sins and grants all desires. Text 136 A person who keeps a Tulasi forest there transforms his home into a holy place. Yamarja's servants will never enter that home. Text 137 They who plant Tulasi stay, for each seed and leaf, 1,000 years in Devaloka. Text 138 When they smell the scent of Tulasi, the Pitas become happy at heart. Riding on Garuda, they go to Lord Hari's spiritual abode. Text 139 Seeing the Narmada, bathing in the Gaga, and touching a Tulasi leaf are three equally pious actions. Text 140 When the people plant, protect, water, see, or touch her, Tulasi burns away any sins they may have committed with their bodies, minds, or words. Text 141 A single branch of Tulasi is equal to 100 pipala trees or 1,000 mango trees. Text 142 A Vaisnava who plants a Tulasi tree enjoys in Devaloka for 100,000 yugas. Text 143 In the Padma Purana, Vaisakha Mahatmya, it is said, Puskara and all other holy places, the Ganga and all other holy rivers, as well as Lord Krishna and all other deities reside in every Tulasi leaf. Text 144 As the Haritaki cures diseases, so Tulasi quickly removes poverty, suffering, disease, and sin. Text 145 In the Padma Purana, Kartika Mahatmya, it is said, Text 146 When they are given the remnants of an offering of water and Tulasi, the Pitas are pleased as if they were offered water for 10,000 years. Text 147 They worship Tulasi and protect her by arranging a water trench to circle her base, worship Lord Krishna with these deeds. Of this there is no doubt. Texts 143 to 150 As they should not commit the offense of thinking Lord Vasudeva is an ordinary person who happens to be enjoying in Vaikuntha, or the offense of thinking that the Salagramaila is an ordinary stone, so the wise should not commit the offense of thinking that Tulasi Devi is an ordinary tree. Tulasi Devi is an incarnation of the goddess of fortune, and she appears as a tree in order to benefit the people of the world. When she is seen, touched, or protected, she destroys the greatest sins. Text 151 In the Agastya Samhita it is said, as Sitadevi is dear to Lord Rama, the all-pervading master of the three worlds, so Tulasi Devi, the purifier of all the worlds, is also dear to him. Text 152 Lord Rama personally stayed with Sitadevi in a forest filled with Tulasi and with hundreds of other flowers. Text 153 A single Tulasi plant purifies every place for 2 miles around. It is as if the entire area had been flooded by the Ganga. Text 154 O King of the sages, they who die near Tulasi do not suffer in hell. They go to the spiritual world. Text 155 It is also said, O sage whose wealth is austerity, they who see Tulasi when they first open their eyes in the morning become from that moment free from all the sins of all their days and nights. Text 156 In the Garuda Purana it is said, O fortunate Garuda, O son of Vinata, a person who plants a Tulasi forest attains liberation. Text 157 O king of birds, a person who plants a Tulasi tree in a beautiful garden, in a forest, or in his home has done a very important deed. It is as if he has created the 7 worlds. Text 158. A person who for even a moment rests in a tulasi forest becomes freed from the sins of 10 million births. Of this there is no doubt. Text 159. A person who, chanting the 1,000 names, circumambulates a tulasi forest attains the result of 10,000 yapiyas. Text 160. In the Hari Bhakti Sudhodaya it is said, perhaps someone will offer me an unbroken tulasi leaf. Thinking these words, Lord Vishnu always stays in a tulasi forest. Text 161. In the Narada Purana it is said, when one chants the name Ganga, the Ganga destroys all his sins. When one chants the names of Lord Hari, tulasi gives one the gift of devotional service. Text 162. Lord Hari stays wherever there is a lotus forest or a tulasi forest, or wherever the Puranas are read. Text 163. In the Narada Purana, Yamaraja tells King Bhagirata, O king, please listen and he will tell you the pious benefit gained by a person who plants tulasi. Text 164. Accompanied by 70 million relatives from his father's and mother's families, for 100 kalpas he stays near Lord Narayana. Text 165. When a person removes the blades of grass growing at tulasi's roots, with each blade of grass he becomes free of the sin of killing a brahmana. Text 166. A person who waters tulasi with even a small palmful of water stays with Lord Kesaradaki Ayivina for as long as the sun and moon shine in the sky. Text 167. O king, please hear the pious result attained by a person who protects tulasi with a wooden fence or a hedge of thorns. Text 168. For each day that Tom hedge remains he stays for a yuga with 3 generations of his kinsmen in Brahmaloka. Text 169. O king, when a person builds a wall around Tulasi Devi, he and 3 generations of his kinsmen attain spiritual forms like that of Lord Vishnu. Text 170. In the Narada Purana, at the end of Yajvayadvaha story, it is said, service to Tulasi, association with the devotees, and devotion to Lord Hari are rarely attained by they who have fallen into the ocean of birth and death. Text 171. In other Puranas it is said, they who plant Lord Hari's dear Tulasi attain a pious result 10 million times better than what is attained by performing a host of yajvas and giving very generous daksan for to the brahmanas. Text 172. They whom plant Tulasi in a pure place and offer her leaves in worship to Lord Vishnu attain the eternal spiritual world. Text 173. When he sees that someone has planted a Tulasi tree, from his book Yamarja silently erases that person's name. Text 174. O Brahmana, a person who morning, noon, and night, regularly speaks the name of Tulasi attains the result of giving 1,000 cows in charity. Text 175. O best of birds, a person who plants Tulasi attains the benefit of offering yajvas, chanting japa, and following austere vows. Text 176. When she is heard about, desired, seen, planted, watered, or offered respectful obeisances, Tulasi burns away all sins. She becomes like the great fire at the yuga's end. Text 177. A person who plants a Tulasi forest in Lord Krishna's temple attains the eternal spiritual world with his devotee ancestors. Text 178. In another place it is said, a person who in a Tulasi forest offers sraddha to the Pitas attains the result of offering sraddha in Gaya. Lord Vishnu himself said this long ago. Text 179. O tiger of sages, a person who sees a Tulasi forest becomes free from all sins. Although in the past he may have killed many brahmanas, he becomes pure and saintly. Text 180. In the Skanda Purana, Vasistha Muni tells King Mandhata, O very fortunate king, Tulasi Devi gives great pious benefits to anyone who worships her on a third Tithi of the Sukla Paksa when Mercury is conjoined with the star Sravana. Text 181. Now will be written the glories of the Tulasi's leaves offered to Lord Krishna and the glories of the touch of Tulasi's wood and earth. Text 182. The glories of Tulasi's wood and earth. In the Skanda Purana it is said, touching the earth at Tulasi's roots is equal to 10 million pilgrimages. One should carefully keep some of this earth in his home. Text 183. O best of the Brahmanas, a person who in his home keeps some earth from Tulasi's roots is no longer a human being. Now he is a demigod. Text 184. A person who at his death is anointed with Tulasi earth is invisible to Yamaraja. Yamaraja cannot even see him, even if he has committed 100 sins. Text 185. When a person places Tulasi earth on his head, all obstacles that trouble him perish. All the planets become auspicious for him. Text 186. Vinu. Text 187. In the Skanda Purana it is also said, O best of the Brahmanas, in order to create auspiciousness, drive away faults, and bring purification, a wise man should carry with him some of the earth that has touched Tulasi Devi's roots. Text 188. Lord Krishna is pleased with whoever places the earth from Tulasi's roots on his head. Lord Krishna grants him anything he may desire. Text 189. In the Narada Purana's description of the gang, it is said, a person who touches the earth that has touched Tulasi, Lord Hari's devotees, or the Ganga, attains an eternal spiritual form. Text 190. In the Garuda Purana it is said, when in the Kali Yuga a person keeps in his home Tulasi wood and Tulasi leaves, either dry or moist, sin cannot enter his home. Text 191. In both the Sri Prahlada Samhita and the Sri Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, Tulasi's leaves, flowers, fruits, wood, bark, branches, twigs, sprouts, roots, and earth are all supremely purifying. Text 192. Brahmanas who offer homa with a fire burning with Tulasi would attain at every moment the piety of offering 100 agnistikama yapiyas. Text 193. When someone, using a fire burning with Tulasi wood, cooks an offering of food to give to Lord Kesava, that offering becomes like a great Mount Meru of food. Text 194. A person whose dead body burns in a fire of Tulasi wood goes to Visnyaloka. He never returns to this world. Text 195. Even if he was haunted by many great sins beginning with the sin of approaching a woman who should not be approached, a person who dies and is cremated in a fire of Tulasi wood becomes completely pure. Text 196. Even if a person never went on pilgrimage to any holy places, never meditated on Lord Hari, and never chanted Lord Hari's glories, if when he dies he is cremated in a fire of Tulasi wood, he will not take birth again. Text 197. A person who commits 10 million sins, dies, and is cremated in a fire where among much other wood there is a single piece of Tulasi, attains liberation. Text 198. DS for 10 billion births. Text 199. In the Agastya Samhita it is said, a person who carefully makes beautiful japa beads or neck beads out of Tulasi wood attains a benefit that is eternal. Text 200. The glories of honoring a Tulasi leaf. In the Skanda Purana it is said, what is the use of many pilgrimages and yajnas for a person who places on his mouth, head, ears, and navel, a Tulasi leaf offered to Lord Hari? Text 201. In the Skanda Purana it is also said, a person who places on his head a Tulasi leaf offered to Lord Hari attains purity, piety, wealth, and the destruction of all diseases. He vanquishes his enemies. Text 202. A person who rejects Varnashrama and is addicted to telling lies, but nevertheless worships Lord Vinu and places on his head a Tulasi leaf offered to Lord Vinu, purifies all the worlds. Text 203. In the Narada Purana, Sri Yama tells King Bhagarata, O great king, a person who regularly touches to his ear a Tulasi leaf or a portion of Tulasi wood, is never touched by sin. Text 204. In the Haribhakti Sudhodaya, the messengers of Yamaraja tell a Vaisnava Brahmana, we did not understand. Lord Hari loves Tulasi Devi. When a person carries Tulasi in his hand, Lord Hari follows him and gives him all protection. Text 205. In another Purana it is said, by placing a Tulasi leaf to his head, a Vaisnava performs a host of pious deeds. He attains a result that is eternal. Text 206. In the Garuda Purana it is said, when he sees that a person has touched a Tulasi leaf to his mouth, head, or ears, from his book Yamarja at once erases all his sins. Text 207. O son of Vinata, if he eats a tulasi leaf at sunrise, noon, and sunset, a person becomes very pure. He does not need to perform 100 Kandrayanavratas. Text 208. In the Skanda Purana, Sri Vasistha Muni tells King Mandhata, by eating a tulasi leaf one becomes very pure. More pure than if he had followed the Kandrayanavrata, Taptakrekravrata, Brahmakarchavrata, or Kisodakavrata. Text 209. It is well known that simply by eating a tulasi leaf offered to the Lord, even a sinner who has no spiritual love will attain the abode of the Lord. Text 210. In the Skanda Purana, where Sri Brahma speaks this verse to Sri Narada, as well as in the Amritasaradhara, where, at the end of the hunter's story, the Sri Visnudatas speak this verse to the Yamadyatas, it is said, as the milk ocean was being churned, beautiful Tulasi, who has the power to assume any form at will, and whose purpose was to deliver all the worlds, suddenly appeared. Text 211. When she is remembered, seen, or glorified, sins race to destruction. How much more, then, are sins destroyed when Lord Vishnu himself is worshipped? Text 212. Lord Vishnu will push aside a flower of gold, a flower of rubies, or a flower of many jewels, and choose instead a single tulasi leaf. Text 213. Fian, a cruel hunter who eats a tulasi leaf at the time of death burns all his sins to ashes. Text 214. As the Ganga and the Yamuna was away all sins, so does eating a tulasi leaf. Eating a tulasi leaf bring the fulfillment of all desires. Text 215. Text 216. By serving Lord Vishnu, a person burns away his sins. In the same way, by eating a tulasi leaf, a person burns away a great multitude of sins. Text 217. 1,000 Kandrayanavratas and 100 Parakavratas do not bring piety equal to what is attained by eating a tulasi leaf. Text 218. I heard Lord Hari say that a person who eats a tulasi leaf becomes free from 1,000 sins committed in his youth. Text 219. When a person places a tulasi leaf on his mouth or on his head, neither sins nor Yama's servants can again approach him. Text 220. The detri fruit was manifested from nectar. The tulasi plant is dear to Lord Vishnu. When they are remembered, praised, meditated on, or eaten, they fulfill all desires. Text 221. In the Skanda Purana, the Supreme Personality of Godhead tells Yamaraja, a person who places tulasi or the dhai fruit on his mouth, head, or body at the moment of his death does not attain an inauspicious destination. Text 222. Even a great sinner who has not done a single pious deed will attain liberation if he eats a tulasi leaf. Text 223. That hunter ate a tulasi leaf, and therefore when he died he went to my abode. Text 224. In another Purana it is said, a person who fasts on a pure dvadi, and then on the next day breaks his fast by eating a tulasi leaf, attains the result of 8 Svamedhayahiyas. Text 225. A Brahmabandhu who ate a tulasi leaf was protected by Lord Krishna's kakra. This story is famous in the Hari Bhakti Sudhodaya. Text 226. It is also said, how wonderful it is. A fallen tulasi leaf, some water placed on tulasi, or some earth from tulasi's roots placed on one's forehead destroy every sin. Text 227. Even though tulasi's leaves are glorious in this way, the Vaisnavas will never accept them unless they are first offered to Lord Krishna. Text 228. Because she is very dear to Lord Krishna, Sri Tulasi Devi is glorified in all the scriptures. Now we will write about the glories of the detri fruit. Text 229. The glory of worshipping the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the Karma Purana it is said, no work described in the Vedas is more sacred than the worship of Lord Vishnu. Therefore one should always worship Lord Vishnu, who has no beginning, middle, or end. Text 177. In the Karma Purana, the Supreme Personality of Godhead explains to Baitargu and the sages, O Brahmanas, in the Kali Yuga they who again and again properly worship me, following the rules of the Vedas, will go to my transcendental abode. Text 178 in the Vinurahasya it is said, they who worship Lord Vinu will go to his eternal and blissful abode. Text 179 in the Vinurahasya, the Supreme Personality of Godhead explains, they who follow the yoga of meditation do please me as much as they who follow the yoga of work. Text 181 who follows the yoga of work pleases me more than other yogis. I am pleased by they who love me and are free from envy and hatred. Text 181 they who always worship me and think of me are the best of they who follow the yoga of work. Text 182 O Narada, without working for my sake, meditation does not give liberation. O Brahmana, they who only meditate cannot understand me in truth. They who work for my sake become wrapped in a trance of meditation on me and thus they attain me. Text 183 the sacred and auspicious yoga of devotional service pleases me and fulfills the devotee's desires. It brings happiness and liberation. Text 184 in a single day they who follow the yoga of work attain the same pious results the meditating yogis struggle to attain in an entire year. Text 185 in the Adi Purana it is said, no meditation is equal to working for the Supreme Personality of Godhead. No result is equal to that obtained by working for the Supreme Personality of Godhead. No renunciation is equal to working for the Supreme Personality of Godhead. No austerity is equal to working for the Supreme Personality of Godhead. No piety is equal to working for the Supreme Personality of Godhead. No destination is equal to that obtained by working for the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 186 in the Narada Purana it is said, O Brahmanas, the Supreme Personality of Godhead is attained by devotional service, not by giving money. Lord Vinu fulfills the desires of they who worship him with devotion. Text 187 as a thirsty man is at once pleased when he drinks some clear water, so Lord Krishna, the master of the universes and the killer of all sufferings, is pleased when he is worshipped with an offering of water. Text 188 in the Hari Bhakti Sudhodaya it is said, even if performed with pride or the intent to mock, devotional service delivers the people. Such devotional service is not useless, as it would be if it were some other work. Who is more merciful than the Supreme Personality of Godhead? Text 189 in the Brahmavaivarta Purana it is said, as when one accidentally touches fire, it burns, so when one somehow or other worships the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he responds by giving liberation. Text 190 by worshipping Lord Krishna one becomes wealthy, happy, famous, fearless, intelligent, wise, thoughtful, and the parent of good children. Texts 191 and 192 in the Skanda Purana, in a conversation of Sanat Kumara and Markandeya, it is said, the worship of Lord Vinu is the best of all religions. By worshipping Lord Vinu one attains a result many millions of times greater than the results of all yajnas, homas, austerities, and bathing in holy places. Therefore one should diligently worship Lord Vinu. Text 193 in the Skanda Purana, in a conversation of Lord Shiva and Goddess Uma, it is said, a person who once worships Lord Vinu attains the same result that is attained by giving the entire earth with all its oceans in charity to the king of Brahmanas. Text 194 one who for half a month diligently worships Lord Vinu is the best of men. He is wise. He is a great devotee of Lord Vinu. Of this there is no doubt. Text 195 a person who at midday worships Lord Vinu attains the same pious result as that obtained by giving the entire earth, with all its wealth, in charity. Text 196 a person who regularly rises early and worships Lord Vinu attains a pious result better than that obtained by performing 1,000 agnistikama yahyas. Text 197 a person who in the evening worships Lord Vinu attains the same result as that obtained by performing a Gamdhayajana. Text 198 a person at any time, at the Sandhide times, or at any other time as well, devotedly worships Lord Krishna, attains all his desires. Text 199 what, then, can be said of one who always worships Lord Vinu? Such a person is very fortunate. His life is a perfect success. he goes to the realm of Lord Vishnu. Text 200 They who are simply initiated into the worship of Lord Krishna attain liberation. What can said, then, of they who always worship the Lord with devotion? Text 201 In the Skanda Purana, in a conversation of Brahma and Narada, it is said, in the material world, which is full of darkness and dangers, combined with birth and death and full of different anxieties, the only way to get out of the great entanglement is to accept loving transcendental devotional service to Lord Vasudeva. This accepted by all classes of philosophers. Text 202 A person who pleases Lord Vishnu, in whom everything rests, is the most pious person. He is a splendid ornament decorating his entire family. Text 203 The worship of Lord Krishna brings a result far better than anything obtained by performing many yajnas, austerities, or pious deeds. Text 204 In Kali Yuga the people generally are impure and quarrelsome, and they do know that Lord Vishnu is the supreme. However, those fortunate people that do worship Lord Vishnu become successful and perfect in every way. Nothing is better for the people than the worship of Lord Vishnu. Texts 205 and 206 In this dark Kali Yuga one should always worship Lord Vishnu. When Lord Vishnu, who holds a conch shell, disc, and club, and who is the master of all the demigods, is worshipped, then all the demigods are also worshipped automatically, because Lord Vishnu is all-pervading. A person who worships Lord Kesava, who is the master of the worlds, who is worshipped by the demigods and demons, and who killed Karnsa and Kadai, will not go to the hellish worlds. Text 207 A person who once mocks the Lord by pretending to worship him or bow down before him still goes to the supreme abode, the abode worshipped by the demigods. Text 208 Worship of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who holds the Samagabhau and is the master of the demigods and all the worlds, makes one's life a complete success. Text 209 In the beginning of the Skanda Purana it is said, in this worthless material world the only valuable things is faithful worship of Lord Vishnu, who is the master of all the worlds. Text 210 It is further said, the age of Kali cannot enter any place where the devotees of Lord Vishnu stay, where they talk of Lord Vishnu, where they always worship him. Text 211 In the Kasi Kanda it is said, Why do the people not worship Lord Vishnu, whose worship brings a beautiful wife, good children, good friends, wealth, kingdom, residence in Svarga, and final liberation? Text 212 The worship of Lord Vishnu removes sins, destroys diseases and anguish, increases piety, and quickly brings the fulfillment of desires. Text 213 In the Skanda Purana, Markandeya Muni tells King Dhruva, a person who once worships Lord Vishnu, the master of the demigods, attains the supreme abode in the spiritual world. I tell you the truth. Text 214 Atijara Muni explains, if you wish to enter the spiritual world, then please worship Lord Govinda, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who has no end, and in whom everything rests. Text 215 Pulastya Muni explains, one who worships Lord Krishna, who is the eternal Supreme Person, the Supreme Brahman, and the Supreme Abode, attains final liberation, which is otherwise very difficult to attain. Text 216 Pulaha Muni explains, O saintly one, please worship Lord Vishnu, the master of all yajnas and all the worlds. By worshipping him, King Indra attained his royal post. Text 217 Vasistha Muni explains, one who worships Lord Vishnu can attain anything his heart desires in the three worlds, what to speak of in that world above all others. Text 218 Vasistha Muni explains, one who worships Lord Vishnu can attain anything his heart desires in the three worlds, what to speak of in that world above all others. Text 218 In the Agastya Samhita it is said, a person who worships Lord Vishnu will attain whatever thing, great or small, his heart desires. Text 220 In the Vishnu Purana, Marisai Muni explains, they who do not worship Lord Govinda cannot attain the supreme abode. Therefore, O Prince, please worship him, the infallible Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 221 in the Vinu Purana it is also said, by worshipping Lord Vinu one attains all his desires. He attains a great kingdom, residence in Svargaloka, and residence in the transcendental abode worshipped by the people of Svarga. He attains the highest liberation. Texts 222 and 223 in the Brahmavaivarta Purana it is said, if you wish to enter the spiritual world, then please worship Lord Govinda, by whose desire the material universes are created and destroyed, from the lotus of whose navel Brahma, the grandfather of the worlds was born, the water of whose feet Lord Shiva sprinkles on his head as he dances. Text 224 in the Nrsimha Purana, in a conversation of Markandeya and Sahasranaka it is said, one who, calling out, O Lord Nrsimha, O Master of the living entities, regularly worships Lord Nrsimha, will attain both Svargaloka and liberation. Of this there is no doubt. Text 225 a person who devotedly spends his entire life worshipping Lord Nrsimha in this way will attain whatever he desires. Text 226 in the Nrsimha Purana, after a conversation of Lord Shiva and Markandeya Muni, in a conversation of Sri Vyasa and Sri Sukadeva Goswami, is the following statement, they who do not worship Lord Krishna suffer in hell, where they are tortured by Yamaraja. Why, then, do you not worship Lord Krishna, the destroyer of sufferings? Text 227 if other things are not available, one may worship Lord Krishna by offering him a cup of water. Why do you not worship him? Text 228 to they who remember him, lotus-eyed Lord Nrsimha, the Supreme Master of the senses, easily gives liberation. Why do you not worship him? Text 229 in the Narada Purana, in the chapter on the glories of Aditi, Sri Sanatana Goswami explains, when one is devoted to the worship of Lord Vinu, no obstacles stand in his way. Kings, thieves, and diseases do not attack him. Text 230 Pretas, Pisakas, Kusumandas, Grahas, Balagrahas, Dakinas, and Raksasas cannot attack a devotee of the infallible personality of Godhead. Text 231 in the Narada Purana, in a conversation of Yamaraja and Bhagirata it is said, a person who in a secluded place worships Lord Vinu with fruits, leaves, and flowers, travels, with 70 generations of his relatives, to the abode of Lord Vinu. Text 232 in the Narada Purana, in the Dvaharopana Mahatmya chapter, the Visnutas explains, they who at the time of hear a single utterance of the Lord's holy name go to the supreme spiritual abode. What need be said, then, of they who serve the Lord with faith? Text 233 a person who for a moment, or even half a moment, visits a temple of Lord Krishna, goes to the supreme spiritual abode. What need be said, then, of they who serve the Lord with faith? Text 234 in the Narada Purana, Vibhandaka Muni tells King Sumati, even a person who on a whim does some service to the Lord attains a very great result. What need be said, then, of they who serve the Lord with care? Text 235 after the description of Prayasita it is said, a person who, somehow or other, by meeting the devotees or by mistake, worships Lord Krishna, becomes free of all sins and goes to the supreme abode. Text 236 by worshipping Lord Krishna a person attains a pure heart and mind. All the obstacles that stood before him perish, and he goes to the supreme abode. Text 237 they who devotedly worship Lord Krishna attain the four eternal goals of life, religion, sense gratification, economic development, and liberation. Text 238 all pilgrimages, yajnas, Vedas, and Vedatikas are not equal to even a 16th of the value of worship to Lord Narayana. Text 239 in answer to a question about Sri Vinutosaviti it is said, I will tell you the truth. I will tell you what is auspicious. Again and again I will tell what is the best thing to know, in this worthless world of birth and death the best thing is the worship of Lord Vinu. Text 240 after the Upalepana Mahatmya it is said, they who without material desire once worship Lord Vinu become free from the bonds of birth and death. Text 241. After the story of Yajvayadvaha it is said, copyright kings of the Brahmanas, please hear this, Lord Narayana, the eternal personality of Godhead, gives liberation to whoever knowingly or unknowingly worships him. Text 242. They who worship Lord Mahavinu, the destroyer of the surrendered soul's sufferings, should be worshipped. They should be glorified. They should be offered respects. Text 243. O wise sages, they who without material desires worship Lord Vinu or Lord Siva purify all the world. Text 244. In the Padma Purana, in a conversation about the rules of worship, Lord Narayana tells Narada Muni, for one who becomes my devotee and properly worships me, no obstacle will ever appear, even in a dream. Such a devotee becomes fearless. Text 245. In the Padma Purana, in the Vaisakha Mahatmya, in a conversation of Narada Muni and King Ambarisa, it is said, when he is worshipped with devotion, the Supreme Personality of Godhead responds by fulfilling all desires. He gives beautiful wife, good children, long life, kingdom, residence in Svargaloka, and final liberation. Text 246. When one of their descendants worships Lord Vinu, many ancestors from both sides of the family become released from hell and go to Svargaloka. Text 247. In the Padma Purana, in a conversation of Yamaraja and a Brahmana, it is said, what demigod attained the celestial world without devotedly worshipping Lord Vinu? One who worships Lord Vinu finds that whatever he wishes appears in the palm of his hand. Text 248. In the Vinudharma Purana, Uttarakanda, in the Sri Krishnamrita Stottra, it is said, in this world a person who once worships infallible Lord Vinu is very fortunate. What, then, may be said of a person who faithfully worships the Lord every day with many nice flowers? Text 249. They who regularly see and worship Lord Vinu's devotees go to Lord Vinu's transcendental abode. What, then, may be said of Lord Vinu's devotees themselves? Text 250. A person who serves Lord Krishna is a great yogi. He is pure in heart. He is peaceful. He is wise. He is pure. He is perfect. Text 251. In the Agastya Samhita it is said, some devotees, again and again intently chanting Rama, Rama, on japa beads, dive into a nectar ocean of bliss. Attaining eternal liberation, they become filled with bliss. Text 252. Other devotees, attracted to deity worship, stay in temples to see Lord Rama, who appeared in a human-like form to become the friend of his devotees. Text 253. It is further said, as a liberated soul need not follow the great myriad of Vedic orders and prohibitions, so a worshipper of Lord Rama is also free. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. The devotees of the Lord are also glorified in Bhagavad Gita 11.55, 9.31, 7.17, and 4.36. Text 254. In Sri Bhagavad Gita, 12.1, Arjuna asked, which are considered to be more perfect, those who are always properly engaged in your devotional service, or those who worship the impersonal Brahman, the unmanifest? Text 255. Asked in this way, the Supreme Personality of Godhead said, Bhagavad Gita 12.2, those who fix their minds on my personal form and are always engaged in worshipping me with great and transcendental faith are considered by me to be most perfect. Text 256. In Srimad Bhagavatam, 4.2131, King Parthu explains, by the inclination to serve the lotus feet of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, suffering humanity can immediately cleanse the dirt which has accumulated in their minds during innumerable births. Like the Ganges water, which emanates from the toes of the lotus feet of the Lord, such a process immediately cleanses the mind, and thus spiritual or Krishna consciousness gradually increases. Text 257. Srila Narada Muni explains, Srimad Bhagavatam 4.3114, as pouring water on the root of a tree energizes the trunk, branches, twigs, and everything, and as supplying food to the stomach enlivens the senses and limbs of the body, Simply worshipping the Supreme Personality of Godhead through devotional service automatically satisfies the demigods, who are parts of that Supreme Personality. Text 258 in Srimad Bhagavatam, 11.23, Kavi Muni, a great master of yoga, explains, I think that service to the lotus feet of the infallible Supreme Personality of Godhead is the creator of fearlessness. They whose minds are agitated because they identify with the temporary material world will find that engagement in the Lord's service makes their fears flee far away. Text 259 The Supreme Personality of Godhead explained, Srimad Bhagavatam 11.2749 By serving me according to the rules of the Vedas and Tantras, a person will gain from me his desired perfection in both this life and the next. Text 260 The Supreme Personality of Godhead further says, Srimad Bhagavatam 11.2753 One who serves me without material desire attains me. One who worships me attains pure devotional service unto me. Text 261 In the Gautamiya Tantra, Narada Muni explains, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who dearly loves his devotees, sells himself to them for the price of a tulasi leaf and a sip of water. Text 262 The Supreme Personality of Godhead should always be worshipped in the Mahabharata. It is said, please know that a person who will not worship the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the master of the demigods and the creator and destroyer of the worlds, and who protects everyone as if he were their mother, is sinful like a Brahmana killer. Text 263 In the Narada Purana, at the beginning of the Patodaka Mahamna chapter, it is said, O Brahmanas, please know that the home of someone who does not worship Lord Vishnu is like a cremation ground. One should never enter such a home. Text 264 In the Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, forget 100 material duties and instead worship the lotus-eyed Supreme Personality of Godhead with flowers, or with leaves, or with fruit, or with water. Text 265 In the Narada Purana it is also said, on special holy days one should carefully collect many gifts and offer them in the worship of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Master of the demigods. Text 266 In the Hayasirsapadacharitra Lord Hayagriva explains, when the deity of the Lord is installed the worship of the deity should never be stopped. One should worship as long as he lives. Better than stopping the Lord's worship is to give up one's life or cut off one's head. Text 267 Previously, first in discussing the eating of food offered to the Lord, and then in discussing the salagrama and kakra stones, I also explained that one should always worship the Lord. Text 268 have already written of the glories of the different aspects of deity worship. Thus the discussion of deity worship has come to a close. Text 269 Without the mercy of Lord Krishna, how much can this tiny insect, intoxicated by the nectar glories of the worship of Lord Krishna, collect as it flies here and there in the forest of the Vedic literatures? Text 271 Should always and in every way serve the holy name of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Now in this book we will briefly write of the holy name's glories. Text 271 The glories of the Lord's holy name. Out of kindness to they who have been destroyed by a host of material desires, the great sages have taught about service to the Lord's holy name. Text 272 The glories of serving the Lord's holy name in order to attain specific goals. Chanting the Lord's holy name to become free of sins. In the Karma Purdna it is said, saying the word Sri first, with the word Jaya in the middle, and then the word Jaya twice, by chanting the holy mantra of Lord Nrsimha 21 times, one becomes free of the sin of killing a Brahmana. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. The mantra chanted here is, Sri Nrsimha, Jaya Nrsimha, Jaya Jaya Nrsimha. Text 273 Chanting the Lord's holy name to become free of great fears. In the Kama Purana it is also said, yes, one becomes free of great fears. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. The mantra here is, Sri Nrsimha Jaya Jaya Nrsimha. Text 274 Chanting the Lord's holy name to attain auspiciousness at certain times. In the Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda, in a conversation of Markandeya Muni and King Vajra it is said, At the times of the different years one should chant the names of the Purusayavataras, Vasudeva, Sankarsana, Pradyumna, and Anuruddha. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. These names should be chanted for the first 5 years. Texts 275 and 276. At the time of Dakshinayana one should chant the holy names of Balabhadra and Krishna. O Tiger of Kings, at the time of spring and the other seasons one should chant the holy names of Madhava, Pundarakaksa, Bhagasai, Padmanabha, Aursika, Deva, and Trivikrama. Texts 277 to 279. In the months beginning with Kaitra one should remember the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Master of the Demigods, by chanting the names Vinu, Madhuhanta, Deva, Trivikrama, Vamana, Sridhara, Aurstkisa, Damodara, Padmanabha, Kesava, Yadatama, Narayana, Madhava, and Govinda. At the times of the Krishna and Sukla Paksas one should chant the names of Pradyumna and Anuruddha. Text 280. In the days beginning with Sunday one should remember the Supreme Personality of Godhead by chanting the names Sarva, Sarva, Siva, Sthanu, Buddhadai, Nidhi, and Avyaya. Texts 281 to 283. O descendant of King Yadu, at the time of the Nakshatras, beginning with Kritika, one should remember the Lord by chanting his names of Vyava, Vinu, Vasatkara, Bhidabhavyabhavat Prabhu, Buddha Bhrt, Bhida Krt, Bhava, Bhakatma, Buddha Bhavana, Avyakta, Pundarakaksa, Visvakarma, Susagrava, Sadbhava, Bhavana, Bharta, Prabhava, Prabhu, Ivara, Apramaya, Aursika, Padmanabha, Amara Prabhu, Agrahaya, Sivata, Jhada, Krishna. Texts 284 and 285. O great king, at the time of Pratipat and the other tithas, one should remember the Lord by chanting his names of Brahm, Sripati, Vinu, Kapila, Sridhara, Prabhu, Damodara, Aursika, Govinda, Madhusaidana, Bhidhara, Gadi, Deva, Sankai, Padmai, and Kakri. Text 286. O descendant of King Yadu, one may always chant all the names of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 287. An intelligent person will always chant all the names of Lord Krishna. O King, please chant the names of the all-pervading Supreme Personality of Godhead whenever you wish. Text 288. Chanting the Lord's holy name to attain the fulfillment of various desires. Pulastya Muni explains, to attain one's desire one should chant the names of Kama, Kamaprada, Kanta, Kamapala, Hari, Ananda, and Madhava. Text 289. One who desires victory over his enemies should chant names like Rama, Parasurama, Anrasidya, Vinu, and Vikrama. Text 290. A student should always chant the name Purushotama. A prisoner should always chant the name Damodara. Text 291. When there are eye troubles one should chant the names Kesava and Pundarakaksa. When there are fears one should chant the name Aursika. Text 292. When taking medicine one should chant the names Asyuta and Amrita. When going into battle one should remember the Lord by chanting the name Aparajita. Text 293. A person desiring auspiciousness as he goes on a journey to the east or to another direction should always remember the Lord by chanting the names Kakri, Gadi, Saraji, and Kaji. Text 294. In his ordinary activities a person should always remember the Lord with devotion by chanting the names Ajita, Adhipa, Sarva, and Sarvesvara. Text 295. When one sneezes, coughs, stumbles, is wobbled in another way like that, or is troubled by the demigods or the stars and planets, one should always chant the name Narayana. Text 296. When attacked by thieves, enemies, tigers, lions, or other ferocious assailants, or when trapped in blinding darkness, one should remember the Lord by chanting the name Narasidya. Text 297. When trapped in blazing fire one should remember the Lord by chanting the name Jalasai. By chanting the name Gurudadvaha one counteracts the power of poison. Text 298. While bathing, worshipping the Lord, offering homa, bowing down, or circumambulating, a devotee should chant the name Vasudeva and other names of the Lord. Text 299. When storing money or other valuables, or when made to worry by wicked men, one should chant the names Ananta and Asyuddha. Text 300. When having a nightmare, one should always remember the Lord by chanting the names Narayana, Sartigadhara, Sridhara, Purushotama, Vamana, and Kg. Text 301. Whether in the midst of the great ocean, reclining on a couch, or in some other place, in order to succeed in all one's efforts, a person should remember the Lord by chanting the name Balabhadra. Text 302. One who with devotion chants the name Jagatpati and prays to beget good children will not disappointed. In all auspicious rituals and festivals one should chant the name Srijya. Text 303. In all calamities one should chant the name Vaisoka. In a desert, attacked by others, in fire, in water, in bondage, on the verge of death, or in other troubles, whether free or in the grip of others, a wise person should chant the name Vasudeva. Text 304. To fulfill all desires, however one likes, one should chant the names of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the master of the demigods, who carries the Sudargana and who has the power to grant all requests. Text 305. These are all names of Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. A person who understands this one truth about these names attains all his desires. Text 306. In the Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda, in a conversation of Markandeya Muni and King Vajra, it is said, when crossing the waters one should remember the Lord by chanting the names of Kuma, Varaha, and Matisa. In the midst of a blazing fire one should chant these names without stop. Text 307. By remembering the Lord by chanting the name Gurudadvaha, one becomes free from calamities and cures fevers, headaches, and poisoning. Text 308. O king, a warrior eager to fight should chant the name Balabhadra. While plowing one should chant the name Halayudha. A person eager to sell goods should chant the name Uttarana. In auspicious festivals one should chant the name Rama. Text 309. In auspicious ceremonies one should chant the auspicious name Vinu. When rising one should chant the name Vinu. While going to sleep one should chant the name Madhava. While eating one should chant the name Govinda. In every situation one should chant the name Madhustana. Text 310. In the Vinodharma Purana it is also said, when taking medicine one should remember the Lord by chanting the name Vinu. When eating one should chant the name Janardana. When going to sleep one should chant the name Padmanabha. In the Garbhadhanasarnskara one should chant the name Prajapati. Text 311. In battle one should chant the name Krutakakri. When there is danger of losing one's post one should chant the name Trivikrama. In giving a bull in charity one should chant the name Narayana. In meeting what is pleasing one should chant the name Sridhara. In the midst of the waters one should chant the name Varaha. In the midst of fire one should chant the name Jalasai. Text 312. In a forest one should chant the name Narasimha. On a mountain one should chant the name Raghunandana. In a nightmare one should chant the name Govinda. To become purified one should chant the name Madhusudana. In a bewildering situation one should chant the name Vamanadeva. In all activities one should chant the name Madhava. Text 313. In the Vinodharma Purana it is also said, O descendant of King Yadu, even without actually pronouncing the syllables one should chant the name Vasudeva. O king, in all activities, whenever one wishes, one should chant the holy names of the Lord. Text 314. O king, all the names of the Supreme Personality of Godhead fulfill all the desires of the living entities. Therefore, whenever one wishes, in every activity one should chant the holy name of Lord Krishna with devotion. Text 315. First, the holy name of the Lord uproots all sins, and then a general description of the glories of chanting the holy name in both the Vinodharma Purana and the Haribhaktisudhodaya. Narada Muni explains, because you are attracted to the Lord's holy name, you are all very pure in heart. When the holy name rises in one's heart it shines like the sun and shakes away all darkness. Text 316. In the Garuda Purana it is said, O people, please do not fear this blazing fire of sin. the monsoon clouds of Lord Govinda's holy name will extinguish it with a flood of rain. Text 317. When one chants the holy name of Lord Govinda, all his sins flee far away, like deer frightened by a lion. Text 318. O Maitreya, as fire purifies metal cast into it, so chanting the holy name of Lord Govinda with devotion purifies the heart of all sins. Text 319. One whose thoughts are placed in the holy name of Lord Govinda does not go to hell. He thinks Svargaloka is an obstacle and Brahmaloka is not important. Eternal Lord Krishna stays in his pure heart and offers him liberation. How can it be surprising, then, that all sins perish when the holy name of the infallible Supreme Personality of Godhead is chanted? Text 320. In the Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, a person who in the morning and evening chants the holy names of the Supreme Personality of Godhead becomes free of all sins. He is glorified in Svargaloka. Text 321. In the Vamana Purana it is said, the holy name of Lord Narayana is famous as the greatest thief on the earth. When it is heard, that name robs one of the sinful reactions accumulated in many, many births. Text 322. In the Skanda Purana it is said, spoken with or without devotion, the holy name of Lord Govinda rises like the fire at the yuga's end, and burns away all sins. Text 323. Thousands of sins flee from anyone who chants the holy name of Lord Govinda in this world. Text 324. In the Kasi Kanda it is said, even if touched only by mistake, a spark still burns. In the same way, when it touches the lips the holy name of Lord Krishna burns all sins. Text 325. In the Narada Purana, at the end of the story of the hunter, it is said, one utterance of the holy name of Lord Krishna destroys all the sins of the people of this world, people blinded by material desires, people whose hearts are filled with the desire to claim the various things of this world. Text 326. In the Narada Purana, Yamaraja says, a thief who once proclaims, Hari, Hari, 1 a.m. thief. A thief, is stopped from traveling on the path to another mother's womb. His name is not entered in my book. Text 327. In the Padma Purana, Vaisakha Mahatmya, at the end of the story of Devasarma, Narada Muni explains, the dear holy name of Lord Govinda at once destroys the sinful reactions of 10,000 murders, 1,000 drunken binges, 10 million adulteries with the spiritual master's wife, and very many thefts. Text 328. Even though one does not wish it to burn, fire burns whenever it is touched. In the same way the holy name of Lord Govinda burns away all sins, even though one chanted it only as a joke. Text 329. In the Padma Purana, in a conversation of Yarmaraja and a Brahmana, it is said, by chanting the holy name of unlimitedly powerful Lord Krishna, all sins perish, as darkness perishes at sunrise. Text 330. O best of Brahmanas, I do not any way for the living entities to atone for all their sins, any way other than chanting the holy names of Lord Krishna. Text 331. In Srimad Bhagavatam, 6.27, 6.29-11, 6.214-15, and 6.218, in the story of Ajamila, it is said, Ajamila has already atoned for all his sinful actions. Indeed, he has atoned not only for the sins performed in one life but for those performed in millions of lives, for in a helpless condition he chanted the holy name of Narayana. Even though he did not chant purely, he chanted without offense, and therefore he is now pure and eligible for liberation. Texts 332 and 333. The chanting of the holy name of Lord Vishnu is the best process of atonement for a thief of gold or other valuables, for a drunkard, for one who betrays a friend or relative, or for one who indulges in sex with the wife of his guru or other superior. It is also the best method of atonement for one who murders women, the king, or his father, for one who slaughters cows, and for all other sinful men. Simply by chanting the holy name of Lord Vishnu, such sinful persons may attract the attention of the Supreme Lord, who therefore considers, because this man has chanted my holy name, my duty is to give him protection. Text 334. By following the Vedic ritualistic ceremonies or undergoing atonement, sinful men do not become as purified as by chanting once the holy name of Lord Hari. Although ritualistic atonement may free one from sinful reactions, it does not awaken devotional service, unlike the chanting of the Lord's names, which reminds one of the Lord's fame, qualities, attributes, pastimes, and paraphernalia. Text 335. One who chants the holy name of the Lord is immediately freed from the reactions of unlimited sins, even if he chants indirectly, to indicate something else, jokingly, for musical entertainment, or even neglectfully. This is accepted by all the learned scholars of the scriptures. Text 336. If one chants the holy name of Lord Hari and then dies because of an accidental misfortune, such as falling from the top of a house, slipping and suffering broken bones while traveling on the road, being bitten by a serpent, being afflicted with pain and high fever, or being injured by a weapon, one is immediately absolved from having to enter hellish life, even though he is sinful. Text 337. As a fire burns dry grass to ashes, so the holy name of the Lord, whether chanted knowingly or unknowingly, burns to ashes, without fail, all the reactions of one's sinful activities. Text 338. In Srimad Bhagavatam, 6.138, the sages explain, one who has killed a brahmana, one who has killed a cow, or one who has killed his father, mother, or spiritual master can be immediately freed from all sinful reactions simply by chanting the holy name of Lord Narayana. Text 39. In the Laghu Bhagavata it is said, chanting the holy name of Lord Govinda at once burns to ashes all sins in the past, present, and future. Text 340. Even a person who attacks the saintly devotees in this world becomes purified by chanting the holy name of Lord Govinda. Text 341. In the Karma Purna it is said, many millions of other methods of purification in this world are not equal to the chanting of Lord Govinda's holy name. Text 342. In the Vinu Purana it is said, simply by chanting the holy name of Hari, a sinful man can counteract the reactions of more sins than he is able to commit. Text 343. In the Idihasatama it is said, even a dojator who struggles to do it cannot commit so many sins that they cannot be purified by the holy name of Lord Vinu. Text 344. In the Skanda Purana the result of chanting the holy name in the Kali Yuga is described in these words, in the Kali Yuga there is no sin, either of action, words, or mind, that cannot be destroyed by chanting the holy name of Lord Govinda. Text 345. In the Vinudharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, as water has the power to stop fire, and as the sunrise has the power to stop darkness, so the chanting of Lord Krishna's holy name has the power to stop a flood of sins. Text 346. By chanting the holy name of Lord Krishna a person escapes a flood of sins and crosses the ocean of birth and death. Why should it surprise anyone that the holy name quickly destroys all the sins of the Kali Yuga? Text 347. In the Brahmanda Purana it is said, in Kali Yuga, by chanting the names of Lord Krishna one is at once purified. One does not become so purified by following the painful austerities of the unimportant Khandra vow. Text 348. Becoming purified by associating with they who chant the Lord's holy name. In the Brahmanda Purana it is said, by chanting Lord Krishna's holy name day and night, even a great sinner becomes pure at heart. He purifies everyone he meets. Text 349. In the Laghu Bhagavata it is said, a person who places his thoughts on Lord Govinda alone and happily chants, O Govinda, protects the earth with his purity and his good fortune. Text 350. In the Hari Bhakti Sudhodaya it is said, a tongue busy in chanting the holy names of Lord Vinu does not purify only the speaker. It purifies everyone who hears it. Text 351. In Srimad Bhagavatam, 10.417, Ida said, O Lord, a person who chants your holy name purifies both himself and all who hear him. How much more purified, then, is a person touched by your foot? Text 352. In the Nrsimha Purana, Prahlada Maharaja says, O Lord Nrsimha, Your devotees are the unconditional friends of all living entities. That is why they happily and loudly chant your holy names. Text 353 Chanting the holy name cures all diseases. In the Narada Purana, in the description of pleasing the Lord, it is said, when they hear the loud chanting of the holy names Asyuta, Ananata, and Govinda, all diseases at once die of fright. I speak to you the truth. It is true. Text 354 In the Parasarasarnhita, Vyasa tells Samba, by drinking the medicine of the holy name of Lord Krishna, one is cured of all disease. Of this there is no doubt. O Samba, no other medicine is needed. Text 355 In the Skanda Purana it is said, a person who chants and remembers Lord Krishna's holy names becomes cured of all anxieties and all diseases. That is why I bow down before Lord Krishna, the limitless Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 356 In the Agni Purana it is said, a person afflicted with a terrible disease or harassed by a king becomes free of his troubles when he chants the holy name of Lord Narayana. Text 357 Chanting the holy name ends all sufferings. In the Vinu Purana it is said, the chanting of Lord Krishna's holy name cures all diseases, ends all dangers, and stops all calamities. Text 358 In the Brahmavaivarta Purana it is said, the chanting of Lord Krishna's holy name destroys all sins, ends all dangers, and removes all sufferings. Text 359 In the Srimad Bhagavatam, 12.1248, it is said, when the people chant and hear his glories, the limitless Supreme Personality of Godhead enters their hearts. As a rising sun chases away the darkness or a great wind chases away a host of clouds, he chases away all the people's sufferings. Text 360 In the Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, a person suffering great pain, dejected, stunned, afraid, or tormented by terrible diseases, who once says the name Narayana loses his sufferings and becomes happy. Texts 361 and 362 When a person chants the holy names of Lord Vinu, the all-powerful Supreme Personality of Godhead, he finds that the demon Yaksas, Rakshasas, Vitalas, Bhidas, Pretas, Vinayakayas, and Dakinas, as well as the lions and other ferocious beasts, all flee from him. Chanting and remembering Lord Krishna's holy name drives away all that is not good. Text 363 It is further said, a person who chants the holy names of the Lord is protected from hunger, thirst, stumbling, and all other troubles. Text 364 In the Padma Purana, Devahati prays, in this world always ablaze with flames of illusion, a person who stays under the cloud of the Supreme Lord's holy names is never burned. Text 365 Chanting the holy name removes all the obstacles presented by the Kali Yuga. In the Skanda Purana it is said, don't be afraid of the sharp-fanged, poisonous, black snake of Kali Yuga. The forest fire of Lord Govinda's holy name will burn it to ashes. Text 366 In the Narada Purana, in the discussion of religion in the age of Kali, it is said, in the horrible Kali Yuga they who devotedly chant the Lord's holy names are all successful and all perfect. Kali cannot thwart them. Text 367 Kali cannot thwart they who always chant, O Hari, O Kesava, O Govinda, O Vasudeva, O Jaganmaya. Text 368 In the Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, O Tiger of men, Kali cannot thwart they who day and night chant the glories of Lord Vasudeva, the creator of the worlds. Text 369 Chanting the holy name delivers the residents of hell. In the Nrsimha Purana it is said, when the residents of hell chanted the holy name of Lord Krishna, they attained love for him. At once they left hell and went to the planets of the demigods. Text 370 In the Idihasatama it is said, by chanting the holy names of Lord Krishna, the sinners suffering in hell became liberated. Text 371 Chanting the holy names destroys the results of past sins. In Srimad Bhagavatam, 6.246, it is said, therefore one who desires freedom from material bondage should adopt the process of chanting and glorifying the name, fame, form and pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, at whose feet all the holy places stand. One cannot derive the proper benefit from other methods, such as pious atonement, speculative knowledge, and meditation in mystic yoga, because even after following such methods one takes to fruitive activities again, unable to control his mind, which is contaminated by the base qualities of nature, namely passion and ignorance. Text 372 in Srimad Bhagavatam, December 3, 44, Ida said, terrified, about to die, a man collapses on his bed. Although his voice is faltering and he is hardly conscious of what he is saying, if he utters the holy name of the Supreme Lord he can be freed from the reaction of his fruitive work and achieve the supreme destination. But still people in the age of Kali will not worship the Supreme Lord. Text 373 The words Karmanibandha and Karmargala in these verses refer to the karmic reactions of past deeds. Text 374 In the Narada Purana it is said, a person who controls his senses, stays free of sin, and every day chants O Govinda, shines like the Sunday. Text 375 Chanting the holy name frees one of all offenses in the Vinu Yamala. The Supreme Personality of Godhead declares, I forgive 10 million offenses committed by one who with faith chants my holy names in this world. Text 376 Chanting the holy name makes everything perfect in Srimad Bhagavatam, 8.2316, Sri Sakrakarya tells the Supreme Personality of Godhead, there may be discrepancies in pronouncing the mantras and observing the regulative principles, and, moreover, there be discrepancies in regard to time, place, person, and paraphernalia. But when your Lordship's holy name is chanted, everything becomes faultless. Text 377 In the Skanda Purana it is said, I bow down before the infallible Supreme Lord. By remembering him and chanting his holy name even a slight endeavor in austerity, yajna, and pious deeds, brings all perfection. Text 378 Chanting the holy name is more important than studying all the Vedas in the Vinudharma Purana. Uttarakanda, Prahlada Maharaja explains, a person who chants the two syllables Hari has already studied the four Vedas, Sama, Arji, Yajur, and Atharva. Text 379 In the Skanda Purana, Goddess Parvati says, don't sing the Arji Veda. O child, don't sing the Yajur Veda. Don't sing the Sama Veda. Sing Lord Hari's name Govinda again and again. Text 380 In the Padma Purana, in the 108 names of Lord Rama, it is said, one name of Lord Vinu is better than all the Vedas. One name of Lord Rama is equal to 1,000 repetitions of the name Vinu. Text 381 Chanting the holy name is more important than visiting holy places in the Skanda Purana it is said, of what value is Kurukshetra? Of what value is Puskara? Of what value is Varanasi? What is their value when the syllables Hari reside on one's tongue? Text 382 In the Vamana Purana it is said, hundreds of thousands of millions of billions of holy places are visited when one chants the holy names of Lord Vinu. Text 383 In the Visvamitra Sarhita it is said, visiting many famous holy places is not equal to a 10 millionth part of chanting Lord Hari's holy name. Text 384 In the Laghu Bhagavata it is said, child, why diligently study the Vedas, Agamas, and other scriptures? Why visit many holy places? If you desire liberation, you need only chant, Govinda. Govinda. Text 385 Chanting the holy name is more important than performing pious deeds giving 10 million cows in charity during a solar eclipse, staying for a kalpa in the Ganga's waters at Prayaga, performing 10,000 yajnas, and giving in charity a Mount Meru of gold are not equal to 100th part of chanting Lord Govinda's holy names. Text 386 In the Bodhayana Samhita it is said, many pious deeds bring only repeated birth. Lord Hari's holy name brings liberation. Text 387 In the Garuda Purana, Sri Saunaka Muni tells King Ambarisa, O king, if you wish to attain the benefit of performing 1,000 Vahapaya yajnas, then rise early in the morning and chant Lord Govinda's holy names. Text 388. What is the use of studying the Sankhya philosophy? What is the use of practicing yoga? O king, if you desire liberation, please chant Lord Govinda's holy names. Text 389. In Srimad Bhagavatam, 3.337, devotee tells Lord Kapiladeva, "Oh, how glorious are they whose tongues are chanting your holy name. Even if born in the families of dojaders, such persons are worshipable. Persons who chant the holy name of your lordship must have executed all kinds of austerities and fire sacrifices and achieved all the good manners of the Aryans. To be chanting the holy name of your lordship, they must have bathed at holy places of pilgrimage, studied the Vedas and fulfilled everything required." Text 390. Chanting the holy name gives the benefit of all pilgrimages. In the Skanda Purana, Katarmasya Mahatmaya, in a conversation of Brahma and Narada, it is said, chanting the holy names of Lord Vishnu removes the 6 distresses, thwarts enemies, and sows the seed of transcendental knowledge. Text 391. In the Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, O best of Brahmanas, a person who once chants the Lord's holy name attains 100 of the desires in his heart. Text 392. In the Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda, in the Sri Krishnamrita Stottra, it is said, the chanting of Lord Krishna's holy name brings long life, the cure of disease, happiness, liberation, and the best of all auspiciousness. Text 393. In the Sri Narayana Vidhastava it is said, they who, joking, mocking, or in any other way, chant the holy names of Lord Vishnu are all successful and all perfect in this world. One bow down to offer my respectful obeisances to them. Text 394. In the Varaha Purana, the Supreme Personality of Godhead declares, they who chant my holy names are all successful and all perfect. They have performed all pious deeds. They have attained the goal of life. Text 395. Chanting the holy name is especially beneficial in the Kali Yuga. All successful and all perfect are they who in the Kali Yuga once chant the Lord's holy name, which cannot be chanted without having performed many pious deeds. Of this there is no doubt. Text 396. In Srimad Bhagavatam, November 5, 36, it is said, they who are advanced and highly qualified and are interested in the essence of life, know the good qualities of Kali Yuga. Such people worship the age of Kali because in this age, simply by chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra, one can advance in spiritual knowledge and attain life's goal. Text 397. In the Skanda Purana it is said, in this world the supreme austerity is chanting the holy names of Lord Hari. Especially in Kali Yuga, to please Lord Hari one should chant his holy names. Texts 398 and 399. The holy name is all-powerful. In the Skanda Purana it is said, Lord Krishna has extracted from charity, vows, austerities, pilgrimages, the worship of the Lord, the worship of his devotees, Rajasiyayahiyas, Svamedhayajviyas, and transcendental knowledge all their auspicious powers to remove sins, and place those powers in his holy names. Text 400. As the sun destroys darkness, so Lord Krishna's holy name destroys a host of terrible sins. Text 401. In the Brahmanda Purana it is said, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the master of the demigods, who hold the Sudargana Chakra, and who has the power to fulfill all desires, has placed in his holy name the power to fulfill all desires. Text 402. The holy name fills the world with joy. In Bhagavad Gita, 11.36, it is said, O our Siksa, the world becomes joyful upon hearing your name, and thus everyone becomes attached to you. Although the perfected beings offer you their respectful homage, the demons are afraid, and they flee here and there. All this is rightly done. Text 403. Chanting the holy name makes one honored by the whole world. In the Narada Purana it is said, honored everywhere are they who always chant, Narayana, Jagannatha, Vasudeva, Janardana. Text 404. In the Narada Purana, at the end of the story of Yajvidvaha, Sri Sanatana Goswami explains, again and again I offer my respectful obeisances to they who while sleeping, eating, walking, sitting, standing, and speaking, chant the holy names of Lord Krishna. Text 405 in the Sri Narayana Vithastava it is said, again and again I bow down and offer my respectful obeisances to the women, stras, barbarians, those born from sinful wombs, or anyone else who with devotion chants the holy names of Lord Krishna. Texts 406 and 407 The holy name is the shelter of they who have no other shelter, they who are hedonists, troublesome to others, without knowledge, renunciation, celibacy, piety, or other virtues, but who, having no shelter, once chant the holy name of the Lord, can easily go to the supreme spiritual abode where the ordinary pious souls cannot enter. Text 408 The holy name should be chanted always and everywhere. In the Vinodharma Purana, in the story of Kshetrabandha, it is said, O hunter, there is no time or place when one is forbidden to chant Lord Krishna's holy name, nor are barbarians or sinners forbidden to chant. Text 409 In the Skanda Purana, the Padma Purana Vaisakhamahanya, and the Vinodharma Purana Uttarakanda, it is said, always and everywhere one should chant the holy names of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, whose weapon is the Sudarsana Chakra. No one is so impure that he cannot chant. The Supreme Personality of Godhead will purify anyone who chants. Text 410 Again, in the Skanda Purana it is said, the holy name does not wait for any particular time, place, or situation. Nor does the holy name require that they who chant it be pure in heart. The holy name does as its wishes. The holy name fulfills all the desires of everyone. Text 411 In the Vaisvanara Samhita it is said, there is no time or place when one is forbidden to chant the Lord's holy name, nor does it matter that the chanter is pure or impure. Anyone who chants, Rama, Rama, will become liberated. Text 412 In the Vaisnava Sintamani, Narada Muni tells King Yudhisthira, O king, there is no time or place when one is forbidden to chant Lord Vishnu's holy name. Of this there is no doubt. Text 413 There is an appropriate time to give charity and to perform yajnas. There is an appropriate time to bathe and to chant certain mantras. However, in this world there is no specific time when one should chant the holy names of Lord Vishnu. One may chant them at any time. Text 414 In Srimad Bhagavatam, 2.111, it is said, O king, constant chanting of the holy name of the Lord after the ways of the great authorities is the doubtless and fearless way of success for all, including those who are free from all material desires, those who are desirous of all material enjoyment, and those who are self-satisfied by dint of transcendental knowledge. Text 415 The holy name grants liberation. In the Varaha Purana it is said, O earth goddess, anyone who always chants, Narayana, Asyata, Ananta, Vasudeva, attains liberation. Text 416 In the Garuda Purana it is said, what is the use of Sankhya? What is the use of Yoga? O king, if you desire liberation, then please chant the holy names of Lord Govinda. Text 417 In the Skanda Purana it is said, by once chanting the holy name of the Lord, which consist of the two syllables Hari, one guarantees his path to liberation. Text 418 In the Brahma Purana it is said, even if impure at heart or wrapped in material thoughts, a person who always chants the holy names of Lord Krishna will become free of all sins and attain liberation, as the demon Sisupala did. Text 419 In the Padma Purana, in the prayers of Devahati, she says, a person who once says the word Narayana become pure in heart and attains liberation. Text 420 In the Matsya Purana it is said, even an adulterer or a murderer becomes pure-hearted and attains liberation by chanting Lord Krishna's holy names. Text 421 In the Vaisampayana Sarahita it is said, even a person who stays far from all pious deeds and delights in sins becomes liberated by chanting the holy names of Lord Vishnu. Text 422 In the Narada Purana it is said, even sinners who somehow chant or hear Lord Vishnu's holy names become purified and attain liberation. Text 423 In the Bharata Vibhaga it is said, the two syllables Hari are a medicine to cure birth, death, grief, and a host of sufferings. Text 424 in the Narada Purana it is said, the nectar names of Lord Krishna are always new and fresh. Whoever chants them becomes free of the embarrassment of material. Text 425 in Srimad Bhagavatam, 1.114, it is said, living beings who are entangled in the complicated meshes of birth and death can be freed immediately by even unconsciously chanting the holy name of Krishna, which is feared by fear personified. Text 426 in Srimad Bhagavatam, 3.915, it is said, let me take shelter of the lotus feet of him whose incarnations, qualities, and activities are mysterious imitations of worldly affairs. One who invokes his transcendental names, even unconsciously, at the time he quits his life, is certainly washed immediately of the sins of many, many births and attains him without fail. Text 427 in Srimad Bhagavatam, 6.324, it is said, therefore it should be understood that one is easily relieved from all sinful reactions by chanting the holy name of the Lord and chanting of his qualities and activities. This is the only process recommended for relief from sinful reactions. Even if one chants the holy name of the Lord with improper pronunciation, he will achieve relief from material bondage if he chants without offenses. Ajamila, for example, was extremely sinful, but while dying he merely chanted the holy name, and although calling his son, he achieved complete liberation because he remembered the name of Narayana. Text 428 the holy name takes one to Sri Vaikuntalika in the Linga Purana. Lord Shiva tells Sri Narada Muni, a person who, while walking, sitting, sleeping, eating, and breathing, always chants, even casually or disrespectfully, the holy names of Lord Vishnu, defeats the age of Kali, regains his original spiritual form, becomes a great devotee, and goes to the spiritual world. Texts 429 and 430 in the Narada Purana, Lord Brahma explains, a Brahmana who enjoys with a dojater women, even during her period, and who drinks wine and eats what should not be eaten, but who at the moment of death calls out the holy name of Lord Hari, becomes free from the great flood his many sins. Free from the bonds of birth and death, he goes to the world of Lord Vishnu. Text 431 in the Narada Purana, King Bali tells Sakrakarya, a person who keeps the two syllables Hari on the tip of his tongue goes to the world of Lord Vishnu, from which almost no one ever returns. Text 432 in the Padma Purana it is said, a person who, wherever he goes, chants, Krishna. Krishna Y becomes purified of all sins and goes to the supreme destination. Text 433 in the Padma Purana, Vaigaka Mahatmaya, Narada Muni tells King Ambarisa, a person who once speaks the name Kesava performs the most pious, pure, and saintly act, an act that will carry him to Lord Govinda's abode. Text 434 in the Brahmavaivarta Purana it is said, a person who, even though intending only to call his son, at the time of death calls out the name of Lord Hari, goes to Lord Hari's transcendental abode. Text 435 in this way the sinner Ajamila called out the name of Lord Narayana and went to the Lord's supreme abode. What, then, can be said of they who chant the Lord's names with faith? Text 436 in Srimad Bhagavatam, 6.249, it is said, Oward his son, he nevertheless returned home, back to Godhead. Therefore if one faithfully and inoffensively chants the holy name of the Lord, where is the doubt that he will return to Godhead? Text 437 in the Vamana Purana it is said, they who chant the holy names of Lord Narayana, who gives benedictions, whose navel is a lotus flower, who holds a conch, lotus, disc, bow, arrow, club, and sword in his hands, who is the killer of the Madhu demon, and whose eyes are bumblebees attracted to the lotus flower of goddess Lakshmi's face, go to the Lord's spiritual abode. Text 438 in the Angirasa Purana it is said, a person who, frightened at the prospect of taking birth again in this world, calls out, Vasudeva, becomes liberated and goes to the Lord's spiritual abode. Of this there is no doubt. Text 439 in the Nandi Purana it is said, they who, although again and again committing every kind of sin, somehow chant the holy names of the Lord, will go to Lord Vinu's spiritual abode. Text 440. This is especially so in the Kali Yuga. In Srimad Bhagavatam, 12.351, Ida said, "My dear king, although Kali Yuga is full of faults, there is still one good quality about this age. It is that simply by chanting the Hare Krishna Maha mantra, one can become free from material bondage and be promoted to the transcendental kingdom." Text 441. In the Garuda Purana, Sri Sukadeva Goswami tells King Ambarisa, "O king, if you desire spiritual knowledge and the spiritual world, then you should respectfully chant Lord Govinda's holy names." Text 442. Chanting the holy name pleases the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the Varaha Purana it is said, "A drunkard or a person tormented with disease who chants the holy names of the Lord becomes liberated. Lord Vinu is pleased with him." Text 443. In the Narada Purana it is said, "The Supreme Personality of Godhead is pleased with a Brahmana who, even though stumbling with hunger and thirst, again and again chants his holy names." Text 444. In the Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, "O fortunate one, Lord Krishna is pleased with a person who, even though stumbling with hunger and thirst, again and again chants his holy names." Text 445. By chanting the holy names one conquers the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the Mahabharata, the Supreme Personality of Godhead explains, "Even though I was far away, when Draupadi cried out, 'O Govinda,' a great debt entered my heart and refused to leave." Text 446. In the Adi Purana, Lord Krishna tells Arjuna, "O Arjuna, I tell you the truth, he purchases me who makes my name dance on his tongue." Text 447. He purchases me who calls out my name. There is no other price to purchase me. Text 448. The Lord also says, "He purchases me who hears my names." FN. Text 449. In the Vinodharma Purana, Prahlada Maharaja proclaims, "He is conquered. He is conquered. He is conquered." Lord Krishna is conquered by one who keeps the two syllables Hatai on the tip of his tongue. Text 450. Chanting the holy name is the supreme goal of life. In the Skanda Purana Kasi Kanda, and in the Padma Purana Vaisakha Mahatmya it is said, "Chanting Lord Damodara's holy names is the supreme auspiciousness, the supreme wealth, the supreme goal of life." Text 451. In the Prabhasa Kanda it is said, "Lord Krishna's name is the sweetest of sweet things, the most auspicious of auspicious things, the transcendental fruit of the vine of all Vedic literature. O best of the Bhaitirgas, chanted even once, either with faith or contempt, it delivers the chanter." Text 452. In the Vinurahasya and the Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, "Chanting Lord Vasudeva's holy names is the supreme knowledge, the supreme austerity, the supreme truth." Text 453. Of the various activities of devotional service, chanting the holy name is the best. In the Vinu Sintamani, Lord Siva tells Goddess Uma, "With a great struggle it is possible to meditate on Lord Krishna. However, simply by moving the lips one can easily chant Lord Krishna's holy name. For this reason chanting the Lord's name is more effective than trying to meditate on him." Text 454. In another scripture it is said, "O descendant of Bharata, only in the mouth of one who in 100 previous births worshipped the Lord will the holy names of Lord Krishna always stay." Text 455. This is especially true in the Kali Yuga. In the Vinurahasya it is said, "The same result obtained in the Satya Yuga by worshipping the Lord with 100 yajvas is obtained in the Kali Yuga simply by chanting Lord Govinda's holy names." Text 456. In the Vinu Purana, 6.217, it is said, "Whatever is achieved by meditation in Satya Yuga, by the performance of yajva in Treta Yuga, or by the worship of Krishna's lotus feet in Dvapara Yuga, is also obtained in the age of Kali simply by chanting and glorifying Lord Kesava." Text 457. In Srimad Bhagavatam, 12.352, it is said, "Whatever result was obtained in Satya Yuga by meditating on Vinu, in Treta Yuga by performing sacrifices, and in Dvapara text 458 in Srimad Bhagavatam, 11.5. 32, it is said, in the age of Kali, intelligent persons perform congregational chanting to worship the incarnation of Godhead who constantly sings the name of Krishna. Although his complexion is not blackish, he is Krishna himself. He is accompanied by his associates, servants, weapons, and confidential companions. Text 459 in the Skanda Purana it is said, in the Kali Yuga, great devotees always chant the Lord's holy names. Text 460 in the Narada Purana, Sri Narada Muni explains, in this age of quarrel and hypocrisy, the holy name of the Lord is my very life. In this age the only means of deliverance is the chanting of the holy names of the Lord. There is no other way. There is no other way. There is no other way. Text 461 it is also said, neither Brahma nor Sesa are able to describe the great result earned by a person who once says the holy name of Lord Krishna. Text 462 in the Padma Purana, Uttarakanda, in the 108 holy names of Lord Rama, Lord Shiva says, O goddess, when it hears the holy name of Lord Rama, which begins with the letter R, my heart becomes so overcome with glee. Text 463 in the Vaisnavasintamani it is said, although I am the master of all the worlds, I still chant the holy names of Lord Vishnu. I tell you the truth, the absolute truth, the holy name of Lord Hari is the shelter of everyone. Text 464 in the Adi Purana, Lord Krishna tells Arjuna, in my heart always stay the names of they who, either with faith or with contempt, chant my name. Text 465 no knowledge is like my holy name. No vow is like my holy name. No meditation is like my holy name. No result is like my holy name. Text 466 no renunciation is like my holy name. No peace is like my holy name. No piety is like my holy name. No shelter is like my holy name. Text 467 my holy name is the supreme liberation. My holy name is the supreme shelter. My holy name is the supreme peace. My holy name is the supreme abode. Text 468 my holy name is the supreme devotion. My holy name is the supreme philosophy. My holy name is the supreme happiness. My holy name is the supreme meditation. Text 469 my holy name is the Father of all living entities. My holy name is the Supreme Master. My holy name is the supreme object of worship. My holy name is the supreme teacher. Text 470 Lord Krishna further explains, a person who feels happy when he sees others chant my holy name goes to the supreme abode and enjoys with Lord Vishnu. Text 471 for these reasons, O Arjuna, you should worship my holy names. Chant my holy names and become friends with they who chant my names. Text 472 Now I will briefly write about the glories of japa chanting of the holy name and of hearing and remembering the holy name. Text 473 in the Vinurahasya, the Supreme Personality of Godhead explains, O people, I raise my arms and speak to you the truth. To whoever every day, or at the time of death chants japa, calling to me, degree Om Yakanda, O Narasatha, O Janardana. I become a debtor. I fulfill his desires. I give him something that makes all material things seem like a cluster of pebbles or twigs. Text 474 in the Kasi Kanda, Agni Bindu prays, for one who on japa beads chants, Narayana, Narakarnavatarana, Damodara, Madhuha, Katurbhuja, Visvamhara, Viraja, Janardana, where is the fear of death? Where is the chance for another birth? Text 475 in the Padma Purana, Vaisakha Mahatmaya, Yamaraja tells a Brahmana, neither obstacles nor the messengers of Yamaraja will approach even sinners who are attached to chanting Lord Krishna's names on japa beads. Text 476 in the Vina Purana it is said, what happens to a person who travels to Svargaloka? Eventually he must return to the earth. What happens to a person who on japa beads chants the holy names of Lord Krishna? He attains the peerless seed of liberation. Text 477. The glory of remembering the holy name. In the Itihasatama it is said, a person who in a dream somehow remembers Lord Krishna's holy names destroys a multitude of sins. What, then, is the fate of one who carefully chants Lord Krishna's holy names? Text 478. In the Laghu Bhagavata it is said, O king, they who in Kali Yuga remember Lord Krishna's holy names or remind others of them are very fortunate. They have attained the goal of life. Text 479. In the Padma Purana, devotee prays, I offer my respectful obeisances to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They who at the time of death, or at any other time, remember his holy names destroy a great flood of sins. Text 480. In the Padma Purana, Uttarakanda, the Supreme Personality of Godhead says, by remembering my holy name even sinners at once attain liberation, which Brahma and the demigods find difficult to attain. Text 481. In the Brahmavaivarta Purana it is said, Krishna's names, a person sees Lord Krishna in manifested and unmanifest forms. Text 482. Lord Krishna's holy name extends a hand to save the conditioned souls fallen in the ocean of birth and death. No one is expert like the holy name. Text 483. In the Jabali Sarhita it is said, a person who desires real happiness should again and again sing, remember, glorify and chant on japa beads the holy names of Lord Krishna. Text 484. The glory of the Lord's holy names. In the Narada Purana, Narada Muni explains, by hearing Lord Krishna's holy names even great sinners become purified. How can a fool like me properly glorify the Lord's holy names? Text 485. In the Itihasatama it is said, simply by accidentally touching the hearing and chanting of Lord Krishna's wonderful names and pastimes, all sins are at once burned away. What, then, can be said of they who earnestly glorify the Lord with devotion? Text 486. In Srimad Bhagavatam, 6.1644, King Citraketu prays, of seeing you personally, merely by hearing the holy name of your lordship only once, even Kandalas, men of the lowest class, are freed from all material contamination. Under the circumstances, who will not be freed from material contamination simply by seeing you? Text 487. All the names of the Supreme Personality of Godhead are equally glorious. However, the names of Lord Krishna are especially glorious. Text 488. The glories of Lord Krishna's holy name. In the Brahmanda Purana, in the description of the glories of Lord Krishna's 108 names, it is said, the pious results derived from chanting the 1,000 holy names of Vishnu 3 times can be attained by only one repetition of the holy name of Krishna. Text 489. By thus chanting the name of Lord Krishna, Arjuna obtained the Pasupata weapon, conquered his enemies, became Krishna's life friend, and made Krishna his chariot driver. Text 490. What more can be said? By chanting Lord Krishna's holy name one becomes filled with bliss. One becomes a liberated associate of the Lord. Text 491. In the Varaha Purana, in the passage describing the glories of Mathura, it is said, O beloved, now I will tell you of Lord Krishna's confidential, sacred, and very pure names, which stop the repetition of birth and death. Text 492. The glories of the name Krishna. In the Dvaraka Mahatmya, in a conversation of Prahlada and Bali, it is said, in Kali Yuga a person who chants the holy name Krishna delivers 7 generations of ancestors and 14 generations of descendants. Text 493. Sleeping, waking, walking, or in any situation, a person who in Kali Yuga always chants, Krishna, Krishna, Krishna attains a spiritual form like Lord Krishna's. Text 494. In the Brahmavaivarta Purana it is said, even a person who has murdered an exalted Brahmana or voluntarily drunk liquor will become purified if day and night he chants, Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. Text 495. In the Vinodharma Purana it is said, O great king, many millions of the most terrible sins become at once burned to ashes for a person on whose voice the auspicious word Krishna stays. Text 496 in the Nrsimha Purana, the Supreme Personality of Godhead declares, as a growing lotus flower breaks through the water, so I pull up from hell a person who, chanting, Krishna, 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 always remembers me. Text 497 in both the Garuda Purana and the Padma Purana it is said, for a person bitten by the snake of repeated birth and death, the word Krishna is the perfect medicine. When one hears the Krishna mantra he becomes cured at once. Text 498 in the Prabhasa Purana, during a conversation between Narada and Kusadvaha, the Supreme Personality of Godhead explains, O powerful one, my most important name is Krishna. This name is the atonement for all sins and the supreme grantor of liberation. Text 499 in the Padma Purana it is said, a person who everywhere chants, Krishna, Krishna, becomes pure at heart. He attains the supreme destination. Text 515th Vilasa Text 246 Duties in the month of Bhadra, August-September. In the month of Bhadra the Vaisnavas should celebrate a great festival on the birthday of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They should perform great worship and fulfill a vow. Text 247 The vow of Janmashtami The vow of Janm for Stami is compulsory for everyone. This is because it is a regular observance, it removes sins, and it grants all benefits. Text 248 The origin of Sri Janmashtami in the Bhavijaya Purana, Uttarakanda, Sri Yudhisthira says, O infallible Lord, please describe to me the vow of Janmashtami in great detail. When did this vow begin? What piety does it grant? How is it performed? Text 249 Sri Krishna said, O Yudhisthira, after I had killed the demon Karisa, Devaki embraced me, placed me on her lap, and wept. Text 250 When the wrestling was over she stood up in the grandstand. The Kakaras and Andhakas praised her. Text 251 Her affectionate kinsmen and their wives surrounded her. Vasudeva came, embraced me, said, Son, Son, and wept with a father's love. Text 252 His eyes filled with tears, he embraced Balarama and me. In a choked voice he said, Text 253 Today my birth has borne fruit. Today my life is lived well. Now I have met my sons, the two glories of the Yadu dynasty. Text 254 O King, seeing my parents' happiness, everyone else became happy. Bowing before me, everyone spoke these words. Text 255 Today we are happy. Today Krishna is born. Today the demon Kamsa has fallen in a wrestling match. Text 256 O Lord Krishna, please glance at the people in this festival. Please give your mercy to them and to others also. Text 257 O Krishna, O Lord who removes all sufferings, please give to us the day when Devaki gave birth to you. We will celebrate a festival in your honor. O Krishna, please be kind to your sincere devotees. Text 258 Filled with wonder to hear the people speak these words, and the hairs of his body now erect in ecstasy, Vasudeva glanced at Balarama and said, Text 259 It should be so. Please tell the people. Text 260 O son of Partha, then, on my father's order, I revealed the vow of Janmashtami to the people of Mathura. Text 261 The Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, Sidras, and all others who are pious, from the age of 8 years and older, should observe this vow of Janmashtami. Srila Sanatana Goswami comments, the same is true for observing Ekadasi. In the scriptures it is said, Astavarsad Bala children 8 years and older should also observe Ekadi. Text 262 O people, during the monsoon season, on the Astami of the dark formight, Krishna Paksa, of the month of Bhadra, when the sun was in Leo and the moon and the star Rohini were both in Taurus, in the middle of the night one was born as the son of Vasudeva and Devaki. Text 264 This day will be known in this world as the vow of Janmashtami. On this day celebrate a great festival honoring both me and the goddess. First, this festival will be celebrated in Mathura. Later it will become famous in the whole world. Srila Sanatana Goswami comments, the word Bhagavatya, goddess, here refers to Devaki. It may also refer to Durga. Text 265. Hearing of this festival, the people began to observe it. May there be peace amongst them. May they be happy. May they have good health. Text 266. This festival should be observed every year, for that is pleasing to the Lord. The scriptures also describe some offenses in its observance. Text 267. Sri Janmashtami should be observed every year. The observance of Sri Janmashtami is pleasing to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In the Skanda Purana it is said, Prahlada and other great kings very faithfully observe the auspicious vow of Janmashtami, which is dear to Lord Krishna. Their purpose is to please Lord Vishnu. Text 268. It is also said, to please Lord Krishna, who holds a chakra in his hand, the Astami of the dark fortnight in the month of Sravana, when the star Rohini is conjoined with the moon, should be observed year after year. Text 269. Offenses in this vow. First, the offense of eating in the Stivinurahasya. Brahma tells Narada, by eating on Jayanti one commits a sin equal to the sin of eating a Sudra's food or eating the food in the hand of a corpse. Text 270. A person who eats on Janmashtami day commits the sin of eating the flesh of a vulture, heron, crow, or hawk, or the flesh of a human being. Text 271. O best of Brahmanas, one who eats on Janmashtami day commits all the sins in the three worlds. Of this there is no doubt. Text 272. It is also said, a person who fills his belly in the Jayanti day is tortured by the messengers of Yamaraja. They will not allow him to eat anything more than a single sesamum seed. Text 273. O king, a fool who eats on the Jayanti day will not easily be delivered from hell, even if he observes the vow of Dvadhi. Text 274. A person who eats on Lord Krishna's holy day pushes into a horrible hell 101 generations of his relatives past and yet to come. Text 275. The offense of failing to follow the vow by fasting, worshipping, observing a great festival, and performing other duties in the Sri Vinurahasya. It is said, O wise sage, they who knowingly neglect the vow of Sri Krishna Janmashtami become ferocious beasts in the jungle. Text 276. O tiger of the sages, a person averse to observing the holy day of Jayanti will not find happiness in this life or the next. His sin is equal to that of killing a brahmana, a cow, or a woman, or drinking liquor. Text 277. O wise sage, a woman who year after year declines to observe the vow of Sri Krishna Janmashtami becomes in her next birth a ferocious beast in the jungle. Text 278. A man who does not observe Sri Krishna Janmashtami in the Bahula Paksa of the month of Sravana becomes in his next life a cruel Rakshasa. Text 279. With cruel faces and cruel weapons the servants of Yamaraja torture whoever does not observe the Astami day in the Bahula Paksa of the month of Sravana. Text 280. Whoever does not observe the vow of Lord Vishnu's Jayanti day goes to Yama's world where he suffers the torments of hell. Text 281. In that scripture it is also said, a person who neglects the vow of Sri Krishna Janmashtami and observes another vow instead does not attain any pious benefit seen or heard anywhere. Text 282. It is also said, one should observe the vow of Jayanti to please Lord Krishna, the son of Devaki. If one does not devotedly observe this vow with the devotees, or if one does not observe it in a way appropriate to his financial situation, he will go to hell for as long as the 14 Indras rule in their posts. Text 283. The glories of Janmashtami. In the Bhavishya Purana, Uttarakanda, Lord Krishna tells King Yudhisthira, O delight of the Kurus, by one's fasting during Janmashtami a person becomes free from the sins of 7 births. Of this there is no doubt. Text 284. His descendants are righteous. He attains health and peerless good fortune. He becomes devoted to truth and religion, and when he dies he goes to Vaikuntha. Text 285. O Yudhisthira, that person travels on an airplane, sightseeing the universe and enjoying many pleasures. This he does for 100,000 years. Then, with what remains of his pious credits, he returns here, to this earth. Texts 286 and 287. Here on this earth he becomes the ruler of a great kingdom, a kingdom filled with all desirable things, all pious deeds, and many cows, and free of any sufferings. There he lives for a long time and enjoys whatever his heart desires. At the end he goes to the spiritual world, where there is no repetition of birth and death. Text 288. His descendants are famous for their handsome forms. They are all saintly and pleasing to everyone's hearts. Text 289. A country where the day of my birth is always shown in pictures and anointed with sandal paste becomes beautiful with all the ornaments of spiritual life. It becomes a great festival. It is worshipped by all. Srila Sanatana Goswami comments: if the word likatam is interpreted to mean written and karsitam to mean studied, then the first phrase of this verse may be interpreted to mean, a country where the day of my birth is always written in many books and studied with care. Text 290. In that country there is no fear of others and no fear of plagues or other calamities. There the rain falls as much as could be desired. Srila Sanatana Goswami comments: there are 6 kinds of calamities, iti 1 excessive rain, 2 drought, 3 plague of locusts, 4 plague of rats, 5 plague of birds, and 6 invasion of foreign armies. Text 291. All opulences come to a home where my pastimes with Devaki are worshipped. Fearful diseases and other calamities can never enter there. Text 292. In that home there is no fear of bulls, a mongoose, snakes, tigers, sinful diseases, sins, thieves, or the king. Text 293. The Lord also said, O son of Pandu, in a home where there is a book describing this vow of worshipping Devaki Devi, there will never be a miscarriage. Nor will any child be born dead. Text 294. In that home there need be no fear of disease. That is my opinion. In that home no woman will become a widow. In that home there will be no misfortune, deception, or quarrel. Text 295. Even a person who accidentally observes the vow of Janmashtami will go to the spiritual world of Lord Vinu. Of this there is no doubt. Text 296. Janmashtami is a festival of happiness for the eyes and the heart. It delights Nanda Maharaja. Lt removes all sins. A person who on Janmashtami worships Devaki and her husband Vasudeva attains many good children and at the end goes to the spiritual world of Lord Vinu. Text 297. In the Vinudharma Purana it is said, O best of Brahmanas, when the star Rohini is conjoined with the moon on the Istami of the dark fortnight, that day is called Jayanti, a day that removes all sins. Text 298. A person who on that day worships Lord Govinda washes away his sins, either great or small, or performed in childhood, youth, or maturity, in 7 births. Text 299. He attains the results of homas, yajnas, and charity multiplied 100 times. He attains whatever his heart desires. Text 300. A person who fasts on that day becomes freed from the greatest sins. Text 301. In the Vinurahasya it is said, a person who on Jayanti fasts and worships Lord Hari completely destroys the sins of 100 births. Text 302. Lord Krishna forgives the sins of a child, youth, or adult who carefully worships him on this day. Text 303. When they are done to please Lord Hari, bathing, charity, homa, Vedic study, japa, and austerity are multiplied 100 times when performed on Jayanti. Text 304. Jayanti is sacred and auspicious. It brings wealth and grains. It brings devotion to Lord Krishna. On Jayanti the people should carefully observe a fast. Text 305. In the Brahma Purana, Parvakanda, Janmashtami Mahatmya, Srila Siddha Goswami explains, Krishna Janmashtami is a famous Vaisnava holy day. They who in Kali Yuga take shelter of the glory of that day become purified of all sins. Text 306. When the star Rohini is conjoined with the moon on the Istami of the Sravana month, that day is called Jayanti. That day destroys a flood of sins. Texts 307 and 308. The fortunate persons who on that day sacred to Lord Vishnu fast, keep an all-night vigil, and worship Lord Hari, the master of the demigods, never fear having to take birth again in this world. Wherever they stay, Kali Yuga cannot enter. Text 309. In that scripture Srila Sukadeva Goswami tells King Janamejaya, then, in order to kill Karhasa, Lord Vishnu took birth as the son of Vasudeva and Devaki. That day is the abode of auspiciousness. Text 310. When, as happens every year, there is a day when the star Rohini is conjoined with the moon during the month of Sravana, that day is called Bahulastami. That day brings liberation to the people. Text 311. On that day the eternal and primeval Supreme Personality of Godhead descended to the earth. Why should it be a source of wonder that this day brings liberation? Text 312. In that scripture this vow is described in these words, following this vow for Lord Vishnu is the greatest good, the greatest austerity, and the greatest religious duty. Text 313. In the Skanda Purana, Brahma tell Narada, Krishna Janmastami is famous in this world. It destroys sins. It is equal to many millions of yajnas. It is equal to many millions of pilgrimages. Text 314. By fasting on Jayanti one attains the same pious result attained by giving 1,000 cows in charity day after day. Text 315. By fasting on Jayanti one attains the same pious result attained by giving 1,000 burrs of gold in charity at Kurukshetra. Text 316. O best of Brahmanas, by fasting on Jayanti one attains the same pious result attained by giving many millions of jewels in charity. Text 317. By fasting on Jayanti one attains the same pious result attained by digging thousands of wells and ponds, building many temples, giving millions of daughters in charity to their prospective bridegrooms, and devotedly serving parents and gurus. Text 318. By fasting on Jayanti one attains the same pious result attained by one who gives up his body for the sake of his guru, or for the sake of the Brahmanas, or for the sake of his master, or the same pious result attained by they who have dedicated their lives to helping others, or by they who devotedly go on pilgrimages, or by they who follow a vow of truthfulness. Text 319. By one's fasting on Jayanti one attains the result of performing austerities and remaining homeless, of performing 1,000 Rajastya Yahyas, or of performing an Agnihotra Yahya of 100 years. Text 320. By fasting on Jayanti one attains a great kingdom and eternal fame, enjoys the pleasures of the earth, and at the end enters the spiritual world of Lord Vishnu. Text 321. O best of sages, the Astami day of the month of Sravana brings piety, wealth, sense gratification, and liberation. It fulfills all desires. Text 322. O King of Brahmanas, Goddess Lakshmi always stays among those great souls who observe the vow of Janm4Stami. Text 323. O great sage, I have not seen anything in the Vedas or the Puranas equal to or better than the vow of Sri Krishna Janmastami. Text 324. O best of Brahmanas, when he sees a self-controlled person observing the vow of Janmastami, Yamaraja, his face turned white, at once erases what is written of him. Text 325. It is also said, a person who with a vow worships Lord Krishna and Devaki leaves the horrible path to Yamaloka and goes to the supreme abode of Lord Vishnu. Text 326. O sage, a person who at the moment of his death remembers Lord Krishna, attains perfection. In the same way when a person follows the vow of Janmastami, all he has done becomes perfect. Therefore, by my order, please observe the vow of Janm4Stami and thus attain liberation from this world of birth and death. Text 327. In the Brahmakanda, after describing the glories of this vow, Sri Siddha Goswami says, thus I have described the glories of the Sri Krishna Janmastami vow, which is very confidential and hidden in all the scriptures. By once hearing this description a person becomes free from all his sins. At the end of his body he goes to the world of Lord Krishna. Text 328. The method of observing Janm 4 Stami. When at midnight of Janma 4 Stami in the month of Bhadra the star Rohini is conjoined with the moon, that Janmastami brings a specially great result. Janmastami also brings a great result when it falls on a Monday or a Wednesday, or when there is a Navami Yoga. Text 329. Janmastami. When Rohini is conjoined with the moon in the Vinurahasya, it is said, when on the Astami of the dark fortnight the star Rohini is conjoined with the moon for even a single mudrita, fasting on that Astami day brings a great result. Text 330. When on the Astami the star Rohini is conjoined with the moon for even a single mudrita of the day or night, that time is very sacred. On that day one should observe a fast. Text 331. In that scripture it is also said, when the star Rohini is conjoined with the moon on the Krishna Paksa Astami of the month of Bhadra, that day is called Jayanti. Text 332. In the Vinudharma Purana, Uttarakanda it is said, O best of Brahmanas, when the star Rohini is conjoined with the moon on the Krishna Paksa Astami of the month of Bhadra, that day is called Jayanti. That day removes all sins. Text 333. By fasting on that day one destroys many birth sins of childhood, youth, and maturity. Text 334. In the Skanda Purana it is said, when the star Rohini is conjoined with the moon on the Krishna Paksa of the Sravana month, that day destroys all sins. Text 335. Because it brings victory, Jaya, and piety, the wise call that day Jayanti. Text 336. In the Vinu Purana it is said, O king, when, on the Astami of the Krishna Paksa, the star Rohini is conjoined with the moon for even a single kala, that day is called Jayanti. One should carefully fast on that day. Text 337. O king, Lord Govinda destroys 7 births of the 3 kinds of sins for one who worships him or meditates on him during that day. Text 338. O king, proper fasting on Jayanti destroys the greatest sins. Of this there is no doubt. Text 339. O king, wise persons in Satya, Trita, and Dvapara Yuga fast on that day, when Rohini is conjoined with the moon. Text 340. In the Agni Purana it is said, when for one kala before or after the middle of the night the star Rohini is conjoined with the moon, that day is called Jayanti, a day that destroys all sins. Text 341. Janmastami. When the star Rohini is conjoined with the moon in the middle of the night in both the Bhavijya and Vinudharma Puranas it is said, O descendant of Sarasena, when one worships Lord Krishna on a Krishnastami day when the star Rohini is conjoined with the moon in the middle of the night, that worship destroys the sins of 3 births. Text 342. When the star Rohini is conjoined with the moon on the Krishna Paksa Astami, one should fast and worship Lord Hari. This is so even if the rising moon is not conjoined with Rohini in the middle of the night. Texts 343 and 344. It is also said, when for one kala before or after the middle of the night the star Rohini is conjoined with the moon on the Krishnapaksa Astami of the month Bhadra, that is the moment of the birth of Lord Hari, the infallible Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the Master of the universes, and who is decorated with the Kaustubha jewel. On that day one should fast and keep an all-night vigil. Text 345. How'll bathe himself and then worship Lord Krishna. Text 346. In the Agni Purana it is said, O best of kings, in the middle of the night, at a time when the star Rohini was conjoined with the moon, Lord Govinda was born as a 4-armed infant. At that time one should worship the Lord in a way appropriate to one's own wealth. Text 347. In the Bhavijya Purana, Uttarakanda it is said, on the Krishna Paksa Astami of the month of Bhadra, in the middle of the night, when the moon is with the star Rohini in Taurus, one should fast and worship Lord Krishna along with Yasoda and Devakt. Text 348. It is also said, on the Krishna Paksa Astami of the month of Bhadra, in the middle of the night, when the moon was with the star Rohini in Taurus, Devaki gave birth to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who was begotten by Maharaja Vasudeva. Text 349. On that day a pure-hearted person should properly fast and worship Lord Krishna. Text 350. In the Padma Purana it is said, Ghosts who observe the Astami when Rohini is conjoined with the moon in the month of Sravana become free from having to be. Text 351. How much more is this true when this day falls on a Wednesday or Monday? How much more is this true when this day is joined with the Navami? At that time this day brings liberation to 10 million of one's kinsmen. Text 352. In the Skanda Purana it is said, if a Kala of the Navami is present in the Astami, and if both Mercury and Rohini are conjoined with the moon, that is a very rare occurrence. Such a time may come after 100 years, or then, O Almighty Lord, it may not come, even after 100 years. Text 353. In the Bhavishya Purana it is said, one should fast on Krishna Janmastami when there is Navami and Yoganidra and when Rohini and Mercury are conjoined with the moon. Text 354. One should fast on the Astami when on the previous day the moon is conjoined with Mercury, or when on the following day the moon is conjoined with Rohini, or when the Astami is joined with the Navami. Text 355. How much more is this true when on the Astami even for a Muhita the moon is conjoined with Rohini and this day is joined with the Navami? At that time this day brings liberation to 10 million of one's kinsmen. Text 356. Sri Siddha Goswami explains, when in the month of Bhadra the Krishna Paksa Astami is joined with the Navami, that Astami should be worshipped by all men and women. Text 357. Even if the auspicious conjunction of Rohini and other luminaries are not present, one should still fast on Janmastami. However, in the absence of these especially auspicious situations it is possible not to observe the vow. Text 358. In this way the many different kinds of pure astamis are described in the writing of the scriptures. However, when it is mixed with the saptami, the astami should not be observed. This is like an Ekadasi that should not observed. Text 359. When it is Vita by the saptami, Janmastami should not be observed. In the Brahmavaivarta Purana it is said, one should carefully avoid the astami that is Vita by the saptami. Even if Rohini is conjoined with the moon, one should not observe an astami that is Vita by the saptami. Text 360. In the Padma Purana it is said, as one should not accept pure Padikagavya if it is mixed with wine, so one should not observe Janmastami if it is Vita by the saptami. This is so even if Rohini is conjoined with the moon. Text 361. As Ekadasi should not observed when it is Vita by the previous day, so Janm4Stami should not be observed when it is Vita by the previous day. This is so even when the star Rohini is conjoined with the moon. Text 362. One should take care not to observe Janm4Stami when it is Vita by the saptami. However, one should observe Janmastami when it is Vita by the Navami. This is true even if the star Rohini is not conjoined with the moon. Text 363. Lord Krishna, the son of Devaki, was born when the astami was not Vita and when the star Rohini was conjoined with the moon. Text 364. If, during the day or in the middle of the night, the astami is mixed with the saptami, that astami should not be observed, even if the star Rohini is conjoined with the moon. Text 365. In the Padma Purana it is said, if it is Vita by the previous day, Janmastami should not be observed. This is true even if it is Sakala and even if the star Rohini is conjoined with the moon. In that situation one should fast and observe the vow on the pure Navami instead of on the astami. Text 366. Even if it is Sakala and even if the star Rohini is conjoined with the moon, Janmastami should never be observed on an astami that is Vita by the previous day. Text 367. As one should reject a pitcher of Ganges water that has been touched by a single drop of liquor, so one should reject a Janmastami touched for even a moment by the saptami. Text 368. Even if the star Rohini is not conjoined with the moon, one should observe the Janmastami that is touched by the Navami. But, even if the star Rohini is conjoined with the moon, one should not observe the Janmastami that is touched by the saptami. Text 369. Therefore the wise should carefully avoid celebrating Janm4Stami at that inauspicious time. By celebrating at that time all one's piety is at once destroyed in the same way the darkness of night is destroyed when the sun rises. Text 370. In the Yajnavalkya Samriti it is said, even if the star Rohini is perfectly conjoined with the moon in the middle of the night, an Astami that is Vita by the previous day should not be celebrated. Text 371. In the Agni Purana and other scriptures it is said that the Astami that is Vita in this way is not dear to the Vaisnavas. Such an Astami is a creation of the Lord's illusory potency, Maya. Text 372. In the Skanda Purana it is said, fearing that they would fall from their exalted posts, in ancient times the demigods and sages carefully avoided observing this vow on an Astami Vita by the Saptami. Text 373. In this way, following the evidence presented High Sri Krishnadevacharya and other saintly Vaisnavas, and also following the practical actions of the great devotees, the way of observing Janmastami and other holy days is described in this book. Text 374. On a pure Astami, when the star Rohini is conjoined with the moon and when the previous and following days are also pure, one should fast. One should break the fast after both the Tithi and conjunction of the star Rohini have ended. Texts 375 and 376. In the Gautamiya Tantra, which describes pure devotional service to Lord Krishna, in the course of describing Vaisnava Tantric initiation, it is said, on the demigod Brahma's request, Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, mercifully appeared in the womb of Devaki on the Krishna Paksa Astami of the month Bhadra, an auspicious day when the star Rohini was conjoined with the moon. The Lord's mission then was to kill the demons. One should carefully celebrate a great festival on that auspicious day. Text 377. On that day Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Sidras should all observe a fast, each according to his own ability. At no time on that day should anything be eaten. Text 378. One who eats on the day of Lord Krishna's birth is the lowest of men. He will live in a horrible hell until the time when the material universe is destroyed. Text 379. Wise devotee who fasts on the Astami when the star Rohini is conjoined with the moon at the middle of the night attains the result of performing 10 million yafiyas. Text 380. When the Astami falls on a Monday or Wednesday when the star Rohini is conjoined with the moon, that day is called Jayanti. That day brings great piety. Text 381. One who fasts on that day becomes free from the sins of 10 million births. He resides in the pure spiritual world. Text 382. The Astami Vita by the Navami is also sacred to goddess Uma. They who desire piety should fast on that day, even if the star Rohini is not conjoined with the moon. Text 383. One should observe the Janmastami that is Vita by the following day, and one should not observe it when it is Vita by the previous day. When it is Vita by the previous day, the Astami destroys one's previously acquired piety. Text 384. One who, because he is averse to Lord Krishna, does not observe a fast on the Janmastami when the star Rohini is conjoined with the moon attains the sinful reaction of murdering a Brahmana. He does not attain the pious benefits described by the sages. Text 385. On the following day one should break his fast. The fast should be broken either at the end of the Tithi or at the end of the time when the star Rohini is conjoined with the moon. Text 386. Following day. By failing to do this one falls down. Text 387. This day is also called Umamahesvari Tithi. Text 388. The reason this is so is given in the following words of the Bhojarajtya. On the Astami one should worship Lord Shiva, and on the Navami one should worship his potency. When these two holy days meet, the performance of worship brings a great result. Text 389. The passage beginning with the word Kevalam declares that this day is also called Umamahesvari Tithi. Therefore one should fast on this day, the Astami that is Vita by the Navami. Text 390. The word API here means even if the star Rohini is not conjoined with the moon. However, the Astami should not be observed when it is Vita by the Saptamt. Text 391. Therefore, even if the star Rohini is conjoined with the moon, one should take care not to observe an Astami that is Vita by the Saptami. Text 392. Both the Sruti Gastra and the Skanda Purana affirm that one should not observe the Astami that is Vita by the Saptami. Text 393. This is described in the passage beginning with the words Janmastamith Purvavidam. The Enrasithaparikariya also gives an example to show this. Text 394 Advadasi, that is Vita by the Dasami, is still pure. However, Anastamaya, that is Vita by the Saptamaya, is rejected. This is confirmed by the passage beginning with the words Narasta sa Puradave. Text 395 Itis, because the Vaisnavas and non-Vaisnavas are different, that there are two opinions about this. Text 396 In both the Agni Purana and the Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, there are two classes of men in the created world. One consists of the demoniac and the other of the godly. The devotees of Vinu are the godly, whereas those who are just the opposite are called demons. I Text 397 The time of breaking the Janmashtami fast. When the Purashtami comes to an end, one should break the fast. The fast may be broken at the end of the Tithi or at the end of the Rohini moon conjunction. Text 398 In the Agni Purana it is said, O descendant of Bharata, one may break the fast at the end of the Tithi or at the end of the Rohini moon conjunction. Text 399 It is also said, the wise fast during the Rohini moon conjunction. When the conjunction is over, the Brahmavadi sages break their fast. Text 400 The wise fast during the Rohini moon conjunction. When the conjunction is over, the knowers of the Vedas should break their fast. Text 401 It is also said, they who are able should break their fast after both the Tithi and the Rohini moon conjunction have come to an end. They who are not able may break their fast after one of these comes to an end. Text 402 When auspicious tithas are connected to auspicious stars, one should break his fast at the time when the star's conjunction with the moon ends. The star Rohini is an exception to this rule. Text 403 In the Brahmavaivarta Purana it is said, one should break his fast after both the Astamaya and the Rohini moon conjunction come to an end. If he does not, he destroys the pious merit he earned by fasting. Text 404 By breaking the fast before the Tithis end, one destroys his piety 8 times over. By breaking the fast before the Rohini. Text 405 The Vaisnavas observe a great festival on the birthday of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. At the festival's end, the devotees break their fast. Text 406 In the Garuda Purana it is said, at the Tithis end or the festival's end, one should break his fast. Text 407 In the Vayu Purana it is said, fast by eating the prasada remnants from Lord Jagannatha. Text 408 The method of observing the Janmashtami vow, as one should be austere and self-controlled during the 3-day period of Dasama, Ekadasi, and Dvadasi, so one should also be austere and self-controlled during the 3-day period of Saptami, Janmashtami, and Navami. Text 409 The method of observing the vow in the Bhavijya Purana, Uttarakanda, Sri Yudhisthira said, O Supreme Person, what is the nature of this vow named Janmashtami Vrata, which should be observed by all people? Text 410 This vow pleases you. O all-powerful Lord Krishna, please kindly describe this vow to me. Text 411 Sri Krishna said, O Partha, on that day one should first brush one's teeth, and then, with a controlled mind, follow the rules of fasting. Text 412 O delight of the Kurus, by one's fasting on this day a person becomes freed from the sins of 7 births. Of this there is no doubt. Text 413 One who fasts on this day becomes free from sin. He becomes the home of many virtues. One who does not fast jumps over the rules of religion. Text 414 The mantra for that today I stand before you. I am fasting. I have not eaten anything. Only tomorrow will I eat. O infallible, lotus-eyed Lord, please become my shelter. Text 415 Then, at midday, one should bathe in the pure water of a river or other appropriate place. Then one should decorate the prison maternity room of Devaki. Text 416 The method of constructing the maternity room. The maternity room should be decorated with rubies, fine silk, and jewel amulets. Garlands should be strung across the entrances. The room should be anointed with auspicious ointments. Text 417 Everything should be like Gokula. There should be many gopis. There should be auspicious water pots. There should be sweet singing and the sounds of bells. Text 418. There should be moistened barley corns, svastikas, lotus flowers, and other like things. There should be the sounds of conch shells. There should be shackles, an iron sword, a lamp, and a chaga. Text 419. There should be a churning rod, water, a yupa, a buddha, a sarsapa, and a fire. A club should be placed at the door. The room should be protected by guards. Text 420. Goddess Astha should also be placed there. Thus, as far as one is able, one should construct the maternity room. Text 421. In the midst of that room a deity should be placed. The deity may be made of one of these 8 substances, 1 gold, 2 silver, 3 copper, 4 brass, 5 clay, 6 wood, or 7 jewels, or 8. The deity may be a picture. Text 422. Devaki should be resting, half asleep, on the bed. She should be splendid like molten gold, filled with all virtues, austere, filled with maternal love, and, at that moment, joyful. Texts 423 and 424. With devotion one should place me there on the bed. I should be a sleeping infant splendid like a blue lotus petal, my chest marked with srivatsa, effulgent, decorated with a forest garland, and in my 4 hands a conch shell, kakra, club, and sarngaba. Text 425. Yasoda and her beautiful newborn daughter should also be there. Text 426. The Devas, rulers of the planets, Nagas, Yaksas, Vidyadharas, Uragas, Suras, and Asuras should be happily flying in the sky. They should be offering respectful obeisances and carrying presents of flower garlands in their hands. Text 427. Vasudeva should be holding a sword and shield. Text 428. Vasudeva was Kashyapa, Devaki was Aditi, Balarama was Sesanaga, and Yasoda was also Aditi. They should all be there. Text 429. There. Text 430. There also should be demon guards sent by Karnsa. Holding various weapons in their hands, they should all be asleep. Their names are, Arista, Dinika, and Ka. Text 431. In this picture should also be drawn or painted happily dancing Apsaras, singing Gandharvas, Kalia in the Yamuna's waters, Nandagopa, many other Gopas, and Yasoda soon after she gave birth. Texts 432 to 434. The worship begins thus: one should make a beautiful picture. Then one should devotedly worship Devaki, who has recently given birth to Lord Krishna. One should worship her with fragrances, flowers, fruits, unbroken grains, kusmandas, coconuts, kharjaras, pomegranates, vijaptras, betel nuts, oranges, panases, with sweet and delicious fruits in season, and with fragrant flowers. Then one should meditate on the previously described incarnations. Then one should worship Devaki with the following mantra. Srila Sanatana Goswami comments: the phrase previously described incarnations refers to Devaki's incarnation as Aditi, and the other like incarnations already described. Text 435. The mantra for worshipping Devaki: you are Aditi, the mother of the demigods. You destroy all sins. Therefore I, who am afraid of this world of birth and death, will now worship you. Text 436. O girl with the beautiful face, you were pleased when the demigods worshipped you. Now I worship you with devotion. O saintly one, please be merciful to me. Text 437. You are very happy to have a dear son. O goddess, please give a like happiness to me. Text 438. All glories to beautiful-faced Devaki, the mother of the demigods. The happy-faced mother of a newborn son, she rests on her great bed. She is served by many kinnaras and other demigods, who sing songs, play music on flutes, venas, and other instruments, and carry in their hands gifts of golden vases, water pots, and glistening mirrors. Text 439. Goddess Lakshmi anoints Devaki's feet with sweet fragrances. Reciting the mantra Namo Devaya Sarai, Obeisances to Goddess Lakshmi. One should also worship Goddess Lakshmi, who sits on a lotus flower. Text 440. O Lord Krishna, you descend to this world in the forms of many thousands of incarnations. No one can count all your incarnations in this world. Text 441. Brahma, Shiva, and all the demigods cannot understand the truth of your transcendental form. O Lord, I worship you as you sit on your mother's lap. Text 442. All the Brahmanas, and even the women and Ksatras, who are not eligible to chant Vedic mantras, worship you by chanting your names in the dative case, names preceded by Orn and followed by Nama. Sri Sanatana Goswami comments, an example of this is the mantra or Vasudevaya Nama. Text 443. If some exalted Brahmanas desire to perform more rituals, they may offer arghya to the moon god at moonrise. As they thus offer arghya, they should meditate on Lord Hari. Text 444. Who is sinless, Vamana, the descendant of the sun god, the master of Vaikuntha, the supreme person, invincible, the son of Vasudeva, the husband of the goddess of fortune, the killer of the Madhu demon. Text 445. Lord Varaha, lotus-eyed, Lord Nrsimha, the maintainer of the earth, the Lord whose waist was tied with a rope, the Lord whose navel is a lotus flower, the master of Brahma and Shiva, the Lord who carries the flag of Garuda. Text 446. The pleasure of the cows, land, and senses, infallible, all attractive, limitless, the supreme person, beyond the perception of material senses, the seat of the universes, the creator, maintainer, and destroyer. Text 447. Without beginning or end, all-pervading, the master of the three worlds, the Lord who took 3 steps, the resting place of all living entities, four-armed, the Lord who holds a conch, disc, and club. Text 448. The Lord who wears yellow garments, who is eternal, decorated with a forest garland, marked with Srivatsa, the ruler of the universes, the husband of the goddess of fortune, the maintainer of the goddess of fortune, the Lord who removes all that is inauspicious. Text 449. Who was born from Devaki's womb, and who destroyed the demon armies. The arghya mantra is, Granargyam Idam Deva Govindaya Namo Nama. O Lord, please accept this arghya. Obeisances, obeisances to Lord Govinda. Text 450. The bathing mantra is, Yojsvaraya Yoga Samhavaya Yogapata Govindaya Namo Nama. Obeisances, obeisances to Lord Govinda, who is the controller of yoga, the father of yoga, and the master of yoga. Text 451. The mantra for offering garments is, Yajviyasvaraya Yahiya Samhavaya Yajviyapata Govindaya Namo Nama. Obeisances, obeisances to Lord Govinda, who is the controller of Yahiya, the father of Yahiya, and the master of Yajviya. Text 452. The mantra for offering incense is, Six Svesvaraya Visvasamhavaya Vayavapata Govindaya Namo Nama. Obeisances, obeisances to Lord Govinda, who is the controller of the universes, the father of the universes, and the master of the universes. Text 453. The mantra for offering foodies, Dharmasvaraya Dharmasamhavaya Dharmapata Govindaya Namo Nama. Obeisances, obeisances to Lord Govinda, who is the controller of religion, the father of religion, and the master of religion. Text 454. The mantra for offering arghya to the moon god, O moon god born from the milk ocean and from Aui Muni's eye, O moon god now associating with Rohini, please accept this arghya offer to you. Text 455. Then one should place on the altar Lord Krishna, the moon god, Rohini, Devaki, Vasudeva, Yasoda, Nanda. Text 456. Balarama, the Gopas, the Gopis, and the cows. One who does this becomes free from sins. Of this there is no doubt. Text 457. In the middle of the night one should bathe Lord Krishna with a stream of water and with molasses and ghee. Then one should observe the ceremony for cutting the umbilical cord. Then one should worship goddess Asthya. Then one should observe the name-giving ceremony. Text 458. Then, at daybreak of the Navami, one should celebrate a great festival honoring Goddess Durga. Text 459 Then one should offer a great feast to the Brahmanas and also offer them dakshina of gold, silver, cows, and many kinds of exquisite garments. Text 461 should give the Brahmanas whatever they desire. At this time one should pray, "May Lord Krishna be pleased with me." Text 461 I offer my respectful obeisances to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who, in order to give protection to Brahma and all other living entities in this world, was born as the son of Vasudeva and Devaki. Text 462 Obeisances to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is the son of Vasudeva and the auspiciousness of the cows and Brahmanas. May there be peace. May there be auspiciousness. After speaking these words, one should take one's leave of the deity. Text 463 O son of Dharma, Aman, or a woman who is devoted to me, desires piety, and in this way year after year celebrates a great festival in honor of Goddess Devaki, will attain the pious results described here. Text 464 In the Bhavishya Purana it is said, one should brush one's teeth and then recite the Sankalpa mantra. It is the Sankalpa mantra that brings results. Without first reciting the Sankalpa mantra one does not obtain the most auspicious result. Text 465 The Satkalpa mantra O Supreme Personality of Godhead, O Son of Devaki, now I stand before you. Today I will not eat. Only tomorrow will I eat. Today I will observe the vow of Janmashtami. Text 466 One should thus fast. At midday one should bathe, using auspicious Krishna oil as soap. Then, to increase one's piety, one should place a dry, amalaki, fruit to one's head. Srila Sanatana Goswami comments because the amalaki fruit is very dear to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, placing it to one's head brings one the great piety of devotional service to the Lord. Text 467 After performing one's midday duties one should take an unbroken pot decorated with 5 jewels and filled with pure water. Text 468 Above the pot one should devotedly place a beautiful leaf scented with camphor, aguru, and incense and decorated with a flower garland. If one is wealthy one may place there a leaf of gold. If that is not possible one may place a bamboo leaf. Text 469 Over that one should place a golden deity of Goddess Devaki. Her face should have an expression of wonder. She should be offering her breast to her infant son. Text 470 Touching her nipple with one hand, the infant Krishna should be drinking from her breast. With great love he should again and again gaze at his mother's face. Text 471 Then with milk and other substances one should bathe Lord Krishna and his mother, Lord Krishna who is the master of the spiritual and material worlds. Then one should anoint them both with sandal paste. Text 472 O fortunate one should then anoint them with kunkuma, camphor, aguru, musk and the fragrance of lotus whorls. Text 473 Then one should dress them in white garments and decorate them with flower garlands and with malati, malika, and kampaka flowers and with ketaki petals. Text 474 Then one should also decorate them with unbroken bilva leaves, soft tulasi leaves, caravira flowers, and various kinds of light-colored and dark-colored flowers. Text 475 Then one should decorate them with yathika and sadapatra flowers and with other flowers in season. O fortunate one, in this way one should worship Lord Krishna with great devotion. Text 476 Then one should offer Lord Krishna kusthandas, coconuts, kharjiras, pomegranates, mangoes, and bananas. Text 477 O sage, in this way one should offer Lord Krishna many kinds of splendid fruits that are in season. One should also offer him many kinds of delicious foods cooked in ghee. Text 478 One should light many lamps before the Lord, and one should also offer him a flower pavilion, singing, instrumental music, dancing, and recitation of prayers. Again and again one should recite Lord Venu's childhood pastimes. Text 479 Then, as far as one is able, one should worship one's spiritual master, and then one should worship Lord Krishna. O King of Brahmanas, in the middle of the night one should worship Lord Krishna and Devaki with the following mantra from the Puranas. Text 480. The mantras for worshipping Devaki. O Aditi, O mother of the demigods, you destroy all sins. That is why one, who am afraid of taking birth again in this world, will now worship you. Text 481. O beautiful faced one, you are pleased when the demigods worship you. O saintly one, as they worship you with devotion so will I. Please be merciful to me. Text 482. You became very happy to attain Lord Hari as your son. O goddess, please give that same kind of happiness to me. Text 483. The mantras for worshipping Lord Krishna. O Lord Krishna, you descend to this world in many thousands of incarnations. No one can count the number of your incarnations in this world. Text 484. Brahma and the demigods do not understand the true nature of your transcendental form. Now I will worship you as you sit on your mother's lap. Text 485. O Lord, please fulfill my desires and destroy my sins. O Lord, who removes the fears and sufferings of this world of birth and death, please be merciful to me. Text 486. After worshipping Lord Govinda in this way, one should offer him arghya splendid and pure like the rising moon, arghya in a bowl with sesame seeds. Text 487. O best of sages, thus one should begin by offering arghya to Lord Krishna and Devaki, arghya that brings the fulfillment of all desires. Text 488. The mantras for offering arghya. O Lord Krishna, you took birth in this world to kill Karasa, remove the earth's burden, establish religion, and kill the demons, and O Lord who stays with Devaki, please accept this arghya I offer to you. Text 490. I offer this arghya to Lord Krishna, who is accompanied by Devaki, by goddess Lakshmi, and by his other associates. 1. Offer my respectful obeisances to him. Text 491. Mantras for offering arghya to the moon god. O moon god born from the milk ocean and from Atizi, O moon god now associating with Rohini, please accept this arghya mixed with yogurt, flowers, and unbroken rice. Text 492. A wise devotee should first offer arghya in a coconut shell. Then, with great devotion, he should offer arghya in a conch shell to Lord Krishna. Text 493. By offering arghya in this way a person in this world attains the same piety he would attain by offering the entire earth, with all its seas and mountains. Text 494. Spending the time with talks of the scripture Bhagavad Gita, one should keep an all-night vigil. To Lord Krishna one should offer incense, lamps, food, and betel nuts. Text 495. When one observes Janmashtami in this way, nothing else remains that he need do. He has already attained all pious benefits. At the end of this lifetime he will go to the abode of Lord Krishna. Text 496. In the Brahma Purana it is said, in the 28th Kali Yuga, in the month of Bhadra, on the Krishna Paksa Astami, Lord Krishna was born as Devaki's son. Text 497. Lord Krishna come to this world to remove the earth's burden and kill a host of demonic Kshatriyas. That is why Lord Krishna should be worshipped on this day. Devaki and Yasoda should also be worshipped on this day. Text 498. One should keep an all-night vigil. One should glorify the Lord with singing and dancing. One should offer Lord Krishna fragrances, flower garlands, various kinds of fruits, and delicious foods made with wheat, barley, milk, and other substances. Text 499. In this book are gathered in one place all the Janmashtami duties described in the Bhavishya Purana, Uttarakanda, and in other scriptures also. Text 500. On the Saptami, or in the early morning of the Astami, a devotee should brush his teeth and then recite the Sankalpa mantra. Text 501. The Sankalpa mantra. Now I stand before you. Today I will not eat. I will not eat anything. Only tomorrow will I eat. O lotus-eyed one, O infallible Lord, please become my shelter. Text 502. Early on the Astami morning one should, using oil as soap, bathe the deity of the Lord. Then one should obediently dress the deity of the Lord in new garments. Text 503. A midday the person following this vow should touch an amulaki fruit to his head and then, using Krishna oil as soap, bathe in a holy river or in the pure water of an ordinary place. Text 504. After completing his other midday duties, in an appropriate place this person should then construct the transcendental Madhumati room of Devaki Devi. Text 505. He should then decorate the room with jewels, curtains, archways, flowers, and fruits, and he should place in it different foods cooked in ghee. Text 506. In the room should be barley, darva grass, lotus flowers, and other things. There should be singing and instrumental music. At the door should be placed shackles, an iron sword, a chaga, and other items. Text 507. There he should draw a picture of Gokula filled with many gopas and gopis. He should also draw a picture of the prison with guards everywhere. Text 508. In the middle of that he should place a Sarvedobhadra design, and there he should place a water pot. Above the water pot he should place a leaf of gold, or if not of gold then a bamboo leaf. Text 509. There one should place a beautiful deity of Devaki, a deity made of gold, or of another material. Her breasts filled with milk, beautiful Devaki should be asleep on the beautiful bed. Text 510. So also one should place a deity of Lord Krishna. Lord Krishna should be an infant happily sleeping in his mother's embrace. Text 511. There also one should place Sri Yasoda, her daughter, Sri Nanda, Rohini, Balarama, and the Gopas and Gopis. Text 512. Near Devaki should be Vasudeva, his face filled with happiness. His eyes should be wide open with wonder, he should be holding a sword in his hand, and he should be offering prayers. Text 513. In the sky should be demigods and sages. They should be bowing down and showering flowers. There should also be Gandharvas, Apsaras and others enthusiastically singing and dancing. Text 514. One should also draw Karisa and his companions, sound asleep and their swords in their hands. One should also draw Kaliya in the Yamuna. Text 515. Thus one should make the deities and the room as beautiful as one can. One should begin the worship at night. Text 516. There one should place fragrances, flowers, unbroken grains, garments, ornaments, and a great variety of fruits and foods. Text 517. Reciting mantras from the scriptures, one should then invite Devaki to appear in her deity form. When the deity is thus installed, one should offer her a handful of flowers. Text 518. Meditation on Devaki. All glories to beautiful, beautiful-faced Devaki, the mother of the demigods. The happy-faced mother of a newborn son, she rests on her great bed. She is served by many kinnaras and other demigods, who sing songs, play music on flutes, venas, and other instruments, and carry in their hands gifts of golden vases, water pots, and glistening mirrors. Text 519. As he did before with Devaki, the wise devotee should then invite Lord Krishna to appear in his deity form. When the deity is thus installed, the devotee should offer him a handful of flowers. Text 520. When the moon rises, one should go outside the house, cleanse a place, put there a lotus flower, and there offer to the moon god Arghya in a conch shell and a coconut shell. Text 521. The mantra for that, O moon god born from the milk ocean and from Atri Muni's eye, O moon god now associating with Rohini, please accept this Arghya I offer to you. Text 522. O master of moonlight, obeisances to you. O master of moonlight, obeisances to you. O beloved of Rohini, obeisances to you. Please accept the Arghya I offer to you. Text 523. Returning inside the house, one should say Jaya. Jaya, meditate on Lord Krishna's birth, and then offer Arghya to Lord Krishna. Text 524. The mantra for that is the mantra beginning with the words, Jatakarnsavat Text 525. Then one should devotedly and properly bathe Lord Krishna and Devaki with pure water, milk, and other substances. Text 526. The mantra is, Yogsvaraya Yogasamhavaya Yogapatagavindaya Namo Nama, obeisances, obeisances to Lord Govinda, who is the controller of yoga, the father of yoga, and the master of yoga. Text 527. The following mantra may also be used: obeisances to Lord Govinda, the eternal supreme personality of Godhead, the master of yoga, the father of yoga, the son of Devakt. Text 528. Reciting the mantra beginning with the words Adit Deva M4 Adistivam, as well as the mantra Namo Devaya Sarai, one should offer fragrances and other gifts to Devaki. Text 529. Reciting the mantra beginning with the words Avatara Sahasrani, one should worship Lord Krishna. One should offer him padya, water for washing the feet, garments, ornaments, incense, lamps, and other gifts. Text 530. The mantra for offering these gifts, which begin with padya and conclude with lamps, is Ori Yajvi Esvaraya Yahiya Asamhavaya Yahiya Patagavindaya Namo Nama, or obeisances to Lord Govinda, who is the controller of Yahiya, the father of Yajviya, and the master of Yajviya. Text 531. The mantra for offering food is Ath Visvesvaraya Vyavasam Bhavaya Vyavapatagavindaya Namo Nama, Om obeisances to Lord Govinda, who is the controller of the universes, the father of the universes, and the master of the universes. Text 532. Then, reciting the proper mantras with the proper names, one should worship Vasudeva, Yasoda, Nanda, Balarama, Rohini, and others of the Lord's personal associates. Text 533. Then one should offer many varieties of cooked grains, many varieties of other delicious foods, and many varieties of fruits in season, and one should also offer betel nuts. Text 534. The mantra for that offering is Dharmasvaraya Dharmasamhavaya Dharmapatagavindaya Namo Nama, obeisances to Lord Govinda, who is the controller of religion, the father of religion, and the master of religion. Text 535. Then, in the middle of the night, one should bathe the Lord with a stream of water and with molasses and ghee. Text 536. Then one should perform the Jatakarma ceremony of the Lord, then the ceremony of cutting the umbilical cord, and then the worship of goddess Sasthya. Srila Sanatana Goswami comments, the mantra for worshipping the goddess is Sasthakaya Nama. Text 537. Then one should perform the name-giving ceremony, then perform dramas of various pastimes of the Lord, then worship the spiritual master, then hear narrations of Lord Krishna's childhood pastimes, and then keep an all-night vigil filled with happy singing, dancing, and other like activities. Srila Sanatana Goswami comments, the pastimes depicted in dramas should begin with the pastime of killing Putana and end with the pastime of killing Karhasa. Text 538. In the Skanda Purana, Brahm tells Narada, O Brahmana, when one observes such an all-night vigil, all his sins from the time of his birth are at once destroyed. Text 539. At dawn a Vaisnava should then perform his regular duties, worship the Lord, offer prayers to the Lord, and offer obeisances to the Lord. Srila Sanatana Goswami comments, the regular duties here are those duties that begin with the early morning bath. Text 540. The mantra for offering obeisances is the 1.5 verses prayer beginning with the words Yarndavam. Text 541. The mantra for offering prayers is the verse beginning with the words Santirastu. Text 542. Then one should give the deities and all the paraphernalia employed in the festival, along with daksan to the spiritual master, then one should feed the brahmanas, and then one should break the fast. Text 543. The Parsvaparavartana festival on the Sukla Ekadasi of Bhadra of Vaisnava, accompanied by other Vaisnavas, should celebrate the Kadidana festival, which is like the Sayana festival. Text 544. In the Bhavijya Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, on the Sukla Ekadasi of the month of Bhadra, one should observe the Kadidana, turning over, festival of Lord Vinu, a festival that destroys great sins. Text 545. One should approach the Supreme Lord as he naps on the ocean, and one should arrange that the Lord turns over in his sleep and now rests on his right side. Text 546. The mantra prayer. O Lord, O Master of the universes, O Lord approached by the yogis, O Lord untouched by matter, now that it is the auspicious month of Bhadra, please turn over on your other side. Text 547. Then one should perform great worship, please the Vaisnavas, and then return the deity of the Lord to his place in the temple. Text 548. The vow of Sravanadvadasi. When the star Sravana is conjoined with the moon on the Sukladvadasi of the month of Bhadra, one should fast, bathe, and worship Lord Vamana. Text 549. The glory of that when the star Sravana is conjoined with the moon on the Sukladvadasi of the month of Bhadra, that day is known as a Mahadvadi. By fasting and devotedly worshipping the infallible Supreme Personality of Godhead on that day, one attains the result of having performed 10 years of pious deeds. Text 550. On that day the results of giving charity and performing yajnas are multiplied by 100,000 times. Text 551. In the Skanda Purana it is said, when the star Sravana is conjoined with the moon on the Gukladvadasi of the month of Bhadra, that day is known as Mahadvadasi, great Devadast. Fasting on that day brings a great result. Text 552. A person who on this Dvadi fasts and bathes in a sacred river attains the benefits of observing 12 Dvadasas. Text 553. If on that day both Mercury and Sravana are conjoined with the moon, that day is known as Atyanta Mahadvadasi, very great Dvadasi. Whatever charity is given on that day becomes eternal and inexhaustible. Text 554. By worshipping the infallible Supreme Personality of Godhead on that day one attains the results of 10 years of pious deeds. On that day the results of charity and yajnas are multiplied 100,000 times. Texts 555 and 556. In the Brahmavaivarta Purana a father tells his son, if Mercury and Sravana are both conjoined with the moon on the Sukla Ekadasi of the month of Bhadra, that day is called Vijaya Ekadasi. That day is very pleasing to Lord Hari. Lord Vamana fulfills the auspicious desires in the heart of one who worships him on that day. Text 557. When Mercury and Sravana are both conjoined with the moon on the Dayadasi of the month of Bhadra, all holy places are present. When Mercury and Sravana are both conjoined with the moon on the Sukladvadasi of the month of Bhadra, they bring residence in Svargaloka, and when they are both conjoined with the moon on the Krishnadvadasi of the month of Bhadra, they bring the destruction of sins. Text 558. When Sravana is conjoined with the moon on the Sukladvadasi of the month of Falguna, February-March, that day is called Vijayadvadasi. That day brings great piety. It purifies even the sin of murdering a Brahmana. They who fast on that day become free from all sins. Text 559. It is also said, on Vijayadvadasi all holy places and all demigods gather together on the earth. Text 560. The secret is told in all the Puranas, simply by worshipping Lord Vamana on this day one is protected from having take birth as a preta, ghost. Text 561. In the Vinodharma Purana, Uttarakanda, Sri Parasurama says, what is the result attained by persons generally unable to fast who once fast on this day? O saintly Siva, please tell this to me. Text 562. O Parasurama wise in spiritual truth, a person who fasts, bathes himself, and then worships Lord Krishna on Mahadvadasi, when the star Sravana is conjoined with the moon, attains the results of observing 12 Dvadasas. Text 563. Lord Siva also said, O Paragurama, if Sravanadvadasi, when the star Sravana is conjoined with the moon, falls on a Wednesday, then it is said to be Atyanta Mahadi, very great. Text 564. O scion of the Bhatirga dynasty, bathing, japa, yaksha, charity, dalarada, and demigod worship all become limitless and imperishable when performed on that day. Text 565. O Parasurama, a person who on that day bathes in any place attains the result of bathing in the Ganges. Of this there is no doubt. Text 566. When it falls on a Wednesday, this Dvadasi it brings especially great piety. Text 567. In the Bhavijya Purana, Uttarakanda, Sri Yudhisthira says, O sinless Supreme Person, please describe to me the piety attained by persons generally unable to fast who once fast on this day. Text 568 Sri Krishna said, when the star Sravana is conjoined with the moon during the Sukla Dvadasi of the month of Bhadra, that day is very sacred. That day fulfills all desires. Fasting on that day brings a great result. Text 569. A person who on this day fasts and bathes in any river attains the result of bathing in the Ganges. Of this there is no doubt. Text 570 It is also said, if on this Dvadi Sravana and Mercury are both conjoined with the moon, that is a very great Dvadi. Any charity given on that day becomes limitless and imperishable. Texts 571 and 572 A person who on a Sravana Dvadasi fasts, controls his senses, bathes in a great river, gives charity to the Brahmanas, and worships Lord Krishna, attains, at the moment of death, a celestial world that is difficult for any human being to enter. Text 573 In that world the trees fulfill all desires. There the beautiful lotus-filled lakes have cool, pure, delicious water. The mud of those lakes is payasa, condensed milk. Text 574 The noble-hearted merchant attained that world. There he was decorated with ornaments of the finest gold. For an entire kalpa he enjoyed there with many beautiful demi-goddesses. Text 575 It is also said, when on this Dvadasi both Sravana and Mercury are conjoined with the moon one is enjoined to fast and give grains in abundant charity. Text 576 O King of Kings, Sagara, Kakutsta, Dundhumara, Gandhi, and many others attain their desires by observing this Dvadasi. Text 577 In the month of Bhadra Advadi when Sravana and Mercury are both conjoined with the moon is called Jaya by the sages. A person who respectfully fasts on that day attains Animasiddhi and the other mystic perfections. Text 578 Conclusion of the Sravana Dvadasi Thou one should fast on either a Dvadasi or an Ekadasi when Sravana is conjoined with the moon. When in a single day all three of these conditions are present, that day is called Venusrimkala Yoga. Text 579 Fasting on Sravanadayadas Sri Markandeya explains, Text 580 Yamaraja also explains, when the star Sravana is conjoined with the moon on a Gukladayadasi, that very sacred day is called Vijayadvadati. Text 581 In that situation fasting, giving charity, and other pious deeds become limitless and imperishable. If the Ekadasi is pure and the star Sravana is conjoined with the moon on the Dvadajai, one should, if one is able, follow the vow on both Ekadasi and Dvadast. Text 582 Text 583 In the Bhavijya Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, if in this situation one fasts on both the Ekadasi and the Dvadasi, he is not at fault, for both days have Lord Krishna as their deity. Text 584 If unable to fast on both days, a wise person should eat on Ekadasi and fast on the Sravanadvadai day. Text 585 In the Narada Purana it is said, by fasting on this Dvadasi when the star sacred to Lord Venu is conjoined with the moon, one attains the pious benefits attained by fasting on Ekadasi. Of this there is no doubt. Texts 586 and 587 As a person initiated into the performance of Avahapaya Yajya attains all the results of the Yajya even though he personally did not do any of the work of the Yajya, did not offer the oblations, and did not perform the ritual bath, so a person who neglects this specific Ekadasi and fasts instead on the Dvadasi attains all the pious benefits of fasting on Ekadasi. Of this there is no doubt. Text 588 Even if the junction of the Tithi and star is very slight, a wise person will fast on that day. Text 589 In that scripture it is also said about Sravanadvadasi, O king, if the yoga of Tithi and star occurs for 2 kalas, that day is called Astayamika. Text 590 In the Matsya Purana it is said, when Sravana is conjoined with the moon, this Dvadast becomes a very sacred day. By that conjunction it becomes glorious. Text 591 Fasting on an Ekadasi. When the star Sravana is conjoined with the moon in the Narada Purana, it is said, if Sravana is not conjoined with the moon on the Dvadi, but it is so on the Ekadi, one should fast on the Ekadasi. That Ekadi destroys sins. Text 592 Lord Vishnu, the ancient Supreme Personality of Godhead, is the presiding deity of both these days. Therefore one should not make a distinction between them, saying one is better than the other. One who makes such a distinction falls down. Text 593 In the Bhavijya Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, when the star Sravana is conjoined with the moon on this Ekada, the day is called Vijaya Ekadasi, for it brings victory, Vijaya, to the devotees. Text 594 In the Vishnu Purana it is said, Sravana Dvayadi is not usually counted among the various holy days with auspicious stars. That is because it is considered to be included in the previous Ekadasi. Text 595 On that Ekadaji one should fast, and on the Dvadasi one should worship Lord Krishna. This is so because Lord Vamana appeared in this world on that Dvadasi. Text 596 In the Matsya Purana it is said, on that Ekadasi one should fast, and on the Dvadi one should worship Lord Hari. Text 597 If by midday Dvadi is not attained, then the devotees should wait until the day when it is Dvadasi at midday. On that day they should worship Lord Vamana. Text 598 Sri Vishnu Yoga In the Matsya Purana it is said, when a Dvadasi touched by Sravana touches the Sakadi, that day is very sacred to Lord Vishnu. That day is called Sri Vishnu Yoga. Text 599 A person who fasts on that day becomes free from sin. He attains a perfection without peer, a perfection rare in this world of repeated births. Text 600 The word Ekadasi here refers to both the day and the night. Were this not so, the touch of the Dvadasi would almost never occur. Text 601 In text 589 it is seen that even if the yoga of Tithi and star is very brief, the day is still called Astamika. Text 602 If Sravana is conjoined with the moon, it is best to break the fast on the Dvadasi. If Sravana is not conjoined with the moon, the vow may be observed in two ways, as has already been described. More will be said of this later. Text 603 The first line of text 589 may also be read Dvadasi Sravanarksarn ca. Dvadasi and the star Sravana. Thus the tuk of Dvadasi and the star Sravana is described. This is for the same reason as given previously. Text 604 The second Sri Vishnu Yoga In the Sri Vishnu Dharma Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, when Ekadasi, Dvadi and the star Sravana combine in a single day, that day is called Sri Vishnu Yoga. That day brings Vinusayojya liberation. By fasting on that day one goes to the eternal realm of Svetadvipa. Text 605 Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 606 To fast on the Dvadasi and break the fast on the Trayodasi breaks the special yoga of the Dvadajai in this situation. When the star Sravana is present on Ekada it is also forbidden to break the fast on the Trayodati. Text 607 A different kind of situation in Sri Vishnu Yoga when Dayadi, Ekadasi, Wednesday, and the star Sravana meet in a single day, that meeting is called Devadundubha Yoga. That day gives a pious result equal to 10,000 yajvas. Text 608 One may break the fast on a Dvadasi with Sravana. One may not break the fast at night. One may observe the vow of fasting on both Ekadasi and Dvadasi. Text 609 There is no fault in fasting on both days, for Lord Hari is the presiding deity of both these days. Text 610 In this situation one may fast on Dvadasi and break the fast in Trayodai. Text 611 If the star Sravana is not conjoined with the moon on either Ekadai or Dvadati, then there is no yoga. In that situation one should fast on Ekadasi and worship Lord Vamana on the Dvadasi. Text 612 Even when there is a Sri Vishnu Yoga and both the Tithi and Savana are present at night, then it is best to fast, if one is able, on both days. Text 613. However, it is not proper to break the fast at night. If one is not able to fast on both days, in this situation one should fast on the Dvadahi, for then the yoga is more important. Text 614. The time of breaking the fast in the second Sri Venusram Kala. This is clear. However, when the star Sravana is not conjoined with the moon, this is not so. This will be discussed in the verse beginning with the words Tithi Naksatra Samayaj. Text 615. The time of breaking the fast after the first Venusramkala. It is best to break the fast on the next day, after both the Tithi and star conjunction have ended. Text 616. This is described in the following words of the Narada Purana: when the Tithi and the star are both present, one should fast. One should not break the fast until at least one of these has ended. Text 617. If the star is still conjoined by the middle of the Dvadhi, one should break the fast then, for the scriptures affirm that it is a great fault not to break the fast on Dvadist. Text 618. It is said, one should fast when the Tithi and star are both present. One should not break his fast until at least one of the two has ended. Text 619. O king, this is especially so when the star Sravana is prominent. One should fast when the Tithi has ended. One should not ignore the presence of the Dvadasi. Text 620. When both are present at night, one should break the fast on the following day. One should not break the fast at night. That is also confirmed in other scriptures. Text 621. When the star is present the whole night and is still present during Dvadasi, one should not neglect the Dvadhi. On Dayadasi the fast should be broken. This is said again and again. Text 622. The word Eva, indeed, in this verse emphasizes that one should not disrespect the Dvadasi, even if the star is still present. Text 623. In the Skanda Purana it is said, when special star-moon conjunctions occur during holy days, one should break the fast after the stellar conjunction has ended. However, the stars Sravana and Rohini provide exceptions to this rule. Text 624. The time when not even a part of the Dvadasi is present at night is not considered here. That time is called Atovartate. That is past the time for breaking the fast. Text 625. One should not break the fast on the Trayadasi. This is not confirmed by the words of scripture. Text 626. Here the word to, indeed, shows that one should properly observe the end of Dvadahi. Text 627. If there is doubt about whether the fast should be broken at that time, one may accept Karanamrita, the water that has washed the feet of the deity. Text 628. In the Gautamiya Tantra it is said, when the star or Tithi are present during the night, one should break the fast on the following day. Otherwise one will fall down. Text 629. The method of following the vow to please Lord Vamana. First one should bow down before one's spiritual master and ask permission to follow this vow. Without devotion to the spiritual master this vow will not bear its fruit. Text 630. The mantra for this vow: O limitless Lord Vamana, O Lord affectionate to the surrendered devotees, on this Ekadasi day I stand, fasting, before you. Today I will not eat. I will not eat until tomorrow. Text 631. Then, on the night of that Ekadasi, or on the following Dvadhi, one should worship the Supreme Lord. Text 632. One should place the deity of the Lord on a plate made of gold, silver, copper, or bamboo, and by his side one should place a kamandalu, parasol, sandals, bamboo staff, aksa beads, and sacred thread. Text 633. Then one should worship Lord Vamana with offerings of flowers, scents, fruits, incense, rice, molasses, and various kinds of delicious foods. With singing, dancing, and instrumental music, one should keep an all-night vigil. Text 634. After thus worshipping the Lord, at dawn one should offer arghya, worship the Lord again, and, as before, again offer the Lord arghya in a splendid coconut shell. Text 635. The mantra for offering arghya: obeisances to you, O Lord Vamana who stepped across the three worlds. Please accept this arghya I offer you. Obeisances to you, O Lord Vamana. This Argya is offered to Lord Vamana. Obeisances to Lord Vamana. Text 636 and 637. One should worship different forms of the Lord on the different limbs of Lord Vamana. At Lord Vamana's feet one should worship Lord Matsya. At his knees one should worship Lord Karma, at his loins Lord Varaha, at his navel Lord Nrsimha, on his chest Lord Vamana, under his arms Lord Parasurama, on both his arms Lord Ramakandra, on his head Lord Krishna, and on all his limbs Buddha and Kaki. Then one should also worship the weapons of the Lord. Srila Sanatana Goswami comments, the first mantra here is Orn Matsyaya Namapadeo. The other mantras follow this prototype. The mantra for the weapons is Or Sarvebhya Udhebhya Nama. Translator's note, the mantras then become, 1 Ori Matsyaya Namapadeo, 2 Orn Karmaya Namo Janano, 3 Oth Varahaya Namo Gui, 4 Oth Narasiddhaya Namo Navyam, 5 Orn Vamanaya Nama Urazai, 5 Orn Ramaya Nama Kaksayo, 6 Orn Ramaya Namo Bujayo, 7 Ora Krishnaya Namo Murdni, 8 Orn Buddha Kakibyarha Nama Sarvagsu, and 9 Or Sarvebhya Udhebhya Nama. Text 638. When this great worship is concluded one should offer, with mantras and as far as one is able, cows, land, gold, and other gifts to his spiritual master and to the Brahmanas. Text 639. A Brahmana limbed in mantras should recite mantras as he accepts the gifts. The person who gives should recite mantras as he devotedly gives the gifts. Text 640. The mantra for giving gifts. Lord Vamana is the giver of intelligence. He is the real giver of the gift. Lord Vamana is himself present in the gift. Lord Vamana is the final recipient of the gift. May giving this gift increase my love and devotion for Lord Vamana. Text 641. The mantra for accepting gifts. Lord Vamana is the final recipient of this gift. It is Lord Vamana who ultimately gave this gift. Lord Vamana is our deliverer. Obeisances to Lord Vamana. Text 642. Then one should offer a feast with ghee and yogurt to the Brahmanas. After that, one should eat with his friends and kinsmen. Text 643. These words have followed the description of the Vamana vow in the Vamana Purana and Bhavijya Purana, Uttarakhanda. Text 644 and 645. In the Brahmavaivarta Purana it is said, a person observing the vow should recite the Saikalpa mantra, go to a river, fashion a deity of Lord Vamana, a deity made of 1 masa of gold, or if not of gold, then of another substance according to one's possession of wealth, place the deity in a golden basin, bathe him, and worship him with the following mantras. Text 646. The mantras for worshipping Lord Vamana. One should worship the feet of the deity with the mantra, Orn Vamanaya Nama. One should worship the Lord's waist with the mantra, Oth Damodaraya Nama. One should worship the Lord's thighs with the mantra, Oth Asayipata Nama. One should worship the Lord's loins with the mantra, Oth Kamadavaya Nama. Text 647. One should worship the belly of the Master of the Universes with the mantra, Orn Vigvadhari Namak. One should worship his heart with the mantra, Oth Yoganathaya Nama. One should worship his neck with the mantra, Oth Stipate Nama. Text 648. One should worship his face with the mantra, Oth Padakajaksaya Nama. One should worship his head with the mantra, Orn Sarvatmane Nama. After thus worshipping the Lord, one should bathe him with a stream of water. Then with great faith one should offer him argya along with coconuts and other fruits. Text 649. The mantra for offering argya. O Govinda, O Budhas Ravanasampiyaka, obeisances to you. Please destroy the great flood of my sins. Please free me from having to take birth as a preta. Text 650. Then one should offer a parasol, sandals, cows, and a kamandalu to the best of Brahmanas. At that time one should recite the mantra, Vamana Prayatam, may Lord Vamana be pleased with me. Text 651. As far as one is able, one should give charity to exalted Brahmanas. One should keep an all-night vigil, a vigil filled with singing and scripture reading. Text 652. With great faith one should keep his eyes open for the entire night. At dawn of the Dvadi one should feed the Brahmanas. Then one should break the fast. Text 653. One should do all this with great faith. In this way one will attain the result of this vow. Text 654. The glory of this vow. In the same scripture it is said, O Kalia, for one who follows this vow on the holy Vijaya day, nothing is difficult to attain, either in this world or the next. Text 655. A noble-hearted person who offers the pious results of this vow to his parents, delivers his ancestors. He is free of any debts to his parents. Text 656. Nothing is more purifying than this vow. The scriptures do not describe any vow equal to this vow of the holy Vijaya day. Text 657 and 658. In the Bhavijaya Purana, Uttarakanda, it is said, O King of Kings, please hear from me the pious benefit earned by following this vow. By following this vow one stays in the abode of Lord Vishnu for 77 Katar Yugas. When he finally returns to this earth he becomes a great king who fills his enemies with fear. Text 659. He will have the power to give many elephants, horses, and chariots in charity. He will enjoy many pleasures. He will be free from envy. He will be handsome, fortunate, and healthy. He will live a long life. Text 660. Surrounded by his children and grandchildren, he will live for 100 autumns. Text 661. Duties of the month of Asvina, September-October. On the Sukla Dasami of the month of Asvina, Vaisnavas desiring victory should always celebrate the festival of Vijaya. Text 662. The method of observing the Vijaya festival. One should decorate Lord Rama, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the slayer of the demons, with all ornaments, place a bow, arrows, and quiver in his hand, and then place him on a chariot. Text 663. Then with royal pomp one should lead Lord Rama, who appeared in the Raghu dynasty and manifested his pastimes to protect the world, to a Sami tree. Text 664. As he stands by the Sami tree, one should worship Lord Rama, the beloved of Sita and the giver of fearlessness to the devotees. Then, in order to attain victory, one should also worship the Sami tree. Text 665. The mantra for that may the Sami tree, which has red thorns like a host of straight arrows, and which is dear to Lord Rama, purify me of my sins. Text 666. Please make the journey easy at the appropriate time. O tree worshipped by Lord Rama, please remove the obstacles in my path. Text 667. Then, taking an unbroken clod of earth from the roots of the Sami tree, one should, with singing and instrumental music, bring the deity of the Supreme Personality of Godhead back to his temple. Text 668. Then, in a drama, some may be bears, some may be monkeys, and some may be Raktamukha monkeys for the pleasure of Lord Rama. Text 669. In that drama the demons and cannibals who opposed Rama are all defeated. Then one should call out, Ramarajya, the kingdom of Rama. Ramarajya. Ramarajya. Text 670. Then one should place the deity of the Lord Agai comfortably on his throne. One should offer arati to the deity, and one should offer dandavat obeisances, falling to the ground like a stick. Then, with the other Vaisnavas, one should accept the remnants of garments and other things offered to the Lord. Text 671. Thus, following the description in the Sri Vinodharma Purana, I have summarized the way to celebrate the festival of Lord Rama's victory. Text 672. On this day, at the base of a Sami tree, Lord Rama celebrated with his monkey allies the festival of his victory when he heard Hanuman say, I see Sita. 16th Vilasa. Text 1. Duties in the month of Kartika I surrender to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who was tied about the waist with a rope, and who is the lover of Sri Radha. By his power one is able to serve his favored month, the month of Kartika. Text 2. The duties of the month of Kartika are clearly described in the Skanda Purana, Padma Purana, and other scriptures. The essence of what they say is collected here in one place. Text 3 Especially in the month of Kartika a Vaisnava should regularly bathe in the Moming, worship Lord Damodara, give charity, follow vows, and perform other spiritual activities. Text 4 Here I will write when the month of Krishna begins and how one should worship the Lord during this month. Text 5 One should always follow the vow of Kartika Vrata in the Skanda Purana. In a conversation of Brahma and Narada, it is said, O best of the followers of religion, a person who does not follow the vow of Kartika Vrata is a sinner. He is like a person who murders his father and mother. Text 6 A person who does not follow the vow in this month that is dear to Lord Damodara finds himself outside all religious principles. He takes birth in an animal's womb. Text 7 O best of sages, a person who does not follow this vow in the month of Kartika is a Brahmana killer, a cow killer, a thief of gold, and a perpetual liar. Text 8 O tiger of sages, a widow especially who does not follow the vow of Kartika certainly goes to hell. Text 9 If a householder does not follow the vow of Kartika, his pious and charitable deeds do him no good. They become like the screams of a person in hell. Text 10 If a Brahmana spurns the Kartika vow, then Indra and all the demigods spurn him. Text 11 O king of Brahmanas, a person who performs 100 sraddhas and a host of yajnas, but does not follow the Kartika vow, cannot enter Svargaloka. Text 12 Especially a sannyasi, vanaprastha, or widow who do not follow the Vaisnava Kartika vow go to hell. Text 13 O king of Brahmanas, what good will study of the Vedas and Puranas do for a person who does not follow the Vaisnava Kartika vow? Text 14 A person who does not follow the Kartika vow finds his life's pious deeds burned to ashes. Text 15 A person who does not follow the Kartika vow finds that all his charity, great austerities, and mantra chanting is useless. Text 16 O Narada, if one does not follow the Vaisnava Kartika vow, 7 births of his pious deeds become useless. Text 17 O Preet sage, they who do not follow the auspicious Vaisnava Kartika vow are known as sinners in this world. Text 18 It is further said, O Narada, a person who does not follow the Vaisnava Kartika vow loses the pious deeds of an entire life. Text 19 It is also said, O sage, a person who does not follow the Kartika and Katarm Forsya vows is sinful like a Brahmana killer. He is the most degraded person in his family. Texts 20 to 22 What is the fate of the fools who do not offer pinda to the ancestors on Pitrapaksa, who do not observe the vow of Kartika, who do not offer tarpana to the sages in the month of Sravana, July-August, who do not observe Lord Venu's swing festival in the month of Kaitra, March-April, who do not bathe in clear water in the month of Magha, January-February, who do not follow the Amardaki vow during the time of the star Pusya, and who do not observe the Rahanastami day when in the month of Sravana the star Gravana is present on the Dayadi day? O Narada, I do not know. Text 23 In the Padma Purana, in a conversation of Sri Narada and the sages headed by Sri Saunaka it is said, a human being in this world of karma who does not follow the vow of Kartika takes the Sintamani jewel placed in his hand and throws it into muddy water. Text 24 O Brahmanas, the month of Kartika is very dear to Lord Krishna. That is why Lord Krishna turns his face from anyone who does not follow the Kartika vow. Text 25 One should always follow the Kartika vow by bathing, giving charity, and performing other pious deeds in the Skanda Purana it is said, O son, Brahmanas who in the month of Kartika do not give charity, perform yajnas, chant japa, bathe, or follow the vow to please Lord Krishna are the lowest of men. Text 26 It is further said, they who in the month of Kartika do not give charity, perform yajnas, chant japa, or follow vows are thieves who rob themselves of their own valuables. They do not attain what they wish. Text 27 It is further said, O Narada, they who do not worship Lord Krishna during the month of Kartika reside, along with their ancestors, in hell. Text 28 It is further said, they who in the month of Kartika do not worship Lord Krishna with love and devotion are chained and dragged to hell by the messengers of Yamaraja. Text 29 He loses the rare human life he attained after many thousands and millions of births who does not worship Lord Venu in the month of Kartika. Text 30. A person who in the month of Kartika does not worship Lord Vishnu, chant Lord Vishnu's glories, or associate with the Vaisnavas, kills 10 years of pious deeds. Text 31. The glories of Kartika. First I will write of the glories of Kartika in a general way, and then I will write of the different situations beginning with the differences of work and place. Text 32. A general description of Kartika's glories. In the Skanda Purana it is said, the pious result obtained by bathing in all holy places and giving all charities is not equal to 1/10,000,000th part of the result obtained by following the vow of Kartika. Texts 33 and 34. All holy places, Yatshas, Dakshinas, residence in Puskara, Kurukshetra, and the Himalayas, and all giving in charity a pile of gold like Mount Meru, reside in Kartika, Lord Krishna's favorite month. Text 35. The service one does to Lord Vishnu in the month of Krishna is all eternal. O Narada, I tell you the truth. Text 36. Kartika is the best of months, the most pious of pious deeds, the most purifying of all that purify. Text 37. It is farther said, O Narada, O King of Brahmanas, O great sage, rivers, mountains, and oceans will all be destroyed, but the month of Kartika will never be destroyed. Text 38. O sage, in the month of Kartika neither pious deeds nor sins are ever destroyed. Text 39. No month is like Kartika. No yuga is like Satya Yuga. No scripture is like the Vedas. No holy place is like the Ganga. Text 40. Kartika is the best of months. Kartika is always dear to the Vaisnavas. O great sage, a Vaisnava who with devotion serves Kartika delivers his ancestors from hell. Text 41. In the Padma Purana it is said, of the 12 months, Kartika is the most dear to Lord Krishna. To anyone who even slightly worships Lord Vishnu during its time, the month of Kartika gives residence in Lord Vishnu's transcendental abode. Text 42. As everyone knows, Lord Damodara loves his devotees. Lord Damodara's month, the month of Kartika, also loves the devotees. The month of Kartika thinks even the slightest devotional service is very big and important. Text 43. Even though it lasts for only a brief moment, the human form of life is very rare and valuable. In the same way the brief month of Kartika is also very rare and valuable. Text 44. Lord Krishna is pleased by the offering of a single lamp during the month of Kartika. Lord Krishna glorifies anyone who lights a lamp for someone else to offer. Text 45. In the Skanda Purana it is said, other vows bring the results of a lifetime of pious deeds. The vow of Kartika brings the result of 100 lifetimes of pious deeds. Text 46. O King of Brahmanas, a person who simply hears the glories of the Kartika vow attains the result of fasting and bathing at sacred Agroratirtha. Text 47. By following the Kartika vow one attains the result of going on pilgrimage to Varanasi, Kurukshetra, Naimisaranya, Puskara, and Arbudatirtha. Text 48. A person who never performs yajnas or offers sraddha to the ancestors, but who does follow the vow of Kartika, will go to the abode of Lord Vishnu. Text 49. One who sometimes fasts during Kartika attains liberation. He attains a glorious spiritual form like Lord Krishna's. Text 50. It is further said, O best of sages, a Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, or Sidra who follows the Kartika vow will not take birth in a sinful family. Text 51. It is further said, O tiger of sages, liberation stands in the hand of anyone who follows the Kartika vow as I have described it to you. Text 52. He attains a great result who even very slightly follows the very sacred Kartika vow, which is served by the demigods, sages, and pitas. Text 53. The glories of specific pious activities performed during Kartika. In the Skanda Purana it is said, charity, yajna, japa, and austerity performed in the month of Kartika bring a result, O best of Brahmanas, that will never be destroyed. Text 54. It is further said, one who during the month of Kartika gives a small gift to Lord Vishnu attains a result that will never be destroyed. This is especially true when the gift is food. Text 55. One who follows the auspicious Kartika vow attains the result of an entire year of performing Agnihotra yajnas. Of this there is no doubt. Text 56. A woman who spends the month of Kartika in the circle where Lord Kesava stays becomes splendid like a dove in Svargaloka. Text 57. One who regularly offers food to Lord Krishna during the month of Kartika does not suffer troubles. For as long as the 14 Indras rule, he is free of troubles. Text 58. One who during the month of Kartika eats prasadam from a palya leaf plate destroys all sins committed since the time of his birth. Text 59. One who during the month of Kartika eats prasadam from a palya leaf plate attains all his desires. He attains the result of all pilgrimages. He never sees hell. Text 60. The palaga tree, which is called by the name Brahma, fulfills all desires. O best of sages, a Sidra should avoid the middle leaf of the palasa tree. A Sudra who eats from such a middle leaf plate goes to hell for as long as the 14 Indras live. Text 61. During the month of Kartika giving sesame seeds in charity, bathing in a sacred river, talking about the Supreme Personality of Godhead, serving the devotees, and eating prasadam from a palya leaf plate, all grant liberation. Text 62. O King of Brahmanas, a person who during the month of Kartika keeps an all-night vigil, in the presence of Lord Damodara staying awake until sunrise, attains the pious result of giving 1,000 cows in charity. Text 63. O King of Brahmanas, a person who during the month of Kartika keeps an all-night vigil, in the presence of Lord Vishnu staying awake until the last portion of the night, finds Lord Vishnu's spiritual abode in the palm of his hand. Text 64. During the month of Kartika serving the devotees, feeding the cows, talking about and worshipping Lord Vishnu, and keeping a vigil until the last part of the night bring, in the Kali Yuga, a very rare result. Text 65. It is further said, one who bathes during the month of Kartika attains the pious result of giving water and 1,000 jaladanos in charity when the sun is in Taurus. Text 66. By once bathing during the month of Kartika one attains the pious result of bathing in Lake Sunnyhata at Kurukshetra during a solar eclipse on a Sunday. Text 67. O best of sages, they become free from death who offer food and water to the Pitas during the month of Kartika, which is dear to Lord Krishna. Text 68. It is further said, O Narada, I have personally seen that a person who happily reads Bhagavad Gita during the month of Kartika does not return to the world of birth and death. Text 69. It is further said, by circumambulating a temple of Lord Vishnu during the month of Kartika one attains at every step the pious result of performing an Asvamadhyayafya. Text 70. During the month of Kartika a person who with devotion sings, plays a musical instrument, and dances before the deity of Lord Hari attains a pious result that will never be lost. Text 71. A person who during the month of Kartika reads the 1,000 holy names of Lord Hari and the story of Gayendra's liberation does not take birth again. Text 72. O Narada, a person who during the month of Kartika at the end of the night recites prayers and sings songs glorifying Lord Hari lives in Svetadvipa with all his ancestors. Text 73. O best of sages, one who offers food to Lord Hari during the month of Kartika lives in Svargaloka for as many yugas as there were grains or crumbs in his offering. Text 74. O best of sages, a person who burns incense of aguru and camphor before the deity of Lord Kesava does not take birth again at the yuga's end. Text 75. During the month of Krishna, they who with love hear the topics of Lord Vishnu, even if they hear only half a verse or a fourth of a verse, attain the pious result of giving 100 cows in charity. Text 76. O great sage, please give up all other religious practice and simply hear the sacred scriptures in the presence of the deity of Lord Kesava during the month of Kartika. Text 77. O tiger of sages, a person who during the month of Kartika eagerly hears the topics of Lord Krishna delivers 100 generations of his family. Text 78. A person who in the month of Kartika passes the time in pastimes of studying the holy scriptures burns away all his sins and attains the pious result of performing 10,000 yajnas. Text 79. Lord Krishna is not as pleased with many yajnas and with charities of many cows, elephants, or other expensive gifts, as he is with discussion of scripture during the month of Kartika. Text 80. O tiger of sages, a person who during the month of Kartika hears the topics of Lord Hari becomes free from the sufferings of hundreds and millions of births. Text 81. Sage, a person who in the month of Kartika regularly recites the verses of Srimad Bhagavatam attains the pious result of reciting all 18 Puranas. Text 82. O great sage, please give up charities and all other pious deeds. Instead engage in devotional service during the month of Kartika and stay in the company of the Vaisnavas. Texts 83 and 84. In the Padma Purana it is said, during the month of Kartika one should sleep on the floor, remain celibate, eat havajya from a palasa leaf plate, and worship Lord Damodara. In this way one becomes free of all sins, goes to the spiritual world, attains a spiritual body like the Lord's, and enjoys the bliss of directly serving Lord Hari. Text 85. It is further said, a person who, for the entire month of Kartika rises early, bathes, controls his senses, remains peaceful, chants japa, and eats only havajya, becomes free from all sins. Text 86. A person who, for the entire month of Kartika, eats only once a day becomes very famous, powerful, and heroic. Text 87. It is further said, a person who during the month of Kartika eats from a palya leaf plate becomes free from all sins. A person who eats the remnants of food offered to Lord Hari attains liberation. A person who is not a qualified brahmana should not eat from the middle leaf of the palya tree. Text 88. It is further said, Lord Hari, the all-powerful Supreme Personality of Godhead forgives thousands of offenses and a host of terrible sins committed by one who worships him during the month of Kartika. Text 89. A person who to Lord Vishnu offers delicious payasa made with sugar and ghee, and then eats the remnants left by the Lord, attains the result of performing every day a great yajna. Text 90. Lord Krishna explains to Satyabhama, they who during the month of Kartika bathe, keep an all-night vigil, offer lamps, and protect a tulasi forest, attain spiritual forms like Lord Vishnu's. Text 91. They who for 3 days do these pious deeds are offered all respects by the demigods. What, then, can be said of they who have performed these pious deeds for their entire lives? Text 92. The various parts of the Kartika vow. The parts of the Kartika vow are, 1. Keeping an all-night vigil for the sake of Lord Hari, 2. Bathing early in the morning, 3. Serving tulasi, 4. Properly concluding the vow, and 5. Offering a lamp. Text 93. A person who follows these 5 vows during the month of Kartika attains the full result of happiness and liberation, which has already been described in this book. Text 94. In a Vishnu temple, a Siva temple, at the root of a banyan tree, or in a tulasi forest, one should keep an all-night vigil for Lord Hari's sake. Text 95. If, because of disease or misfortune, one is not able to bathe with water, he should bathe by chanting the holy names of Lord Vishnu. Text 96. If one is not able to bring the vow to its conclusion with an elaborate ritual, he should conclude the vow by feeding the brahmanas. Text 97. If one is unable to offer a lamp, he should light the lamps that others offer, he should carefully protect others' lamps from winds or other disturbances. Text 98. If there is no tulasi plant, one should worship a Brahmana Vaisnava. If no Brahmana Vaisnava is present, one should serve the Brahmanas, cows, Bodhi tree, and Vata tree to conclude the vow. Text 99. The glories of offering a lamp during Kartika. In the Skanda Purana it is said, when one offers a lamp during the month of Kartika, his sins in many thousands and millions of births perish in half an eye blink. Text 100. It is further said, please hear the glories of offering a lamp during the month of Kartika, an offering that is very pleasing to Lord Kesava. O King of Brahmanas, a person who offers a lamp in this way will not take birth again in this world. Text 101. By offering a lamp during the month of Kartika one attains a pious result 10 million times greater than the result obtained by bathing at Kurukshetra during a solar eclipse or by bathing in the river Narmada during a lunar eclipse. Text 102. O Tiger of Sages, for a person who thus offers a lamp burning with ghee or sesame oil, what is the use of performing an Asvasmat Hayajvya? Text 103. Even if there are no mantras, no pious deeds, and no purity, everything becomes perfect when a person offers a lamp during the month of Kartika. Text 104. A person who during the month of Kartika offers a lamp to Lord Kesava has already performed all yajnas and bathing in all holy rivers. Text 105. When in the month of Kartika there is no lamp burning before Lord Kesava, then the pious deeds in Svargaloka, Martyaloka, and Rasatalaloka scream with dissatisfaction. Text 106. O Brahmana, when the Pitas hear devotional verses and songs in the month of Kartika, in that family will be born a son devoted to his father. Text 107. The ancestors say, when someone in our family pleases Lord Kesava by offering to him a lamp during the month of Kartika, then, by the mercy of the Lord who holds the Sudarsana Chakra in his hand, we will all attain liberation. Text 108. It is further said, by offering a lamp during the month of Kartika one burns away a collection of sins as big as Mount Meru or Mount Mandara. Of this there is no doubt. Text 109. To one who either at home or in a temple offers him a lamp during the month of Kartika, Lord Vasudeva gives a great result. Text 110. A person who, after taking birth in the world of human beings, offers a lamp to Lord Krishna during the month of Kartika becomes very glorious and fortunate. Text 111. A person who offers a lamp during the month of Kartika attains a result that cannot be obtained with even 100 yajnas or 100 pilgrimages. Text 112. Even a person addicted to all sins and averse to all pious deeds who somehow offers a lamp during Kartika becomes purified. Of this there is no doubt. Text 113. O Narada, no sin exists anywhere in the three worlds that will not be purified by offering a lamp to Lord Kesava during Kartika. Text 114. A person who offers a lamp to Lord Krishna during Kartika attains the eternal spiritual world where there is no suffering. Text 115. Now I will describe to you the pious result attained by a person who offers a lamp during the Dvadasi day of Kartika month. Texts 116 and 117. His ancestors and descendants, so many they cannot be counted, will enjoy for a long time in the worlds of the demigods, and then they will all easily attain liberation by the mercy of Lord Krishna, who holds the Sudargana Chakra in his hand. Text 118. It is further said, O very fortunate one, a person who in order to play dice lights a lamp in Lord Kesava's temple purifies 7 generations of his family. Text 119. A person who offers a lamp in a temple of Lord Vishnu during the month of Kartika attains eternal wealth, good children, fame, and glory. Text 120. As fire is present in all wood and may be extracted by friction, so piety is always present in the offering of a lamp during the month of Kartika. Of this there is no doubt. Text 121. It is further said, O King of Brahmanas, when someone offers him a lamp on the full moon day of the month of Kartika, Lord Krishna, finding that he does not have sufficient money to repay that gift, gives himself in exchange for that lamp. Text 122. O sage, a fool who does not offer a lamp in Lord Kesava's temple during Kartika is not considered a Vaisnava. Text 123. In the Narada Purana, in a conversation of Sri Mohini Devi and Sri Rukmangada, it is said, of all gifts the gift of a lamp during the month of Kartika is the best. No gift is its equal. Text 124. In the Padma Purana it is said, one who offers a steady lamp to Lord Hari during the month of Kartika enjoys pastimes in Lord Hari's splendid spiritual world. Text 125. The glories of lighting another's lamp during the month of Kartika. In the Skanda Purana it is said, by lighting another's lamp during the month of Kartika one attains the same result as if he had offered food on Pitrapaksa or water on Jyasthasita. Text 126. By serving the Vaisnavas and lighting the lamps they offer during the month of Kartika one attains the result of performing many Rajasya and Asvamdha. Text 127. O Tiger of Kings, a person who in Lord Krishna's temple lights the lamps that others will offer during the month of Kartika becomes free from the tortures of Yamaraja. Text 128. O King of Brahmanas, by lighting the lamps that others will offer during the month of Kartika one attains the result of having performed many great yajnas. Text 129. Somehow or other a mouse once lit a lamp that someone offered on Ekadasi during the month of Kartika. That mouse attained a rare human birth and then went to the supreme spiritual world. Text 130. The glories of lighting a lamp on a temple roof. In the Skanda Purana it is said, O best of sages, when a lamp placed atop a temple's dome shines in all directions, then a great host of sins quickly flees to escape its light. Text 131. A person who gives the entire earth, which wears the oceans like a belt, in charity to the Brahmanas does not earn even 1/16 of the pious merit earned by one who places a lamp on the roof of Lord Krishna's temple. Text 132. A person who gives 10 million cows, all filled with milk and all the mothers of young calves, in charity to the Brahmanas does not earn even 1/16 of the pious merit earned by one who places a lamp on the roof of Lord Krishna's temple. Text 133. O great sage, a person who gives great wealth in charity to the Vaisnavas does not earn even 1/16 of the pious merit earned by one who places a lamp on the roof of Lord Krishna's temple. Text 144. O great sage, a person who places a great and costly lamp on a temple roof delivers 100 generations of his family. Text 135. They who with great devotion gaze at a palatial temple lit with a splendid lamp have not a single relative that lives in hell. Text 136. When they see a human being offering a lamp to Lord Vishnu, the demigods in Devaloka think, when, by performing that single pious deed, will this person join us here? Text 137. O best of sages, a person who places a lamp on a temple roof during the month of Kartika does not find it difficult to attain the post of Indra. Text 138. The glories of offering many lamps during the month of Kartika. In the Skanda Purana it is said, a person who lights many lamps inside and outside Lord Vishnu's temple becomes a liberated soul. Holding a dice and conch, he attains a spiritual form like Lord Vishnu's. Text 139. When a person lights many lamps in Lord Kesava's temple, not a single of his 100,000 closest relatives lives in hell. Text 140. O sage, a person who makes Lord Vishnu's temple splendid with many lights inside and outside, travels to the supreme abode on the path shining with light. Texts 141 and 142. In the Bhavijya Purana it is said, a person who makes the Lord's temple splendid with many lamps during the month of Kartika, and especially during the Ekadasi or the Dvadasi of that month, becomes glorious like 10,000 suns. Traveling in a splendid airplane that fills the universe with light, he leaves this world of birth and death. Text 143. For each lamp that he lit on the earth he is glorified on Visnuloka for 1,000 years. Text 144. In the Padma Purana it is said, a person who places a great lamp high in the sky during the month of Kartika takes all his relatives with him to Visnuloka. Text 145. Please hear the result obtained by a person who offers a lamp to Lord Krishna in the sky or over the water during the month of Kartika. Text 146. He becomes wealthy, fortunate, and prosperous. He becomes a controller of others. He has good children. Everything before his eyes and in his home is beautiful. He becomes wise and learned. Text 147. It is further said, the wise say that a person who offers a lamp in a Brahmana's home during the month of Kartika attains the result of offering an Agnistikama. Text 148. A person who places lamps on the royal roads, on crossroads, in Brahmanas' homes, at tree roots, in cow barns, in forests, in hidden places, and everywhere, attains a great result. Text 149. A mantra for offering a lamp in the sky. In the scriptures it is said, reciting the mantra Namo Nantaya Vidhase, obeisances to the unlimited, to the supreme creator, the devotees offer a lamp to Lord Damodara and the goddess of fortune in the sky. Text 150. The glories of observing the Kartika vow. In certain specific places in the Padma Purana it is said, wherever one may be, by bathing, giving charity, or especially by worshipping the Lord during the month of Kartika one attains the result of performing an Agnihotriyajva. Text 151. Observing the vow of Kartika brings a result 10 million times greater when performed at Kurukshetra or by the Ganga's shore. The result is even greater at Puskara Tirtha. Bathing and worship at Dvaraka during the month of Kartika carries one to the abode of Lord Krishna. Text 152. O sages, other holy cities bring similar results. The district of Mathura, however, is different, because Lord Krishna revealed his Damodara pastimes in the district of Mathura. Text 153. Observing the vow of Kartika in Mathura brings love for Lord Krishna. In this way the best result is obtained in Mathura. Text 154. As Prayaga should be served in the month of Magha, January-February, and as the Ganga should be served in the month of Vaisakha, April-May, so Mathura should be served in the month of Kartika. Nothing is better than service to Mathura in Kartika. Text 155. They who bathe and then worship Lord Damodara in Mathura during the month of Kartika attain spiritual forms like Lord Krishna's. Of this there is no doubt. Text 156. O Brahmana, it is rare that one is allowed to spend the month of Kartika in Mathura. To they who worship him in Mathura during Kartika, Lord Krishna reveals his own transcendental form. Text 157. To the devotees who worship him in other places, Lord Krishna gives happiness and liberation, but he does not give devotional service, for devotional service turns him into his devotee's servant. Text 158. Still, one can very easily attain devotional service by once worshipping Lord Damodara in Mathura during Kartika. Text 159. Even if it is performed without the proper mantras and offerings and without following the rules and regulations, Lord Krishna considers worship of him in Mathura during Kartika to be the most perfect kind of worship. Text 160. Worship of Lord Damodara in Mathura during the month of Kartika is the proper atonement for a lifetime of sins. Text 161. By worshipping the Lord in Mathura during the month of Kartika, the child Dhruva was quickly able to see Lord Krishna directly, an attainment rare even for the great yogis. Text 162. Even though every year there is a Kartika, and even though it is easy to go to Mathura, still the bewildered people miss the opportunity placed before them. That is why they take birth again and again in the ocean of material life. Text 163. What is the use of yajnas, austerities, and pilgrimages to a person who has the opportunity to worship Lord Krishna, the beloved of Radha, in Mathura during the month of Kartika? Text 164. During the month of Kartika all holy streams, rivers, and lakes reside in the circle of Mathura. Text 165. They who once enter Lord Krishna's birthplace in Mathura will enter the spiritual world and meet Lord Krishna, the eternal Supreme Personality of Godhead. Text 166. A person who as a joke worships Lord Krishna in Mathura during Kartika attains the Lord's supreme abode. What, then, can be said of they who worship the Lord with faith and devotion? Text 167. Thus, in a general way I have written about the duties of Kartika. Now we'll write specifically how these duties should be performed. Text 168. How the duties of Kartika should be performed. When Kartika begins in the Kartika Mahanya, Lord Krishna tells Satyabhama, one should diligently follow the vow of Kartika, which begins on the Sukla Ekadhi of the month of Asvina. Text 169. In this vow one should rise at the end of night, waken the deity with prayers, and then offer arati. Text 170. In the company of the Vaisnavas in the morning one should happily hear about the religion of devotional service to Lord Vinu, sing songs glorifying Lord Vishu, and offer arati to Lord Vishu. Text 171. Then one should go to a river or other source of water, perform ekamana, recite the Sakalpa mantra, recite the Prarthana mantra, and then properly offer argya to the Lord. Text 172. The Satakalpa mantra. O Lord Damodara, O Lord who rescues the devotees from sufferings, O Master of the demigods, to please you and Goddess Radha, I shall bathe every morning during the month of Kartika. Text 173. The Prarthana mantra. O Master of the demigods, wrapped in meditation on you, I am about to take my bath. O Lord Damodara, by your grace may all my sins be destroyed. Text 174. The Argya mantra. O Lord Damodara, O killer of the kings of the demons, please accept this argya that I, who have bathed and who follow this vow, properly offer to you. Text 175. O Lord Krishna accompanied by Goddess Radha, please accept this Arghya offer to you. May the regular and occasional duties I perform during this month of Kartika dry up all my sins. Text 176. Then one should anoint his body with oil, chant the Lord's holy names, bathe, properly chant the Gayatri mantra, and then return home. Text 177. Then, after anointing and making a svastika, one should worship the deity with tulasi and with malati, lotus, agastya and other flowers. Text 178. In the company of the Vaisnavas one should regularly serve the words glorifying the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Day and night a lamp of ghee or sesame oil should be used to worship the Lord. Text 179. One should place offerings of food before the Lord, worship the Lord, and bow down before him. In this way, as far as one is able, one should follow this vow of being devoted to the Lord alone. Text 180. In the Padma Purana it is said, early in the morning one should rise, go to a body of water, properly bathe, and then worship Lord Damodara. Text 181. It is further said, one who follows the Kartika vow should take his meals in silence. He should offer a lamp of ghee or sesame oil. Text 182. To keep the vow he made with the Sankalpa mantra he should pass his days talking of Lord Krishna in the company of the devotees. Texts 183 and 184. Beginning in the month of Asvina, either on the Sukla Ekadasi, or on the full moon day, or on the Tula Sankranti day, he should offer a lamp to Lord Vinu in the temple, or he should offer the lamp to Tulasi Devi, or to the sky. Text 185. It is further said, during the month of Kartika a person should offer silver, gold, lamps, jewels, pearls, and other valuables to please Lord Damodara. Text 186. In the Skanda Purana, Sri Rukmangada tells Sri Mohini, O goddess, one should not follow the Kartika vow at home. One should go to a holy place and follow it there very carefully. Text 187. What should be avoided during the month of Kartika? In the Skanda Purana, in a conversation of Brahma and Narada, it is said, O tiger of sages, a person who during the month of Kartika eats Rajam4 beans or kidney beans becomes a resident of hell. Text 188. A person who during the month of Kartika does not avoid eating kalanga, patola, eggplant, and pickles becomes a resident of hell. Text 189. During the month of Kartika a religious person will carefully avoid eating fish, rabbit, pork, or any kind of flesh. Text 190. It is further said, during the month of Kartika an intelligent person should stay away from sumptuous food, comfortable bed, prostitutes, and others' wives. Text 191. A person who properly follows the Kartika vow should avoid being anointed with oil, eating sumptuous food, sleeping in a comfortable bed, and eating from a bell metal plate. Text 192. A person who avoids sumptuous food during the month of Kartika attains every day the benefit of having performed severe austerities. Text 193. Sri Rukmangada tells Sri Mohini, during Kartika one should avoid oil. During Kartika one should avoid wine. During Kartika one should avoid bell metal. During Kartika one should avoid food that is not fresh. Text 194. O girl with the beautiful eyebrows, one should not eat fish, turtle, or any other kind of flesh. By eating meat during the month of Kartika one becomes an outcast. Text 195. The way to worship Sri Sri Radha Damodara. In the Padma Purana it is said, because she is the gopi most dear to Lord Vinu, Sri Radha should be worshipped along with Lord Damodara during the month of Kartika. Text 196. Dressing Lord Damodara as a Brahmana and Sri Radha as his wife, one should worship them with nice garments, ornaments, and foods during the month of Kartika. Text 197. O Brahmanas, during the month of Kartika one should worship the deity of Sri Radha. To please Sri Radha, Lord Damodara, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, will be pleased with that worshipper. Text 198. One should regularly recite the prayer called Damodarastaka, which was spoken by Satyavrata, which attracts Lord Damodara, and which describes the worship of Lord Damodara. Text 199 Sti Damodara Staka I offer my humble obeisances to the Supreme Controller, who possesses an eternal form of blissful knowledge, whose earrings glisten, who manifested himself in Gokula, who ran from the wooden mortar in fear of Mother Yasoda but was ultimately caught. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. Offering my respectful obeisances to Sri Sri Radha Damodara, I will now comment on the Damodara Staka. In the beginning of this prayer the author offers his respectful obeisances as with devotion he describes the great treasure that is the form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, which was manifested in Gokula, and which is glorious with the most excellent handsomeness, pastimes, virtues, and other qualities. What is the Supreme Personality of Godhead like? He is Isvara, which means all-powerful, the Master of the universes, or my Master. His form is eternal and full of knowledge and bliss. He is handsome and attractive. The gopis describe his handsomeness in these words, Srimad Bhagavatam 10.2940 O Krishna, even the cows, birds, trees, and deer become stunned in ecstasy when they gaze at your form, the most handsome in all the three worlds. Srimad Bhagavatam 3.212, again explains, the Lord appeared in this mortal world by his internal potency, Yogamaya. He came in his eternal form, which is just suitable for his pastimes. These pastimes were wonderful for everyone, even for those proud of their own opulence, including the Lord himself as the Lord of Vaikuntha. Thus his, Sri Krishna's, transcendental body is the ornament of all ornaments. Lord Krishna's Alkalatrakshiva form was splendidly manifest in Gokula, where many cows, gopas, and gopis lived. Srimad Bhagavatam 10.3214 explains, worshipped by the gopis, Lord Krishna's transcendental form, the only home of all glory and handsomeness in the three worlds, was splendidly manifest. The specific pastime described in this verse of Damodara Staka, where Lord Krishna broke the yogurt pot and fled in fear of Mother Yasoda, is described these words of Srimad Bhagavatam 10.98-9 Krishna, at that time, was sitting on an upside-down wooden mortar for grinding spices and was distributing milk preparations, such as yogurt and butter, to the monkeys as he liked. Because of having stolen he was looking all around with great anxiety, suspecting that he might be chastised by his mother. Mother Yasoda, upon seeing him, very cautiously approached him from behind. When Lord Krishna saw his mother, stick in hand, he very quickly got down from the top of the mortar and began to flee as if very much afraid. Although yogis try to capture him as Paramatma by meditation, desiring to enter into the effulgence of the Lord with great austerities and penances, they fail to reach him. But Mother Yasoda, thinking that same Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, to be her son, began following Krishna to catch him. Then Mother Yasoda chased Lord Krishna and caught him from behind. Srimad Bhagavatam 10.910 explains, while following Krishna, Mother Yasoda, her thin waist overburdened by her heavy breasts, naturally had to reduce her speed. Because of following Krishna very swiftly, her hair became loose, and the flowers in her hair were falling after her. Yet she did not fail to capture her son Krishna. Text 200 Who cried and rubbed his frightened eyes again and again with his two lotus hands, whose necklace on his leaned neck trembled as he breathed again and again, whose waist was surrounded by a rope, and who was finally bound by love. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. This pastime is described in the following words, Srimad Bhagavatam 10.911 When caught by Mother Yasoda, Krishna became more and more afraid and admitted to being an offender. As she looked upon him, she saw that he was crying, his tears mixing with the black ointment around his eyes, and as he rubbed his eyes with his hands, he smeared the ointment all over his face. Mother Yasoda, catching her beautiful son by the hand, mildly began to chastise him. Mother Yagoda then bound him with a rope. Srimad Bhagavatam 10.914 explains, Mother Yasoda, considering Krishna her own ordinary child, bound him to the wooden mortar with a rope. Srimad Bhagavatam 10.918-21, continues, because of Mother Yasoda's hard labor, her whole body became covered with perspiration, and the flowers and comb were falling from her hair. When child Krishna saw his mother thus fatigued, he became merciful to her and agreed to be bound. O Maharaja Pariksit, this entire universe, with its great exalted demigods like Lord Shiva, Lord Brahma, and Lord Indra, is under the control of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Yet the Supreme Lord has one transcendental attribute: he comes under the control of his devotees. This was now exhibited by Krishna in this pastime. Neither Lord Brahma, nor Lord Shiva, nor even the goddess of fortune, who is always the better half of the Supreme Lord, can obtain from the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the deliverer from this material world, such mercy as received by Mother Yasoda. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, the son of Mother Yasoda, is accessible to devotees engaged in spontaneous loving service, but he is not as easily accessible to mental speculators. To those striving for self-realization by severe austerities and penances, or to those who consider the body the same as the self. Text 201. 100 times I bow down before Lord Krishna, who with pastimes like these plunges his own cowherd village of Braja in pools of ecstasy, and who declares to they who know him only as the Supreme Master and Controller, I am conquered by my loving devotees. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. That Lord Krishna is controlled by the love of his devotees is described in the following words of Srimad Bhagavatam, 10.117-8. The gopis would say, "If you dance, my dear Krishna, then I shall give you half a sweetmeat." By saying these words or by clapping their hands, all the gopis encouraged Krishna in different ways. At such times, although he was the supremely powerful personality of Godhead, he would smile and dance according to their desire, as if he were a wooden doll in their hands. Sometimes he would sing very loudly, at their bidding. In this way Krishna came completely under the control of the gopis. Sometimes Mother Yasoda and her gopi friends would tell Krishna, "Bring this article or bring that article." Sometimes they would order him to bring a wooden plank, wooden shoes, or a wooden measuring pot, and Krishna, when thus ordered by the mothers, would try to bring them. Sometimes, however, as if unable to raise these things, he would touch them and stand there. Just to invite the pleasure of his relatives, he would strike his body with his arms to show that he had sufficient strength. Srimad Bhagavatam, 10.119, again says, to pure devotees throughout the world who could understand his activities, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, exhibited how much he can be subdued by his devotees, his servants. Text 202. O Lord, I do not ask for liberation, something better than liberation, or any other thing. O Lord, all I ask from you, the Master of all blessings, is that your form as a cowherd boy always be manifest in my heart. What need have I for any other blessing? Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. The thing better that liberation here is residence in Vaikunthalika. Better than impersonal liberation is residence in Vaikunthalika, and better than residence in Vaikunthalika is pure devotional service, which begins with hearing the glories of Lord Krishna. That pure devotional service is better than residence in Vaikunthalika is described in the following words, Srimad Bhagavatam 3.1549. O Lord, we pray that you let us be born in any hellish condition of life, just as long as our hearts and minds are always engaged in the service of your lotus feet. Our words are made beautiful by speaking of your activities, just as tulasi leaves are beautified when offered unto your lotus feet, and as long as our ears are always filled with the chanting of your transcendental qualities. Text 203. May your lotus face, decorated with glistening locks of hair and with bimba fruit lips again and again kissed by the gopi Yasoda, always be manifest in my heart. What need have I for 100,000 other blessings? Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. Lord Krishna's face is like a blossoming lotus flower. It is blissful and the sight of it removes all sufferings. Text 204. O unlimited, all-pervading Lord whose belly was bound by a rope, I bow down before you. O Master, please be kind to me, who am now drowning in an ocean of sufferings. Please shower your glance of mercy on me, who am very poor, wretched, and foolish. O Master, please come before my eyes. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. Here the author says that he is so distressed that he is on the verge of death. He is like a living corpse. He says, please be kind to me. Please rescue me, please restore my life. Here the word Prabho, O Master, means O Master of great, inconceivable, limitless, wonderful potencies. This shows that the Lord's potencies cannot be understood by the material senses. The word Nsisa, O Master, means O Supremely Independent One. This shows that the Lord can do as he likes, and therefore he can bestow his mercy even on a person who is not really worthy to receive it. The word Vino means O All-Pervading One. Or it also means O Lord who stays in Vindavana. Text 205. Even though you were tied up, you still freed Kuvera's 2 sons and made them devoted to you. Please give to me love and devotion as you gave it to them. O Lord Damodara, I will not accept impersonal liberation. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. Here, rejecting impersonal liberation, the author prays for pure devotional service. Even though, as part of his beautiful pastimes, the Lord himself was tied up by the Gopi Yasoda, he was able to free the sons of Kuvera. Giving them the gift of pure devotional service, he said to them, Srimad Bhagavatam 10.1042 O Nalakivara and Manigriva, now you may both return home. Since you desire to be always absorbed in my devotional service, your desire to develop love and affection for me will be fulfilled, and now you will never fall from that platform. Text 206 To your beloved, Sti Radha. Obeisances to you, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, whose pastimes have no end. Commentary by Srila Sanatana Goswami. Here the word dam means the great rope that was tied around your belly. What was that rope like? It is described here as the abode of splendor. That means the rope was spiritual in nature. Next the author says, obeisances to your belly. What is the Lord's belly like? It is the resting place of the universe, where the moving and unmoving beings live. This is so because from it sprouted the lotus flower that is the home of the 14 worlds. By tying a rope around this belly, Mother Yasoda showed that she had the entire universe under her control. Actually no one has the power to tie up the Lord in that way, but out of love for his mother, Lord Krishna allowed her to tie him up. Sri Radha is the most important of all the gopis. She is most dear to Lord Krishna. Lord Krishna's transcendental pastimes with Sri Radha have no end. Therefore the Lord is described here as having pastimes that have no end. Text 207 In the Padma Purana it is said, O Brahmanas, a person who during the month of Kartika, on the Bahulastami, day bathes in Radhakunda, which is by beautiful Govardhana hill and which is very dear to Lord Krishna, becomes a great devotee. He is very pleasing to Lord Krishna. Text 208 Just as Radha is dear to Lord Krishna, so her bathing place, Radhakunda, is dear to him. She alone is his most beloved of all the gopis. Text 209 In the Padma Purana, at the end of the story of Sri Radha, it is said, pleased with her, Lord Krishna made Radha the queen of Vrindavana. In other places she is goddess Lakshmi, but in Vrindavana forest she is Sri Radha. Text 210 When, on Janmastami or Uthana Ekadasi, a person bathes in Radhakunda and then worships Lord Krishna becomes very pleased with him. Text 211 Duties of Krishna Trayodasi In the Padma Purana it is said, when on the Krishna Trayodasi of the month of Kartika a person places a lamp for Yamarja outside, then the danger of his untimely death is at once destroyed. Text 212 The mantra for that with this offering of a lamp on the Krishna Trayodasi day, may Lord Yamaraja, who is the son of the sun god, who is time personified, who is accompanied by goddess Durga, and who carries with him a noose, a rod, and death itself, be pleased with me. Text 213 The duties of Krishna Kadardi they are described in the following words, They who fear going to hell must bathe and then carefully worship Yamaraja on the Krishna Katurdasi day. Text 214. A person who on the Katurdi, Navami and Katurdasi waits until after sunrise to bathe loses a year of pious deeds. Text 215. In the Skanda Purana it is said, they who fear hell should bathe during the moonrise of the Krishna Katurdasi in the month of Kartika. Text 216. In the Padma Purana it is said, on the Krishna Katurdasi one should offer tarpana and chant the names of Yamaraja. If one's father is still living, one should offer tarpana to Yamaraja and Bhisma. Text 217. Wearing the sacred thread over the right shoulder, one should offer tarpana to Yamaraja, who has two forms, one as a demigod and the other as a Pita. Text 218. A person who spends the night of this Yamakaturdasi near the deity of Lord Shiva attains great piety. Even with 100 yajnas one cannot attain piety like it. Text 219. A young girl who at that time worships Brahmana boys who perform austerities to please Lord Shiva attains the result of performing a Rajasthiya yajna. Of this there is no doubt. Text 220. When it falls on a Tuesday the Krishna Ekadasi of the month of Kartika is especially wonderful. A person who worships Lord Shiva on that day goes to the abode of Lord Shiva. Text 221. It is further said, a person who offers a lamp on the evening of the Amavasya and the Katurdasi becomes free from the darkness of the path to Yamaraja.